And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flighting outside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello everybody, welcome back to even more dedicated Starbase coverage. You saw it this morning, you're seeing it this afternoon, and depending what happens you might also see some more stuff this evening. My name's Ryan Caton. It's always a busy day down at Starbase, but it probably hasn't been this busy at least since the first integrated flight test a few months ago. But it's not just my voice, we also have joining me, first of all, let's go to Sawyer Rosenstein. How you doing, Sawyer?
I am doing great. I mean, the fact that there's so much going on at Starbase again, it's really exciting. And have you been lifting, bro? Because I'm sure the chopsticks are about to.
And we also have Trevor joining us. How you doing, Trevor?
Hello, I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see another booster on the orbital launch pad following all of the pad infrastructure upgrades that we've seen.
Goody goody. So it's just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon down in Texas. That's Central Daylight Time. And you can see Booster 9 there, the next vehicle, or the next booster, the next first stage that is currently slated to fly. That's sitting snuggled by the chopsticks, but no lifting operations have begun just yet. You can see the Raptors there on the transport stand, as it is a waiting lift. And of course, as always, jump in, Sawyer, if you need to.
I was going to say, we're seeing even more activity around Starbase that we will have for you shortly as well. Because it turns out SpaceX is doing two things at once.
Okay, so we'll see.
Oh, and there we have
There it
footage
is.
of it. Ship
That is Ship
28.
There we go. Looks like we also have Ship 28 leaving the highway. Everything happening all at once. Just like it was the other night with all of the testing at the orbital launch pad. Everything is happening all at once. And before Ship 28 rudely interrupted me, I was saying that if you have any questions, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, brings it into the queue, and we can do our best to answer them. So what you're looking at on the left is Booster 9 sitting just adjacent to the orbital launch mount, and on the right you can see Ship 28, which is now exiting the high bay, it seems, there, down at the production site, about a few miles down the road there, down Highway 4, between each other. Two very exciting things going on, and kicking it straight off, Musical Wolves, as always, with a $5 super chat, asking, will there likely be another water test while a booster is on the mount? Sawyer, have we heard any kind of rumors about what they're going to be doing with the booster and any water testing on the mount? Because we had that partial test the other day of the new deluge system. Do we have any idea what the testing regime is going to be like?
We don't have it exactly, but we are expecting them to do a full test of the whole deluge system, including the plate and everything at full pressure, at some point before the launch. We're also expecting a full static fire, too, at some point of the ships and, of the booster. So between those two, I would think that we can expect to see the water deluge test and a static fire test maybe together.
Sounds good. And quickly, whilst we're also going through the super chat there, thanks to Molly for becoming a PadRap member. Thanks very much for that. Mini Dr. M says a moment of silence for S27 because if you didn't know, Ship 27, Trevor, it's going to be it's not going to really it's not going to fly, is it?
Yeah, we've definitely heard rumors that both Ship 26 and Ship 27, the ships without a heat shield, are not going, or flaps they are not going to fly. That they were just test articles, and this also makes sense based on what I think Elon was saying in one of the Twitter Spaces, that they may as well get re-entry data as early as possible. So, like Chris has talked about a lot, I think this next flight is really trying to get data on the booster, which is why they're flying Ship 25 with a little bit older of a configuration. And then the flight after that will hopefully be with Ship 28, which has a bunch of upgrades. And then hopefully that thing is able to at least test re-entry for SpaceX to start getting some data.
And if I'm not wrong, they cut the ship in half already.
Yep.
Yeah.
And even more evidence that it's scrapped.
Yeah. And Officer 7 to 8K leading here, basically tying that all together. Or actually, no, it wasn't this one. I got it wrong. But Ptolemy was asking, with Ship 27 being sliced and S28 being rolled out, can we pretty much eliminate the idea of S26 flying? And Trevor, just as you were saying, it seems kind of, redundant now for Ship 26, especially when we have Ship 25 slated for the next test flight, and Elon wants his re-entry data. It doesn't bode well for the flapless ships, one of which is now sliced in half.
Which I must say, I'm very glad about that, because I think a Starship flight with a ship without a heat shield or flaps could be uglier than the stubby MVAC nozzle. So.
Wow, bold claim.
We're going to get a poll in chat on that soon from Chris. What's uglier, the stubby MVAC or a flapless ship? Leave your
Crispy in the
thoughts
back channel
in the
now
chat.
calling it ship 13.5.
Oh.
Yeah. And so for anyone now just joining us, on the left, that's Booster 9 at the launch site. That's currently being kind of hugged by the chopsticks, and we are also seeing Ship 28 moving down at the production site, which is just a little way down Highway 4. So, of course, we'll bring you everything that happens. This is a relatively short road closure, Sawyer. So, what are the details of this road closure? Because there are 3 today, aren't there?
Yeah, there's been 3 road closures scheduled, which seems a little bit crazy, but as we saw this morning, they used the first one for the rollout of Booster 9 out here. The second one, we are expecting it to be used for the lift, but we also now have Ship 28 being active, so that's something to keep an eye on as well. This one runs from 12:30 to 3 p.m. Central Time, and then there is a third one that is scheduled for 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Central Time as well.
I'm trying to remember back to the other day, but we saw a road closure window similar to that the other day. And I believe that was when we got some testing of the deluge system or some other venting frostiness that was going on down at with GSE and whatnot. I think I'm correct in saying that.
We saw some venting from the OLM and the tower, as well as FireX system being tested. So there's plenty of stuff that SpaceX can get on with down in Starbase in these road closures. Just as we were expecting Booster 9 to lift, we also saw Ship 28 start rolling out of one of the high bays at the production site. So everything's happening all at once. A very, very busy day today, especially down at Starbase. And another one here from Musical Walls saying is B9 spirits lifting up, #happy B9. Well, it hasn't actually lifted yet, Trevor. We've just kind of seen the chopsticks moving around a little bit, haven't we?
Yeah, so I guess we can go into what we'll see going forward. So before the lift, we'll see the pins on the transport stand will go in. They seem to be in right now, but it's really hard to tell, so if they're not in, forgive us, please. And then the clamps that hold the booster to the stand will open. Normally, as soon as all of the clamps open, there's a small lift, and the booster engines will clear the stand. And then, hopefully, we will see the lift happen. And Sawyer, do you want to walk us through after the initial lift?
Yeah, sure. So following the initial lift, once the engines clear the stand, the stabilizer pins on the chopsticks will move in, and that will connect in officially to the booster. Then the stand pins holding it down retract and let the bottom of the booster free, basically. So then the chopsticks will carry the booster up. It'll swing around a little bit, moving the booster over the OLM, and then slowly lower it down. And it is worth noting there is a chance that we will see it pause during parts of it as they double check alignments, double check systems, everything like that. And then at that point, it will likely drop down onto the OLM while still attached to the chopstick, so safely. And then it will attach itself to all the mechanisms will go in place to attach it to the OLM.
And I'm looking at the chat right now. Chris B, NSF Actual, has started a poll which has over 600 votes. Which do you love the most? Stubby nozzle, exclamation mark, stubby gang, or a ship brutally chopped in half? And currently the stubby nozzle is winning by 51%. Or now we've got up to 52%. So it's just 4% in it, everybody. So
Tell me,
get your
ship
opinions
brutally
in.
chopped in half doesn't sound like a good band name.
There you go. I can imagine you in the middle of that, Sawyer. Ship brutally chopped in half. And I believe this is Eric asking, does Ship 25 have electric thrust vector control like Booster 9? So just for those of you who may not understand exactly what that means, so with the first integrated flight test, we saw a big boom from the engine area just after launch. That was the hydraulic power unit which drove the engines gimbaling. So Sawyer, what's up with the engines gimbaling on this ship?
Yes, so as you pointed out, it was previously using hydraulic power to move the engines. This one, and I believe all future ones from now on, are expected to use electric TVC, or thrust vector controlling. Basically, again, that's using electrical power to steer the engines in the direction that they want the vehicle to go. And not all of the 33 engines will actually steer. There are a few that will stay stationary, but the rest will help direct it, hopefully, on its way into a suborbital trajectory.
Can I step in there real quick? Ship
Yeah.
25 does not have electric TVC. It is still hydraulic.
It was the future ones I'm thinking of. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I knew what you were saying. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah.
But I'll also note that it's kind of an interesting trade-off of moving from hydraulic to ETVC because it's significantly harder to get the same amount of torque on the engines from ETVC as it is on the hydraulic mounts before. So from what I've gathered, it was a bit of an engineering challenge for them to switch to ETVC, but then, like Sawyer was saying, they get to get rid of the HPUs, which caused them many headaches on the first IFT flight, so it'll be nice to see that.
And another good question here from Eric asking, is SpaceX going to hot stage on the next flight? They've already raised the ship quick disconnect for that, correct? And Sawyer, we can't see any ventilation rings on top of Booster 9 right now, but they have moved the ship QD, so they're going to have to do it, right?
They're going to have to do it at some point. I don't know if that necessarily means this flight, but the way that it was described by Elon, it kind of sounded that way. But yeah, as you mentioned, to accommodate for the extra height that will be added with those sort of ventilation grates, for lack of a better way to put it, to allow for the hot staging or the engines to fire before the stage separation. Yeah, the fact that they've already lifted everything to the height that it needs to be at, I think maybe it's possible.
And we're just looking there briefly at the top of the launch tower there, and we can see Ship 28 once again in the entrance of the high bay. It's really hard to see like fine movements from our cameras because of the heat haze. It's just, it's so hot down there in South Texas that the heat haze makes any small movements basically impossible to see. So we might not be able to catch the exact start of when things start moving, but when we get some more significant changes in the position of items, it's very obvious. Like, there you go. When the birds move quickly, you can see them. And there's no static fire today for them to fly away from, fortunately. And I'm just going to quickly go through some little bits of contribution that we've been getting over the last 10 minutes or so. Sodium has become a PADRAP member. Nate has gifted one Red Team membership. Chris W has also gifted a Red Team membership. Wesley III gifted a Red Team membership. And we have Arisar saying that everything happening all at once seems to be SpaceX's favourite method at Starbase. It's definitely been like that today. And Christoph has said, this is the Simba moment. And we also have Tracy, hello Tracy, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thanks very much, everybody, for that. And also everybody who's just received a free membership to the channel. I hope you enjoy them. And make sure to thank the person who gifted that to you in chat as well. It's a random selection based off watch time and other things like that YouTube has come up with. So we don't pick who gets them. It's based on who's the most loyal watchers, viewers. That's the word, viewers, not watchers. Most loyal viewers. There's a question here from Nate. Asking, do you guys think that the water deluge system will prevent serious damage this time? I'm actually going to go around the room on this one. I'll start off with you, Trevor. Do you think that the water deluge system will do its job, or do you think we might need something a bit more beefier, perhaps?
Well, I certainly hope so. But I really do think that it's going to prevent major damage between all of the water that's shooting out of it, the steel on the ground, and the changes that SpaceX is making to the flight profile to get off the pad quicker. Because the booster is going to spend less than half the amount of time on the pad than it did on the first integrated flight test. So I think between all of those changes, we'll see a pad in good shape after the second flight.
Sawyer, what do you think? Is the pad going to survive with the water deluge system?
I think it's going to be a lot better than it was on the first integrated flight test. I think there's still going to be some little things that need to be worked out, and there will probably be some damage, but I think this is one step closer to finding a solution that works that isn't a flame trench to help protect the booster and the whole infrastructure around the pad. So I'm going to say it's going to be a lot better, but there's still going to be some damage, and over the next couple of launches after, they're going to perfect it.
And I've been looking in here. There's a couple similar questions. First of all, from the Sites family, I think. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Would they have to roll Booster 9 back to the Mega Bay in order to install the hot staging interstage ring? And then Steve also along the same lines asking, will they be able to add the staging ring with a crane at the pad, or will they have to roll back? Trevor, we've seen them work on Raptors under the pad before. Do you think we'll be able to, or SpaceX will be able to add things on top of the booster at the pad, or do you think that adding another ring on top would require a rollback? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, this is really the million-dollar question right now of where do they do this retrofit to the booster. I personally think they'll roll it back to the production site and have better welding conditions, either in the Mega Bay, most likely, to add that. However, we have seen no indication of where it's going to happen, but I doubt they do something that big on the pad.
It is kind of like the big comparison between the first flight and the second flight, apart from the booster's hydraulic power unit going kaboom, it is, and the electric TVC on Booster 9, it is kind of, it's the next big thing that all of the headlines and YouTube thumbnails are dominated with at the moment. That hot staging ring, that big change in the flight profile, apart from replacing it with the spin method that somehow was going to work. I still don't believe how that was going to work, but according to Elon, it was going to work. I'm going to look through here for some more questions. Again, if you have any questions, if you're just joining us, tag us at NASASpaceflight, put it in chat, ask your questions, brings it into the queue, and myself, Sawyer, and Trevor will do our best jobs at answering them. Sometimes we get a little bit of help in the back channel from Alex. I do have to be honest. But yeah, if you have any questions, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. John, just asking here, could this flight maybe have a temporary ring? Sawyer, I'm not sure what a temporary ring, or how different a temporary ring would be from a permanent ring, and also they're not bringing the booster back, are they? So, yeah, that's an interesting point.
Correct. The booster is on this flight profile similar to the first flight test, going to be dumped basically in the water. So they're not planning on retrieving it, but I think whatever they do would be close to, if not, what their plan will be going forward for hot staging. So I don't think there's a way to do it temporary other than to have your flight article, spot weld everything, hopefully over the production site, and get ready for the lifting of the ship on top and launching with the hot staging.
Ernie has a good question here. Trevor, I'll throw this to you because I can't remember how long it took for the first steel plate to be built. But Ernie's asking, is the steel plate quickly replaceable if there's any damage to it? Now, we saw it roll out the other day with some people on top of it from the production site down the highway. But I'm not sure how long it took to construct. Do we know if they're going to build another one, like start building another one now, just in case? Like maybe have some, replacement bits and bobs lying around, just in case they need to patch it up real quick. Do we know anything like that?
Yeah, sure. So I'll add two things. I don't think we know when SpaceX started constructing the steel plate design, because Elon mentioned that they were working on it before the first integrated flight test, and that the testing that they had done in McGregor led them to believe that they wouldn't need the steel pad, and that the concrete would hold up. So we're not entirely sure when the process started. And then, of course, since this was the first steel plate, they obviously would have learned a lot for building another one. So the second one would be built significantly quicker. However, that said, this is SpaceX, and I am very confident that they are already building another one. I don't think we've seen any evidence for it, but they have a pad in Florida that will eventually need one, and then potentially another launch pad in Starbase, and probably 2 or 3 more in Florida. So even if they don't need to end up repairing the one in Boca, it'll still be good to have a head start on the ones for their other launch pads.
Yeah, and even though we talk about Florida expansion all the time in our Florida flyovers, in the kind of the planning documents for like water management and things like that, and also in the animations we get from SpaceX, the long-term future, definitely everything points to a second pad at Starbase. Whether that'll actually come to anything, or if it'll just be one of them crazy ideas that's left in the past, like many different things are. It's definitely currently still being thought about, especially as they're still including them in their kind of concept art.
By the way, it's great to see the test there on screen. That was
yeah,
the first time we saw it fire up. And again, that's not even at full pressure, right?
No, this was a partial test, and you can see just how at a partial pressure, this isn't 100%. It is still huge. If you think about the scale of that launch pad and the amount of water getting sprayed everywhere under what on the day of flight will be, 33 Raptors firing up to near full thrust there on the pad. I mean, it's just, the scale is absolutely incredible. I mean, we've seen test footage of deluge systems on like SLS's mobile launch mount. We've seen shuttles deluge, and we've seen the Saturn V. It's just these massive rockets, right? We see the deluge systems on there, and then Starship's getting its own. The scale is just, the amount of water getting moved around is mind-boggling if you really think about it. The scale of these of this technology to move that much water, it's much bigger than your tap in your bathroom, or it's a big engineering challenge to get this much water moving in those kind of directions, especially when you have to fight gravity with them as well. And you can see even the mist is reaching over the tank farm there as well. It's just absolutely incredible to see. Vigilante is asking here in chat. Did the covers on the booster quick disconnect mentioned this morning get removed? Personally, I'm not too sure. I don't know if we can get an angle of it.
It did. From my
Oh,
understanding,
it did.
It did.
Thanks, Sawyer. So yeah, that's Sawyer's answer to that. I can't add anything because I have to be honest. I might have been a little bit asleep when they were rolling Booster 9 out. So yeah.
What is the sleep that you speak of?
Yes, exactly. Jamie M asking, do we think that SpaceX will test the water deluge system with Booster 9 on the orbital launch mount? Trevor, this was answered a little bit earlier, but some new people have joined us. Do we know what the test schedule is going to be like?
No, SpaceX has not made any official comments on it, and Elon hasn't done a Twitter space yet, so unfortunately we don't have any official updates. However, we can definitely speculate that we haven't seen a full pressure test of the deluge system yet, so they'll definitely need to do that. And to me, it makes the most sense to do it when boosters on the pad, to get all of the data from the entire system up. And then the other thing is when they conduct the static fire of the booster, which is now currently expected to only be the 33 engine static fire. SpaceX will want to use the plate to keep the whole pad infrastructure safe. So yes, in my opinion, they will definitely test the deluge system with Booster 9 on the OLM.
And I do want to add, by the way, going back to the QD question, the QD hood is closed as expected for lifting operations. So, and also that's actually not Jake this time meowing.
Yeah, yeah. I have a furry friend under my feet at the moment. I'm gonna look through here for some more questions, but in the meantime, we've got a little bit more support over the last 10 minutes or so. Starting off with Multi-Space Industries gifting 1 Red Team membership. Thanks very much for that. And Neo becoming a Pad Rap member. And JC Davis with the 10 USD super chat saying that if this flight goes well, do you think the next pair will attempt a landing? And if so, what's the pair? Sawyer, do we think after this first flight that a landing is going to be on the cards, or are they going to wait a little bit longer until they try and bring a booster or a ship back?
I think we're still quite a few flights away from seeing a full-on landing test. I mean, again, we could see them possibly testing out some of the landing systems and doing the burns that would need to be done ahead of, say, the booster and the ship landing, which I believe most of those burns were already scheduled for the first integrated flight test. But considering the fact that we would still be having a booster that isn't fully tweaked yet, so I think the next booster that flies is going to have a lot more tweaks and improvements and things to it, even compared to 9. So I think they're going to want to test that, perfect that, and then they'll get to landing. Kind of like with Falcon 9, where they had it flying regularly, 2011, 2012. They were getting good at it, and then they finally started the landings in, I believe it was 2015 or 16. So
right at the end of 2015, and
yeah,
and it that was the first time that this has ever been done as well. So they were doing the math, writing the code, and testing it. They'd never done this before. With Starship, they now have all of their landings, like the hundreds of landings from the Falcon program, and they're able to apply that knowledge, that data, to the Starship program in order to bring the boosters and the ships back. And it's a really kind of, when you think about it, it's a really obvious curve of progression from Falcon 1, Falcon 9 and Heavy to now up to Starship. You can see the size of the rocket, just growing, and the experience and the knowledge being learned. It's just, it's quite clear how Falcon has really set the bedrock really for the Starship program to build off of. PT asking with another 10 USD super chat here. Thanks very much for that. Could SpaceX couple the interstage to booster with clamps as if it was a ship? That's actually kind of interesting. Trevor, what do you think on that? Could the interstage be like a faux ship skirt at the bottom, to kind of hook them together, or do you think they'll just weld it on top like all the other rings?
It seems unlikely to me, just because there's a lot of force that's going through that ring during flight and during stage separation. However, the stack did hold up very well during the first flight, so maybe it would be strong enough, but I still think it's just easier and probably more mass efficient for SpaceX to just weld the hot staging ring on top of the booster.
And with a $20 super chat, Bideford says, "Finally, enough likes to give Sawyer a free pun." There's another pun token for you in the punometer for you there, Sawyer.
The punometer. Ooh, I like that. That's a
Yeah.
it's a good name for it.
Ka-ching sound effect. Insert ka-ching sound effect here. Mikhail says, or asking, is there a height in the mega bay to install the hot stage adapter, Sawyer? I'm not sure. I'm not sure on the answer to this. Do you know? Because with the original high bay, the boosters, lifts and things, before they got the bridge cranes in, they had to, put a normal crane through the roof of the high bay. Now they have the mega bay. It's much bigger, and they're also building a second mega bay. Do we know if that's big enough to install the hot stage adapter? As it'll be another ring in height.
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, yeah, it's been kind of tight in there, but from my understanding is, you're already working on bigger, better buildings, as you can all see right there on that shot. So I'll bet you once the new building is complete, that will be definitely high enough to allow for it to be integrated into it. But as of now, it may just be something that has to be done out at the production site.
Cool. And Ryan, this isn't me, but someone else called Ryan. It's a good name. Has gifted one red team membership. Thanks very much for that. And Dr. Pork asking with a super chat, do you think that the plate would crack from thermal shock? Well, Trevor, the idea of the plate is that it ejects water at the top, so that the flames shouldn't really reach the plate, should they?
I suspect the flames still will. In the testing footage that SpaceX tweeted from a small section of the plates in McGregor with a single Raptor firing on it, the flame is still getting very close to the metal plate, and there may be a thin layer of steam or something between. You can't really tell. However, the idea of the plate is that it's cooled with water that's then going off and being evaporated. So it seems unlikely to me that it would crack. I suspect if there was any damage, it would be more just from the sheer thrust of the rocket than any thermal issues. But hopefully we'll find out in a few weeks with a static fire and then launch of the second Starship flight.
That's good. And Indulus has ran a super chat here with just a smiley face. Thanks very much for that. And Mr. Space asking, sorry, I'll throw this to you. Do we think that they'll use the FireX system, which was kind of their SpaceX's equivalent to the Rofies on the Space Shuttle SLS, Delta IV, etc.? Do we think they'll use the FireX system and the Daily system at the same time?
I think they will. The fact that we saw them testing it last night, testing the Deluge system, and the FireX system, and we've seen them working on the steel plate together. I don't see any downside to using that right now, because again, all the extra protection that you can get in terms of protecting the vehicle, protecting the pad, it can't hurt. So based off of the testing and the fact that there's not really a negative, I personally don't see why they wouldn't.
And another one here from Indulus asking, is it known what happened to the birds? Did the birds survive the first Deluge system test? I don't know. It's kind of hard to keep track of all of the different birds down in South Texas because there are many different birds flying around.
If you're asking
seem
about
to
the
get-
rain birds, they survived.
Thanks, Sawyer. But
You're welcome.
yeah, it's they all seem to get out of the way pretty quickly, which is good. And Aidan wrapping up the support here, saying, when will they do another test launch? Well, the next launch, Trevor, August. Do you think August is on the cards, or is September more realistic, or is it even later than that? What do you think?
I personally think August is way out of the window. There's so much testing and retrofitting to do on the booster, like we've been talking about for a lot of the stream. They have to conduct the 33 engine static fire of the booster, which, keep in mind, that did not go flawlessly on the last test campaign in Booster 7. So they could run into issues there. They have to continue testing the GSE with all of the changes that they've made to it. They have to install the hot stage ring and probably perform other retrofits on the booster that we haven't heard about yet. And then they have tile work to do on S25, and then do testing as a full stack. And we don't know about the status of the OLM. Like in the shot that we have on screen right now, you can still see damage to some of the tank shells on the propellant farm. So it's really hard to know how much of this do they need to repair before launch. But there's a lot of work to be done, and thinking that they'll launch in the next 5 to 6 weeks, in my opinion, is crazy. But hopefully I'm wrong. So as to a more realistic launch date, I'm still kind of thinking late October, early November. I don't know, part of me wants like October 21 launch, just because I feel like that's a good date. And it feels realistic to me, but September seems possible if everything goes well and smoothly in the test process. And then the other thing that I guess we haven't talked about yet is the regulatory issues, where the first launch had flight termination system problems, and Elon has said that that's going to be the long pole. So with all of these factors, I'm still leaning toward a October launch.
Sorry to interrupt you here, but I just want to point out that the stand clamps are now retracting away from Booster 9, so hopefully lift imminent.
Awesome.
keep
I was
an eye
done
on it.
anyway, Sawyer.
As I said earlier, it's very hot down there right now, so the heat haze doesn't help with trying to see fine movements and things like that. So, but once Booster Die is so big that once it properly gets going up and away under the power of the chopsticks, it will be quite noticeable. It's not raised at light speed or anything like that. They do take their time, and because they need to be careful that they don't knock anything on the way up, and need to be careful with it. But they also don't do it like 1 centimeter an hour or anything. It's not speedy, but it's also not snail's pace. It's a decent rate of ascent that SpaceX use with the chopsticks. And I'm gonna hit a couple of these quickly. Steve asking, do you think SpaceX will attempt to catch both booster and ship together when they get to that stage, or will they try one of them alone initially? That's with a $9.99 super chat. Sawyer, do we think that they'll try and start catching both the booster and the ship at the same time? Obviously not from the same chopsticks, because that wouldn't work. But do you think that the like the development of that system will begin at the same time, or will they try and nail down booster recovery before they nail ship recovery, or the other way around? What do you think?
That's a good question. I think they're probably going to do them individually first, and then eventually work their way up to getting both. But I think for them right now, the main priorities would be the that's a good question. Maybe the boosters, because you got the 33 engines. If you can reuse those, that's a big money saver. At the same time, you also have HLS coming up, so maybe working on the ship. Regardless, I think they would do them separately first, nail them each down, and then do it simultaneously. Just speculation.
That's good. Yeah. I mean, but a lot of the answers to these questions is just like, what's most logical? What do you think makes most sense? So, yeah, especially when they only have one set of chopsticks at the moment that is, has been proven to lift vehicles. They have the shortest set down at the Cape, but that's the Cape is not their testing facility, as Elon said in the February 2022 little event that they held at Starbase. Starbase is the testing ground for Starship. That's where all of the research and development is planned to take place. King Nomis II, or King Nomis 2, asks, why are the grid fins on the booster not in the same symmetry as on the Falcon 9 boosters? Trevor, I'll throw this to you, because on the Falcon 9, they're 90 degrees apart from each other, but they're not like that on the booster. Do we know why?
Yeah, Elon briefly talked about this in one of the interviews with Everyday Astronaut, I believe. Um, they needed more pitch control and less roll control, I'm pretty sure. So by slightly changing the angle between them, they were able to gain more pitch control, lose a little bit of roll control. So I believe that's the reason why. And then in the future, Elon's talked about them going all the way down to 3 grid fins, if I remember correctly. So, yeah.
Very interesting. And for anyone just joining us on the left, that slightly larger box, that is the bottom of Booster 9, the Super Heavy booster that's slated to fly the next integrated test flight of the Starship Super Heavy vehicle. You can see the Raptors there in the transport stand, and then the chines there in the top there. And on the right side, that's the top half of that booster, which is currently encapsulated by the chopsticks. And we've seen the clamps on the stand retracting, getting ready for that lift, and then down the road in the production site, just in the doorway of the high bay, we can see Ship 28 also potentially getting ready to do something. We also have some people on a crane there. I can't tell if they're moving or not because of the heat haze. It looks like they might be rising. I'm trying
From
to see.
my understanding,
Yes.
the Ship 28 is lifting.
Ship 28 is lifting.
Yeah, the lift at least there that you see is going up,
Oh,
so it's not the
yes.
haze. That's what I meant. Sorry. So
Yeah,
you're right.
that's what I thought. I was trying to gauge it off of the little truss structures they have on the side, and you can see them just slowly racing their way up to the height of the ship there. And so Ship 28 is doing some stuff down at the production site, but Booster 9 is also doing some stuff at the launch site. So everything's happening all at once today in Starbase with those 3 road closures. We are still inside of the second road closure, if I'm correct, which closes at 3 p.m. in the afternoon Central Daylight Time. And I'm going to hit a few more questions here. If you have any questions, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. This question from Michael is, does the deluge water system limit launch, recycle / hold ability? Now, Sawyer, I don't think this is like it's not cryogenic like the liquid oxygen and liquid methane, so there's no boil off with the water. So is it going to impact the ability to hold? Do deluge systems do that? Has the deluge system interfered with the hold ability of previous rockets? Do we know anything about that?
I mean, if you looked at everything at the shuttle pad, those tanks weren't super big, but those were all gravity based, and those were easy enough to replenish. This seems like a lot more water, and we're talking about down in Texas where things can get dry and hot. So I think that might be different here, but I think the biggest constraint, like you mentioned, would be more the cryogenics than the water. Although, again, prior to the last test, we did see a bunch of, or after the last test, we did see a bunch of pump trucks going out there. So we don't know if maybe that was trying to recycle some of it or to supply, whatever the case may be. But I don't think that would be as limiting as cryogenics, but could still be a factor.
And Nicholas is asking, do we think that the chopsticks are able to lift the ship high enough because of the extra ring, the extra hot staging ring that's going to be installed on top of Booster 9? Trevor, we've seen the ship quick disconnect raise up, but is there actually enough room for the chopsticks to lift the ship?
I'll be honest, I am not sure how much room was left when on the chopsticks when stacking like Ship 24 on top of Booster 7, but I would assume yes, else I suspect SpaceX wouldn't have gone for this as a solution. And the other alternative is they could also just lower the lifting points on the ship a little bit, but I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly how much room is they had to spare.
I also recall when Ship 24 was stacked atop B7 that they left a lot of space between the top of the booster and the bottom of the ship when the ship was rotated over
Yeah,
the
that's
top of the
true.
booster before lowering it. So, they can always, once they get more experience using the chopstick system, they can always shrink that gap down so they don't have to lift the ship so high above the booster in order to swing it across and not, drop it on the booster or something. I don't know. It'd be pretty hard
Yeah,
to
what
drop
I
it
also
anyway.
wonder is, do they take the ship all the way up to the top of the tracks and then rotate over? Or is it still, or before was it just take it up enough for, say, 5 meters of room and then swing over and lower? It would
Yeah.
be interesting to look at that.
Mm-hmm. Tommy's asking, is the entire launch area concrete? If not, is there a concern with soil erosion with all the water being released from the launch pad? Sawyer, I'll throw this over to you. There is a lot of concrete down at the launch site, but it's also kind of, it's in the dunes. It's at the beach. There's a lot of non-concrete around. There's some dirt, there's some sand as well.
Yeah, exactly. Again, directly under it, you have the concrete pad, which is a specialty type of concrete called fondag, which is meant to be more sturdy and be able to sustain higher heats and pressures, which we've seen Starship kind of exceeded those loads a little bit on the fondag, hence a lot of flying concrete. But yeah, the other concern is that around there you do have sand, considering it's right near the beach. There's dirt. You have the berm. Once you go over that berm, you've got more land. So I think it's something that they are taking into consideration. But if anything, I don't see it being terrible other than just adding water to the environment. As long as it's not already flooded from previous rains or anything, I don't see it being terrible. And they do have that pond right near there too. So
Yeah, there's the. I think we call it the reflection pond because if you're willing to get close enough to it, you can get some really cool sunrise shots with the vehicles reflecting the vehicles on the pad and then them reflecting in the pond. You can get some wonderful photos and things that can turn into metal prints and things like that.
and Alex making a good point in the back channel that a lot of it will also just turn into water vapor.
That is a good point. Yeah, because yeah, lots of energy. And there you go. This shot coming from what's essentially the middle of a field. That's Highway 4 down on the right, down where that road sign is. Just saw a car driving down there as well. So there you go. This is the kind of terrain that's around the launch site. Not the launch site itself. That is pretty much concrete and metal. But this is what is around at least this side of the launch site. The other side of the launch site is the beach and then the Gulf of Mexico. Alessio is asking, can any drone ship that SpaceX operates hold a landing Starship? Which is a good question, Trevor, because the drone ships were designed for Falcon 9. Do you think that a drone ship would be able to sustain a landing Starship? I'm thinking maybe once they get more confident with it, they try and land one on maybe Of Course I Still Love You in the Pacific Ocean.
So area-wise, it definitely can because the base of Falcon 9 with its landing legs lowered is actually larger than Starship's diameter. So there would be plenty of room on the drone ship. And thankfully, water is very heavy, so you could easily land a Starship that's only a few hundred tons on the drone ship. However, I don't think that will ever happen. I think SpaceX wants to avoid marine assets at all costs with the Starship program up until they have the launch ring or the launch ships from the ocean that they talked about a long time ago.
Noah is asking, why do you think that SpaceX chose Ship 25 instead of a newer Starship for Flight 2? So we were talking about this earlier. We have the bare ships of 26 and 27. One of those has now been sliced in half. Why do we think that Ship 25 was chosen? Because for a long time it's at Massey, so we thought it would just be a test article.
Right, but we've already seen major improvements, from my understanding, between Ship 24 and Ship 25. The chines are a little bit different on this one. You also have the electric TVC on Ship 25, so it's still highly upgraded. and I guess that gives them a chance to study it and then make any changes needed to ship 28 as they get ready for what will likely be the next ship to fly after this one.
And another hot staging ring question here from Alex, not our Alex, another Alex. Can they put the hot staging ring under the Starship for stacking? So that's interesting. Instead of welding the ring to the top of the booster on the pad, Trevor, do you think that they could clamp the ring to the bottom of the ship, lower the ship and the ring onto the booster, and then weld it together that way?
That seems unlikely to me. I think you don't want to be holding the entire ship in the air while you try to weld around it, because we've seen when SpaceX tries to stack ship on top of booster, they clear the pad, and they even close the road and beach, if I remember correctly. So that seems unlikely to me.
And I'm going to go through a little bit more of the support we've been getting over the last quarter of an hour or so here, because we've been getting a nice little bit here. CRS MIT, sorry if I pronounce it incorrectly, with the £2 super chat, one step closer to OFT2. And Space Geek is asking, what is the flag flying on the tower now and why? That is the Star Spangled Banner, the US flag, or the American flag. That was put up there in celebration of the 4th of July, which is their Independence Day. Richard, with the 20 Canadian, I believe that is. No matter how many times I see this, it is the craziest thing ever. I do have to agree, it's very big. And we also have Matthias getting a few items here off the store, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And thanks very much for that. Looks like you got that the lightning print that Max Evans caught, whilst the last Falcon Heavy, I think, was stuck in a storm at LC39A. Also bought a few more items off of the shop. Thanks very much for that. Looks like you went on a bit of a Metal Prince shopping spree there. And we also have Tank Watcher Vince saying go B9. Oh, and you got the new metal print there as well. I'm sure we'll look at that in a second. Tank Watcher Vince saying go B9. Taras Shevchenko, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, with 10 USD here, asking, do you think that SpaceX should, when they launch from Starship, do you think that they could catch it in Kennedy and then launch it with a different booster in Kennedy? Trevor, do you think that we'll see a Starship launch from Boca, land in Kennedy, and then launch again from Kennedy?
I guess the question is time frame. Like, eventually I could see SpaceX doing this once Starship has had tens or hundreds of thousands of launches and they know that it's safe. But in the near term, it's not worth the risk of flying over land, especially when Kennedy Space Center is already getting a build site at Hangar X, or not Hangar X, the SpaceX's site up there. I can't remember.
Roberts Road.
Roberts Road, that's it. Thank you, Sawyer.
Yep.
Guy saying, when plushie launch, I don't know if you mean launch the plushie literally into the air or like launch the plushie as in a new product, because the plushie is available for pre-order right now, shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
I think they meant in terms of people who have ordered it, which... yeah,
there's a... I believe it's in the warehouse. I'm not a store person. I think Adrian's probably the person to ask on this. But the plushies are coming. I've seen that update. So yeah, the plushies are coming.
Crispy tweeted about it the other day.
That's where I saw it. I was trying to think
chat.
where I saw it.
I'll spam it in chat.
There you go.
Thanks, his update. And he says, plushie production is complete and we're leaving the factory. Once they arrive at our warehouse, we'll start shipping orders. We expect this to be a couple of days. Existing orders will get first priority, but we still have a few available if you haven't ordered yours yet.
And I do see that it appears they have arrived at the warehouse, so hopefully that means that we should be getting them shipped out very soon. And as you heard, there are still a few available, so you can order that at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
And on your screen right now is the store. You can see we've still got the first Starship flight patches there. We've got that plushie there on the front page. We've also got some new, is it metal print or metal print? I'm not too sure. But there's definitely a new picture that Jack took earlier down at the production site as B9 Booster 9 was rolling out. A pretty cool shot there. And we also have the booster, another Booster 9 picture there from Jack, all available. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Some very cool stuff on the shop. New stuff as well. And the plushies which are on the way.
I gotta say, my favorite of the new ones personally is the one full speed ahead. It's a gorgeous shot. It's with the slightly darker background, the lights of the cars going by from the long exposure. It's great. You got to read his description on it too.
Paris asking with a $5 super chat, with so much water being pumped into the deluge system, will it even be possible to see Starship in the white cloud before it clears the launch tower? Sawyer, do we think that the deluge will obscure the vehicle, especially with steam and whatnot? I'm thinking back to like SLS, which has a lot of deluge, but we still saw it as it launched, but also it has a flame trench. So
yes,
yeah. There's some differences here.
Yeah. So, you also SLS was 4 RS-25 engines as opposed to 33 Raptor engines. I do just want to point out, but yeah, I mean, there's still going to be some obscuring of the vehicle. I feel like there has to be. You've got 33 engines firing, and the water will create a lot of steam. I just don't think it's going to obscure as much of the vehicle as we saw during the first integrated flight test.
And we also, speaking of metal prints earlier, we have loads of SLS and Artemis metal prints also available on the shop from not only the launch of Artemis 1, but also whilst it was rolling out to the pad. And there you go. This is one of Jack's new metal prints. This is what I was talking about just before. Booster goes for a walk metal print. That is Booster 9 with the sunrise. Kind of looks kind of deserty there in South Texas. And then this long exposure photo of the booster sitting at the gate of the production site.
It is such an amazing shot.
I love that one.
And you can see the lights of the cars and other vehicles that have passed in front of it there, streaking across the front of the frame. That's a really cool photograph, which you can put on your wall at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. There you go. Just incredible image. Jack's doing a great job out there at the moment at Starbase.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that some of the purchase price does go back to the photographer as well. So you're supporting not only NASA spaceflight, but whoever took the picture.
And cool. Adrian would probably want us to say that there's a last chance section of metal prints, so there are 9 prints up that will not be on the shop for much longer. I don't know when they're coming down, but if you want them, probably want to get them soon.
There you go. That's the last chance section there. We've got some wonderful sunrise/sunset images of Starship there. Got some lifting Starships as well, and we also have with the water there as well. I really like that, and the stars in the background. Wonderful image here as well. All of these available, as we've been saying. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. These are the last chance metal prints, which you can get right now. And if you, when we're live, if you get something off the shop, you can actually leave a message and we can read it in the rest of our support queue, which I'll keep going through here. So if you want to leave us a message as well, that's another way to do it, through a merch message. Joe saying that spent the last few days with my son hanging around Starbase. As cool as watching the videos can be, it cannot convey how immense these rockets are. Adrian was kind of reiterating that when he went down to Starbase for the first orbital test flight. And it's just that, you know, you can cover this stuff as media from home, but nothing really prepares you for the scale of the boosters and the ships. And I hope personally one day I get to see this in the flesh, because, you know, we can tell you that they're 9 meters wide, but you don't really understand it unless you're standing in front of it or underneath it, pretty much, with a booster, because they're just so big. And that's a message that has been conveyed by every single person that has ever visited Starbase. The scale of these vehicles is just incredible. And we also have this support here from Richard. Thanks very much for that. And a super chat here. September launch, 9:25 on 9:25, using the US date system, the 25th of September, for Booster 9 and Ship 25. Maybe that can happen. Unfortunately, it wasn't Booster 4 and Ship 20 on the 20th of April. But there you go. Maybe it will happen with Ship 25 and Booster 9. And we have 5 Red Team memberships being gifted here. Thanks very much for that. I'm going to get back to some more questions here as well from everybody. If you're just joining us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. If you have a question, I'll try throw it to me, Sawyer, Trevor, maybe someone in the back channel will know. We'll try to get all of your burning questions answered here as well. So just throw them into chat, tag us, and we'll bring it into the queue here, and we'll work through answering them.
We'll also answer questions that aren't about engines, so non-burning ones.
Thanks, Sawyer.
You're
At
welcome.
least you used up the token now.
There you go. Pun token done. There you go.
Hey.
It's been dispensed in the register. Antics asking, why doesn't SpaceX use seawater as deluge? Everything in Starbase is affected by sea air anyway, and it's very easy to pump to the site or build a desalination plant to get fresh water on site. Trevor, have we seen any indications that they're going to be using seawater? Because at least the way I understood it is that if you don't want salt in sensitive plumbing and engineering, right? It's not really your friend because it corrodes, and it's just not nice.
Yeah, I certainly haven't seen any indications of it, and it seems not worth the risk at all, like you were saying. Yeah.
Especially with that steel plate, we saw, the holes on the side where the water was going to be flowing through was about the size of a dinner plate. Okay, you can get a bit of water through there, but you also, salt water is just horrible to work with. If you go for a swim in the sea, it's horrible. Get it in your eyes, or worse, you accidentally. It's just horrible to work with.
Yeah, and keep in mind the plan eventually is to reuse parts of the vehicle, including the engines. Last thing you want is to load up your engines with salt water and then have to bring them back, process them and all that, and then desalinate that as opposed to, as opposed to just cleaning them up. So it's easier to desalinate water beforehand than it is to get rid of it after it's already embedded inside your engines.
And they've scaled down Raptor 2 from Raptor 1. It no longer looks like a crazy Christmas tree. The plumbing's a little bit neater, but still very fine engineering done to squeeze out every bit of performance with these Raptor 2s, and you don't want salt getting in your way. Your day will not end. You will not end the day with a smiley face if you get salt or corrosion inside of your Raptor 2s.
Yeah, and on this note, while we are waiting for the booster to be lifted, the LR 11,000 is being lowered at the build site, so that's some good news for ship movement.
You can see it.
That is the crane, by the way, for those who are unaware.
Yeah, that is the crane. You can see just slowly coming down there on the right side of your screen. Left side, we're still sticking with Booster 9, which we're still awaiting to lift. We're going live just over an hour now, so thanks everybody who's tuned in and is sticking with us. There's about just over 54 minutes left in today's road closure. Or I say today's road closure, in this second road closure today. So used to there just being one road closure a day. There's three road closures today, and there's another one this evening from 10 p.m. Central Time to 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, the 21st. This one, as you might have guessed, concludes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Central Daylight Time. This current one, which is in effect, that went into effect at 12:30 in the afternoon, just past midday. Ricky asking here, now that the ship quick disconnect has been moved higher, is ship, I'm going to assume that you mean ship 28 there and not ship 8, because I'm pretty sure ship 8 is no longer going to be flying. Is ship 28 going to be able to integrate with the ship QD at the new height? Sawyer, they're going to need to put a new ring in there in order for it to reach, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they'll have to add a new ring, but keep in mind the OLM, everything you've got slightly lifted there to be able to reach that. So it's a minor modification, I think, in the grand scheme of things, especially considering the work that's already been done out at the pad.
And Luca asking, do you think that we'll see the a booster hop to test a catch? Trevor, this was, I feel like this was kind of a rumor or a theory going around a couple of years ago, especially when we were seeing the ships fly by themselves. for those first kind of test flights. But do we expect to see any boosters fly without a ship on top for test catches, or are they just going to integrate them into the normal test flights?
They're just going to integrate them into the normal test flights. As much as I would love for this to happen, at this point, if you lose a booster, you would rather that the booster just place satellites into orbit and then you lost it instead of just losing the booster without having done that. So now that they're this far into launching, it's just easier to integrate it into the flight profile. So hopefully we see that on, I don't know, maybe 4th or 5th flight is my guess if they start testing catching.
Tap is asking, when do we expect to see Raptor 3s? That new engine, that new upgrade that Elon and SpaceX have been tweeting about, which hit 350 bar of pressure, I believe, a couple months ago in a McGregor test. When do we think we'll see them on the orbital launch mount? Sawyer, I believe it was probably about a year between development and actually seeing them at Starbase for Raptor 2. Do you think we'll see that for the next upgrade of the Raptor?
I think that's probably a safe bet in terms of at least seeing them make their way to Starbase. As for the actual flight themselves, I think it's not so much time related as it is what booster ship combination we're on. So I think as they get further into flight testing and are aware of the vehicle dynamics and how they respond with the already powerful Raptor 2s, I think once we add the Raptor 3s in and they can basically pre-estimate that extra performance boost, knowing more about the vehicle, then I think they'll start integrating it. So if I had to guess, I probably would think that we would see them, I don't know, I'd say 2 years more likely.
Mart's, it's got those dot things on top. I'm not very good with my linguistics, as you might have guessed. Mark Eric Martin, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, could they go with a similar approach to the Saturn V, where the interstage, in Starship's case, the hot stage ring, would separate from the ship and the booster, kind of both ends? Trevor, I'll throw this to you, because between the first and second stage of the Saturn V, during the separation sequence, the first stage would fall away. Then I believe the second stage would light some kind of vernier kind of separation motors, and then the middle ring would fly away. Do you think we could see something similar to that with Starship?
I mean, it would work. However, the whole point of the Starship program is to be rapidly reusable. And if you have to make a new ring for every launch, that kind of goes against the point of the program. So I see this definitely not happening. It's very unlike SpaceX to do something like that.
Everything they want to be able to reuse as much of the vehicle as possible, which is why they started recovering the first stage of Falcon 9 in the first place. In Falcon 9, it returns with its own interstage. That black bit on top of booster of the Block 5 Falcon 9 boosters, that's the interstage. So that's what conceals the Merlin vacuum on the second stage, or that horrible stubby MVAC that we see on some of the lower performance missions now from Falcon 9.
By the
You
way,
can
I do
argue
just want
amongst
to point
yourselves
out,
if you think it's ugly.
I do want to point out something in that we are seeing a lot more activity going on. It looks like right near the base of the orbital launch mount and at the pad area. We've seen some people walking around. There's been some vehicle movement. I don't know what that says about when the lift will happen, but I just figured it was worth noting at this point.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing it every so often. I've just seen someone, dart across the frame in front of the truck or something. I think someone might have just got out of that truck in the bottom right. I'm not too sure. Misty asking, how long does moving the booster onto the pads usually take? So Trevor, how long does it normally take for the booster to lift off of its transport stand, go up in height a little bit, rotate across, and then get lowered and fit checked back down?
I think generally it's on the order of an hour. It really depends. Sometimes it's way quicker than other times, and it just depends. Are they happy with the alignment the first time, or do they need to lift back up, realign? But roughly on the order of an hour.
Yeah, we've seen it as short as 45 minutes previously with Booster 7, and just acknowledging there are people on the actual orbital launch mount itself.
Or I think that might be the transport mount. Or transport
Or the
stand, I'm
transport,
not sure.
the base
There
there.
you go. There
Yeah.
you go. You can see it. Just
The transport stand,
hiding.
excuse me, yeah.
Yeah, hiding behind the shine there on Booster 9. There's somebody there who looks like they got something in their hands. I'm not sure whether they might be like hooking up like a rope or a cable to like guide Booster 9 off of the stand. You know, whilst they lift it with the chopsticks, there's some people around the base of the transport stands that kind of guide the booster out of that stand there. Because there's also someone on the right side of our, from our perspective anyway, someone climbing up there now, and it looks like they've got a cable hanging off their back there, and also potentially a sandbag or some kind of weight there. So it looks like they could be hooking up there to balance out the booster as they lift it. At least that's what I'm assuming from seeing there. Because yeah, on the left side, you see the guy over there on the left side now climbing up the ladder. I think I can see a cable dangling over the side there. So that's probably what they're hooking onto the bottom of the booster now. So that is I'm going to say that's indicating that we're probably going to be seeing a lift soon, considering that they're hooking on the lines to balance it.
This is one of the shots that just does an amazing job of giving scale on how enormous this rocket is. Like, those people are probably roughly 6 feet tall, and they look like ants next to Booster.
Yeah, it looks like you can see them right now more so with tool bags that they're bringing up there. And I think it's also worth noting as well that Booster 9 has not yet been on the orbital launch mount. This was its first lift attempt with these chopsticks onto the OLM. So it may be just getting the kinks worked out, fine-tuning little things ahead of this first lift, and that it will likely go much faster and smoother if they have to, which I would say is likely, destack and stack again.
Brenton is asking, why didn't SpaceX use a flame trench, which would be cheaper, instead of a complex steel plate that shoots water? Well, Brenton, I'm going to break it to you. That's kind of the question everybody was asking after the first test flight, when we saw concrete flying everywhere. You know, Das did that near hour-long video when he literally used a pressure washer on a concrete simulant to like showcase what actually happened with the pressure and everything. That video's on the channel if you want to go and see it. I'll kind of, you know, that's a deep dive into the first flight of Starship. But you know, Sawyer, I'll throw this to you. We've seen flame trenches on pretty much every major rocket ever, right? Why did SpaceX not do it? Why did they not? Because early renders showed a flame diverter. Why did they not do it?
That's $1 million question there. That's something as a shuttle fan I've been trying to figure out for a long time. I guess for the number of engines they have, maybe they thought that it would be more damaging to the internals of a flame trench, but I don't actually know for sure. As we've seen, they thought that it would be okay based off of the static fires to just use the concrete. Now we have the steel plate, which hopefully will help and will work. I think it is a viable option, but I don't know why they didn't go with that in the first place. Although, I gotta say, Booster 7 did give them a flame trench option after it launched.
Yeah, it did kind of dig out the hole at the start of the flame trench for them. I think maybe the water table might be a little bit. I'm not a professional on water tables or the water table at Starbase, but I think it might be a bit too high for a proper trench to be dug. Because if you note at the Kennedy Space Center, the 39A, 39B, they have them huge concrete ramps, right? And then that's where the flame trench goes, because the Florida water table is famously not very deep. It's pretty much at ground level. That's why there's them huge concrete mounds which were built for first the Saturn family and then the shuttle, and now on 39A we have the Falcons and Starship, and Starship uses its own mount, and then on 39B we now have SLS. So that's kind of why they were built up to that height, because of the water table. So maybe that has something else to do with it. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert, as I said, on water tables. So just kind of throwing random ideas out into the universe here. You can see people now on top of the transport stand itself, wandering around. It looks like that guy there looks like he just pulled something, maybe a old leaf stick, maybe. I don't know, some random FOD on the booster.
I should point out, by the way, I did see someone in chat say going from water table issues to adding a water table underneath the booster.
I guess you could kind of argue that the steel plate is a bit of a table filled with water until it ejects it out the top. That kind of upside down shower head method. I can see a solid argument there. It's a good comment. Jonas, sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly, asking, is the OLM ready for future iterations of the Raptor engine? Well, Trevor, I think that the future versions of the Raptors may just have to the launch mount may just kind of have to cope with the future generations of Raptors, because they're going to be the same size, because they still need to fit under the booster, right? So do you think more power would warrant a switch in the launch mount?
I doubt it. I mean, the OLM itself seems to have held up very well from the first Starship launch. But what I'm not sure about is I think he's getting at all of the lines that they have for spinning the outer engines, if it would be compatible with future versions of Raptor, to which I have no idea, but the retrofit probably wouldn't be that complicated.
Trying to pronounce this, I'm not too sure. Epnode, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Could they test now the interstage without welding it? They would throw the vehicles into the oceans anyways. Well, Sawyer, I think they kind of need to weld the ring onto the booster. If not, it'll just fall off, will it not?
I mean, yes. I think they're talking more about using like a clip system or something else instead for this.
I wasn't too sure, so I thought I'd just throw you the question and you can, answer it however you pleased.
Yeah, it just lifts off and all of a sudden the ship and the ring just collapse. No. I think they would have to weld it, or at least use whatever system they're planning to use going forward, because otherwise you're not getting as much data. It may work, let's say, with the clips, but once you add the welds, or if you add the weight to it, or something shifts, then you're not getting the proper data to say, okay, this is something that will work going forward, or, we need to change XYZ for the next flight.
I am dumb123 asking, if boosters land on the OLM, do you think the water deluge system will be turned on? Well, Trevor, the boosters aren't exactly going to be landing on the launch mount, are they? They're going to be recovered in a unique manner, shall I put it?
Yeah, so the boosters will be landing near the OLM on the chopsticks on the tower, but the chopsticks will be rotated like 90 degrees, maybe a little bit more away from the OLM, so it won't be landing on top of that. So the OLM will hopefully be in no risk of being damaged, and therefore you won't need the water deluge system on. That said, it will be interesting if SpaceX does install any concrete or other protections of where the boosters will be landing to help reduce the chance of completely destroying pad infrastructure and having a concrete tornado again, but that's a problem for the future.
I'm going to run through a couple more bits of support here. Just come into the queue. E-Moon, thanks for gifting 5 red team memberships to people who've just been watching the stream. We don't get to choose, or the people who gift the memberships don't get to choose who they go to. They go to the people who've been watching the most. So if you watch us and enjoy our content, then there's a good chance that the gifted membership could be coming your way. And we also have another red team membership being gifted here as well. Running through these here. Dean, with a 30 USD super chat. Thank you very much for that, Dean. Asking, how long do we think until the static fire campaign? Will it be a slow start, or they go straight up to 33 engines? Also, keep up the great work. Thanks very much, Dean. Sawyer, I'll throw this to you. In your personal opinion, do you think that they're going to get a slow, progressive static fire start, maybe a couple Raptors, 3 Raptors, 6 Raptors, 13 Raptors, maybe the inner ring, and then all the way out to 33? Or do you think that SpaceX are going to try and gun it straight to all 33 engines firing under Booster 9?
My thought would be that they're going to start it slow, just so, again, they can make sure everything's working. And if they need to then take it off and make adjustments to the other engines, they can. I don't know if maybe they skip the spin prime and go straight for the first static fire, maybe. But regardless, I think they will have to start slow. But I don't think it's going to be as slow as we saw with Booster 7. I think it'll be a little bit quicker, maybe jumping to, like you mentioned, a single ring, then the 14, then the 33.
Michael has left a store message saying thanks for your efforts. You're very welcome, Michael. We'll just wait to see what the card says you got. You got the patch, the first integrated flight test patch there. There's still a few of them lying around, so if you want to pick one up before they leave the shop.nasaspaceflight.com. That's from the first flight. Blaine has become a Red Team member. Thanks very much for that. And we also have Jeff gifting 1 Red Team member to somebody else in the chat. Thanks very much for that. I'm going to look through here for some more questions. If you're just joining us over the last 15 minutes or so, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. Put your questions in the queue, and we'll do our best to answer them. I'm joined by Sawyer and Trevor for the last nearly hour and a half whilst we're waiting for, or we're anticipating Booster 9 to lift off of its transport stand to be placed onto the orbital launch mount as it prepares for the second integrated flight test of Starship. I'll look through here for some more questions real quick, so make sure you get them into the chat.
Yeah, sorry, I've been loading up the question queue, but there's currently a cat on my lap, making it difficult to reach the mouse.
But can the cat catch the mouse?
Oh, he has with my mouse before, that's for sure.
Lee is asking, can Booster 9 be placed onto the OLM with all of the scaffolding on the OLM? Trevor, I'll throw this to you, because obviously they've been working on the pad after the first integrated flight, but I'm pretty sure if they're preparing to lift the booster, they can place the booster on the pad.
Yeah, I believe we've seen a booster on the pad before with a bunch of scaffolding. Not to mention SpaceX, if I remember correctly, has been beginning to remove some of the scaffolding from the inside of the OLM and around it, so almost certainly.
And Mark has another question here asking, are the winds okay for a lift? Sawyer, I don't think we have exact wind limits, but of course if it's too windy it will be too dangerous to lift the booster, won't it?
Correct, yeah. It's obviously nowhere near as strict as, say, a launch window, where you also then have to factor in upper level winds and things like that. But for the lift, it doesn't seem super windy out there today. You know, it's breezy, it's Texas, right along the Gulf Coast, but it doesn't seem like weather would be an issue at the moment. And as you can see there in that shot, gorgeously clear skies.
Yeah, the weather right now from nextspaceflight.com/Starship. I think whenhop.com might still work. Let me just see. Yes, it does. Whenhop.com, nextspaceflight.com/Starship says it's a clear sky with 14 knots at the moment, nearly 36 degrees Celsius, 96.5 Fahrenheit, which is 24 kilometers an hour, 14 miles per hour, or nearly 15 miles per hour winds there. So, you know, it's breezy, but it's not too windy. It's not, you know, it's not hurricane force winds down there. And we're also seeing some other weather data indicating potentially kind of in the same region, 10 to 18 perhaps, or 10 to 18 gusts and around the same average winds around, 10 to 14 knots. So there you go.
And very unofficial, the flag is flapping.
Yeah, that is a good indication of wind speed and kind of direction, even though, you know, it is tied to that side of the tower, so it will be flapping in that direction, I guess, because of physics. 84 Engineer is asking, will there be a larger Starship in the future? Now, Trevor, we've seen on Human Landing System documents from NASA indicating a depot Starship, which will be kind of like a stretched Starship. Do we have any other ideas about expanding Starship?
Yeah. So, right, Elon has mentioned several times about extending the ship a little bit, adding more fuel to it, and then adding 3 other Raptor engines. He's talked about this for years, but so far we haven't seen anything. And then also, it's likely that as SpaceX flies more and more, they'll add a little bit of more tankage to the booster, especially with more powerful Raptor 3 engines in the future, or Raptor 4 and beyond. So those are the planned upgrades eventually, but right now SpaceX's goal is to just get a ship into orbit, start being able to launch Starlink V2 full-size satellites, and then they'll start worrying about all of that. And then longer term, Elon has talked about the 18-meter version of Starship, but that's, in my opinion, many decades out.
Would you say that would be the elongated version?
Oh,
Ooh, ooh. And the viewers
it would
start
be elongated.
plummeting. Yeah. Thanks, Sawyer.
It's been 30
I
minutes,
feel
so
okay. I was actually thinking about this the other night, and I'd like to get chat's input on this as well, because I was thinking back to, the 1960s, like the Boeing 737 and the 747. The 747 really kind of revolutionized air travel, right? It made air travel, or long range air travel, kind of accessible to the everyday person, right? Starship is kind of going to also do that. So I'm not sure whether Starship, being kind of our analog for the 747 in aviation and spaceflight, right? As we see some people in a cherry picker near the top of the booster. Do we think that Starship is going to be the biggest rocket we ever see? Because the 747, that kind of scale of aircraft, is kind of the biggest passenger aircraft we ever saw. Or do we think that we're actually going to see rockets bigger than Starship? Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you first. What do you think? Do we think that we're going to get a kind of like the rise in the scale of rockets will eventually plummet?
here's my thought. Like you mentioned, the 747 was the biggest for a while for passenger jets. Then came the A380. So this class of super heavy planes was this big trend upward, and then all of a sudden the airlines realized, wait, we can't fill all of these planes. So a lot of the airlines that are currently flying them are starting to retire them. I think that would be the case if you try and go bigger than what you already have currently with Starship. So at least for non-interplanetary or non-inter-solar system or galaxy travel, if you're talking just within the planets, let's say in the solar system, I think Starship, it's safe to keep it at the size that it is. So no Starship heavy kind of deal. But
Yeah.
I think there wouldn't be the demand needed at that point, personally.
I personally slightly disagree with that because for the airplane model, right, the whole reason why it switched was because you were able to develop these smaller aircraft that were equally as efficient that, could take you from your local airport to the local airport of where you want to go. So then these big hub airports kind of no longer needed these massive flights between them. But with rockets, when you're going all the way to Mars, you just want to launch as much as you can all the way to Mars. So in my opinion, we'll definitely see larger rockets up until you reach some practical point of they're way too loud that they have to be launched from the middle of the ocean or whatever.
Yeah.
Return of
Thinking
Sea
to,
Dragon?
Yeah, thinking of the Sea Dragon, of the concept there, that the amount of force going to come out of that rocket proposal, if you don't know, was that they were literally going to tow it to the middle of the ocean so far away that nobody could really hear it from the land, and they wouldn't need a deluge system or a power protection system because the ocean would be their launch pad, and the only thing in the way would be water to cushion all of that energy. So yeah, it's a very interesting model to kind of put them side by side and see their similarities, but also their differences, because these Starship especially, there's been kind of rumors that the military might be looking at it to land military assets in remote locations. Starship kind of might be able to land in pretty much anywhere that has a concrete pad. Sorry, I don't know if you have anything else to add on that, but compare it to like a 747 or an airplane. It needs like a several thousand meter long runway. Starship lands vertically. It can just land on a pad, on a concrete pad. Anyway, that's my thinking.
But
anyway,
we've seen concrete already be destroyed by certain Raptor engines as well. So you would need somewhere that's able to support that. And also, once it's landed vertically, you need equipment that will be able to then take it and either lower it horizontally for travel or refuel it and then prepare it for launch again. So you have to have that ground infrastructure, kind of like how the shuttle had the demate devices at Edwards and at KSC to actually get the space shuttle off of the back of the 747 to then prepare it again to lift off from a normal pad.
Chloe has a good point here in chat, saying that Starlink ensures that there is an infinite demand for launch capacity. That's why Starship is so huge. Trevor, I don't know if you have anything else to add on to that, because at some point the Starlink network is going to have a sustainable number of satellites in it. Of course, they'll need to replace satellites as they get older, but surely it's not going to be like every day launching a batch of Starlink. Surely it's going to end at some point, right? Or at least slow down to the point where it's not the only thing sustaining the Starship program. Or at least that would be my assumption.
Yeah, I definitely think that's fair, but also at some point SpaceX will probably start launching Starlink satellites into lunar orbit, Martian orbit, but that's way, way down the line, so yeah. But you're right, though, that it has created essentially infinite demand right now, and I think Starlink is the main reason why Falcon 9 is as successful as it is right now, because they've had these missions where they can keep launching boosters, they can keep testing things and taking slightly more risk than they would on a customer mission. So it's been a great opportunity for SpaceX.
Jim Lads, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, says Starship is like the Model T, Jeep, and the F-150 all in one. So like the origins of the automobile all the way through to the Jeep and the F-150. It is kind of like that launching off point. It's kind of it's a bit weird to think that all of the rockets we've got used to at this point are kind of being, if Starship really is the next age of rocketry, these huge rockets, everything that's been done before is kind of, you know, on a tiny scale compared to what Starship is planning to do to make life multiplanetary. It's just a strange thought to have.
You gotta start somewhere.
You're exactly right. You got to start somewhere, and you think even to the small sat launches in development and launching right now, like Electron and Firefly, ABL, Relativity before they stopped Terran 1. They're tiny compared to this. But you're right. You've got to start somewhere. I'm going to pull this from Noah saying Starship will likely be the largest lift vehicle for a while, but never doubt human engineering. We did see how the 747 got dwarfed by the A380 and the Antonov 225. And that's right. I feel like there will always be the potential to build a larger rocket, but whether that larger rocket is commercially viable is another question. Especially when we think about things like NASA and their government contracts, I wouldn't say SLS is the most commercially viable launch vehicle ever, but Starship, in order to survive, is what it's kind of planning to be. Sawyer, throw you into this as well. That's the point, especially with reusability. It makes it commercially viable for profit, because that's how the world works.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's everything is basically going to be money driven in terms of supply and demand, honestly. So I think that will dictate the size of future vehicles and the use of future vehicles. Is the space tourism game going to be enough? Or will there be enough people willing to pay, depending on what the cost is, to go up? I'm sure, obviously, with more people, it's going to be a lot cheaper, but I think that's going to be the big factor. Kind of, again, like the current day models of 747 and A380. Back in the day, that was what you had until you had these narrow body long range jets like 787s and A350s.
A couple questions here. I'm just trying to filter through them here. Space Tech is asking what happens with Booster 9. I'm not quite sure what that means, but Trevor, I don't know if you just want to give us a quick overview of what Booster 9 is up to at the moment, what we've seen over the last hour or so, and what we expect to see soon, hopefully.
Yeah, sure. So we are hoping to see Booster 9 get lifted onto the orbital launch pad. This will be the first time that a booster is on the orbital launch pad since the first integrated flight test back in April. So we're waiting for the booster to be lifted. Right now, they seem to be in some sort of hold and while they're doing work on the booster, because we saw preparations begin, and now they seem to be all around the booster doing stuff, which hopefully is a good sign that they're getting ready for lift, but we are not sure. So if they proceed with the lift, we will see the clamps retract on the OLM and on the transport stand, and then it will be slowly lifted up and then swung over and placed on the orbital launch mount, where they will conduct a bunch of align checks and fit checks and all of that. Yeah, and then meanwhile, earlier we also saw Ship 28 is slowly getting prepared to leave the high bay. So there is a lot going on at Starbase today.
Busy, busy day indeed. 3 road closures in one day. You can't believe it, except you have to, because it's what we're seeing before our very eyes right now. There you go. You can see the ship there with another crane there with some people on top and a forklift in front of our there we go. You can see
The
ship
photo
28.
bomb.
Yeah, before we were rudely interrupted by someone driving a telehandler down Highway 4. Question here asking, do you think Starship will always hold the record for the most thrust of any rocket, or do you think a vehicle in the foreseeable future will beat it? Sawyer, well, none of the other vehicles kind of being developed right now look to be able to beat Starship, which beat SLS and the Saturn V. So, I don't know, do you think we'll eventually see a rocket which will outsize Starship?
If I had to guess, it would be a different SpaceX vehicle.
Yeah.
Kind of like we saw, again, like you said, Falcon 1, Falcon 9, then came Falcon Heavy, and now we have Starship. That would be the natural progression, I think, if we do see anything bigger. And now the question, though, regarding the most thrust, that's interesting. I think that will continue to increase as they improve the Raptor engines, of course, with V3 coming soon. Then I think it's also going to be different once you're talking about where you're launching from. Are you launching from Earth? Are you launching from the Moon, from Mars? That's also going to change the amount of thrust needed, so you may see a rocket with more thrust, say, that's meant for a return from the surface of Mars.
Very cool. I'm going to look at this question quickly from Daz, not our Das, D-A-Z, asking, what do you think the success rate will be for the first time catch of a booster with the chopsticks? Trevor, I'll throw this one to you. Do you think that they'll stick a landing with the chopsticks first time, or like Falcon 9, do you think it will take several attempts?
So, my answer to this question may be somewhat annoying. In my opinion, they're not going to try to catch a Falcon 9 a Starship booster until they are quite confident that they could do it, because it is a large risk to the other launch infrastructure. So I'm going to be optimistic and say that they will catch it, but that they're going to do a lot of testing beforehand, which very could result in failures. So yeah.
Are you thinking like water landings to test the ability to like nail down a precise coordinate with the booster first?
Yeah, something like that, and then do, I don't know, maybe just a few miles off the shore, have some fake communication with the launch tower, and just make sure that the chopsticks are able to move at the right rate, that the booster is able to hold its position well enough, and then once they have nailed all of that down, go in for a catch attempt.
So maybe thinking like trick the chopsticks into, or the chopsticks receive data that's, like 5 kilometers skewed. So if they're just like making numbers up here, but say the booster was skewed 5 kilometers offshore, and then the chopsticks thinks that the booster is on top of it, so they can kind of react to each other. Is that what you're kind of thinking?
Yeah, I could see them trying to do a test like that, or even just simulating data like that, just something to increase confidence in the whole system, because it's a lot of launch infrastructure that you're risking trying to catch a booster.
That is very true. especially with the size of the booster. I'm gonna get this question real quick. But Sawyer, you able to quickly just go through some of the super chats we've been getting?
Yes, Jake has left, so I can take a look. Let's see. We have a question here from, I love the name, Thad to the Bone. Is there more to the hot stage section than the metal ring as a spacer? With landing legs works as a spacer instead of a full metal ring, doing double duty as landing legs and hot stage. I feel like there would be some concerns of some burn through potentially. I don't know what you think, Trevor, but my concern would be if things get super hot in there, which they're going to, considering you're blasting your engines basically up to full thrust, that if anything goes wrong and your legs get melted or bent or out of shape, that could cause problems.
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me answer the first part of this question. Is there more to the hot stage section than the middle ring? Yes, we believe that there will. They'll have to have some sort of protection for the top dome, because you don't want to fire engines at that and melt holes into it. That would not be good for landing. And then, yeah, I think the landing legs would be way too weak and not good enough at transmitting the thrust from booster to the ship. And like you said, Sawyer, you kind of want your landing legs to be in good shape for a landing.
Minor detail there, right?
Yeah, not to mention, we still have not seen any landing leg design for Starship since, SN15s with its little stubby legs that wouldn't work with their
It's like
current
crush
design.
core things. They're not reusable, are they?
No.
No, definitely not.
And
The
then
crush
that
is
kind
real.
Yeah, that goes against the entire point of the program. So they were very much experimental little leg stubby things there. So yeah, and we also had 5 red team memberships being gifted as well, and then another 5 red team memberships being gifted. Thank you very much for those. And a super chat here from Vuex, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, can a booster hover and then land on the chopstick arms with 3 engines? Sawyer, I think the animations we've seen show 3 engines for a boost back burn, mate. I'm not sure. Or a landing burn. Do we know? Do we have any specific numbers from Elon or SpaceX on that just yet?
I believe the original plan was that for the landing burn, if I recall correctly. I think the big question in terms of can it hover? I think it can hover a little bit, but we're not talking too long. Because keep in mind, that whole time that it's hovering, it is firing the thrust and the heat and all that from 3 Raptor engines, if that's the case there. So the longer you hold that, say, over the chopsticks, that's going to start burning the chopsticks and could cause problems down the line. Or, again, the ground infrastructure if you keep it holding there that long. So it's possible, I think. It'll probably hover there for a few seconds, but I don't see them going much longer than that.
I am actually curious now if it can hover on 3 engines, because each Raptor produces 230 tons or so of force, and if each one has a minimum throttle setting of roughly 50%, that's 345 tons of thrust on 3 engines. And it seems like the booster would have a mass of less than 345 tons during landing, but I would have to think about it more and make better assumptions.
Yeah, with much of the fuel drained, it is absolutely going to be lighter, which should help make it easier.
Yeah, and Alex in our back channel makes a good point that being able to hover is not the same thing as being precise. Like, you'll see many Falcon 9 landings which can't hover nail the center of the bullseye, so there is a lot more to the system.
Yeah. I'm also thinking if they need to use less engines, like 2 or even 1 engine for that kind of hovering maneuver, if they want to do it that way, they'll also need to offset the thrust. They'll need to angle the engine like they did with the early Starship prototype flights, right? Because if not, you'll have a vehicle that starts tipping over because your thrust will be offset from your center of mass. especially as the fuel starts to be drained. So yeah, just another interesting point to note on the recovery method there. Noah with a store message. Thanks for purchasing off the store. Big props to everyone at the NSF team. Thank you very much. You've pre-ordered the plushie, the 22-inch tall full stack plushie, which you can also pre-order right now from the shop. Andrew with a £10 super chat. Thanks very much for that. Canadian $20 from Richard. Thanks very much for that as well. Musical Walls, very common name in chat, saying SN8 through 15 didn't blast concrete, so concrete pad for a Starship would be okay, just not the booster. Sawyer, I believe that was in response to a comment you made a little while ago. But also a ship, Elon's kind of spoken about this a little bit, but a ship can't really get itself to orbit. So you kind of need the booster there, at least for, I'd say probably for a useful orbit. That's a word Elon likes to use a lot, a useful orbit. The booster is required for that. So yeah, I think we may need a little bit more than just concrete for at least the launching of a vehicle. And then we got a couple of super chats here from SatNet UK. Thanks very much for the contribution there. And I'm going to look at some more questions. If you have a question, as always, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer them. I'm going to pick up this one quickly from Galactic Games, asking, since they made a Starship tower at the Cape, why don't they make a flame trench there? I kind of hinted at the water table a little while ago with the concrete mound, Trevor, but do we have any idea if they're going to try any other kind of flame diversion systems at the Cape, or is the water plate kind of the way they're going?
It definitely seems like the water plate is the way that they're going, which is kind of interesting because I don't know if you guys remember, but I think it was back in 2019 SpaceX started building a Starship launch pad out at the Cape, and the first thing that they started building was a flame diverter at 39A, which has since been removed. And on the new launch mount that they have out there, there's no work being done for a flame diverter. It's just going to have the same metal plates that we're seeing at Starbase right now.
And in front of one of the big cranes there, we can see somebody sweeping the ground. Or a couple of people, actually.
Oh, wait a minute. So that's... It's just rubbing it in of the our broomstick launchers. That's all. If anyone remembers that.
They're clearing up the they're just clearing up the ground there. I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure if it's actually going to help at all, because I'm seeing as they're brushing the ground, the dust just kind of gets kicked up, and then they're right next to the beach, so there's going to be more sand blown in. But they're trying. I guess they might just be trying to, look good in front of the cameras to get a raise or something. I don't know. I won't blame them.
A for effort.
A for effort is they clean up the launch mount or the area around the launch mount there. We have a question here asking, how can the hot staging adapter itself survive the engine flame from Ship 25? And Sawyer, the point of the hot staging adapter is to kind of divert Ship 25's flames, isn't it?
Exactly. And again, keeping in mind the material that we're talking about here can withstand some heat. I mean, you've got the stainless steel plate down at the bottom. It's very potential that it could survive some heat. So for the length of time that the engine will actually be fired before the separation, the vents that will help divert some of that should be enough that it won't melt or deform or anything at that point. And again, after that, it would come back for a landing in the future. So if it does get slightly melted, you can tweak it, but it's not needed for the rest of that mission.
Brian is asking, how will they practice catching the booster? Trevor, you kind of hinted on this earlier with like an offset approach. Do you think there'll be any other kind of practice recoveries in another method, or do you think that's probably the best way to do it?
In my non-engineering brain, who has absolutely no expertise on how control systems work, I think doing an offset approach would be a good idea. But then on top of that, we'll see them do practice soft water landings like they did with Falcon 9. which is, I believe, the plan for Booster 9. SpaceX hasn't officially said so yet, but assuming the flight profile is the same, they will attempt a soft landing of Booster 9 in the ocean.
And Luke is asking, do they need a road closure for the lift, or can they just lift whenever they like? Well, Sawyer, we saw a road closure, or a road closure announcement kind of say 12:30 till 3 in the afternoon, Central Daylight Time. They have about 10 minutes left in that window, but they still haven't lifted, so I'm going to guess that they can lift outside of a road closure, potentially.
Yeah, it could also be a rolling road closure, or that they could get a closure permission for another try. They already have 3 today. As you said, the second one ending in 10 minutes, the third one being much later tonight. It seems like it would probably take more than 10 minutes based on the people there to attempt to lift. So as you mentioned, it wouldn't be in the window. We traditionally see them with these road closures for safety reasons. I don't know if they would do it outside of that. They probably could, but I don't know if they would risk it.
Yeah,
It
it's
seems as
also
if
worth
they'd-
noting that the road closures are not super strict, where SpaceX has been able to extend them for testing or for these closures if they need them.
It seems as if they're just kind of working on some final preps before they lift the booster, because I guess they could take it off as soon as they like, but they don't want to, put the booster on the pad and then take it off, put it back, take it off, to put like flip-flopping backwards and forth, because like, oh, I forgot to do this thing, oh, I forgot to do this thing. So in my opinion, it kind of looks like they're just trying to get some final checkouts done before they lift the booster onto the mount. At least that's my uneducated guess of why they're taking their time and being careful, sweeping the pad, not sweeping the booster, but taking a good look at the booster. You can see several people crawling around the underside of the chines there. Looking into some more questions, such as this one from Redbeard, asking, what are the odds that this is anything more than just a fit check? They think it's unlikely, and saying, sorry if you answered that already, I just joined. No worries. We'll run through several different questions several times, because we understand people are in and out during the day, looking out for Booster 9 lifts and other Starbase activities. Sawyer, do we think this might just be a fit check, or do you think that they're going to leave the booster on the pad?
I think it's very potential that this might be... They will certainly do the fit check, but I think it's possible that they might use or start the static fire campaign during this attempt. I don't think it's going to be immediately after, maybe like a week or so, potentially, but I think that this is going to be for more than just fit testing to start. I don't think this is the final lift. I think they will have to take it down again, maybe change some engines. We definitely still have the hot staging adapter to add. So I don't think it's the last, but I don't think this is just a fit check.
Yeah, especially with the progress we've seen. Progress really has been ramping up over the last few days, and it's a really great way to stay informed with all of that is watching Starbase Update every Monday. It's a little weekly update of everything that's happened at Starbase over the last 7 days. That's releases every Monday.
We should see if Chris can do a poll in chat of when people think the static fire campaign for Booster will start.
I think we might get people shouting in chat before any poll is created, but yeah, that would be a very interesting thing to get public consensus on. I'm seeing 2 weeks next week. Okay,
A lot of
another
2 weeks.
Everyone's saying 2 weeks. Okay, I guess it's happening in 2 weeks.
Loud
then.
noises.
Under 6 years. I hope it's under 6 years as well.
Everyone's saying 2 weeks now. Tomorrow, apparently. Okay, set your alarms, everybody. Apparently, it's happening in an hour. There you go. Maybe that's what maybe that is what the road closure is for this evening. They're going to do a static fire. Yeah, that is not genuine. I will just add. I'm going to try to pick up some more questions here, real quick, whilst chat is everyone's spamming 2 weeks. Something that I haven't done yet today, and I feel like causing chaos. So I feel like Sawyer knows what's coming. I feel like asking everybody where they're watching from today, and we're just going to sit back for the next 5 minutes, just let chat completely go crazy, and here we go. It's right there. We go. It's off. It's yeah. It's
Spain,
going.
Belgium, Cleveland, apologies. Cicero, New York, up by Syracuse, where I went to college. New Jersey, Germany, Austria, and Austin, Texas back to back.
I saw Chris put People's Republic of Yorkshire in chat, and it just flew past. Oh, it just disappeared. It was on the screen for one frame, and then poof, it's gone. Oh,
South Dakota, North Texas, South Africa, Hawaii, the Faroe Islands,
oh wow, that's kind of remote. That is.
Isle of Wight.
Lots and lots of different locations around the world. I'm gonna let chat keep going whilst I look for some more questions.
Sorry about my Cleveland comment to the other people commenting from Cleveland. I've been there before. Great restaurants. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is awesome. So I kid. It was actually really nice there. Plus, it was summer.
I'm seeing. I see a Costa Rica in there as well. Quebec, Puerto Rico, Austin, Texas. That's near to Starbase. Well, I say near to Starbase. In Texas terms, that's kind of near. It's halfway across the state. I think I see a Minneapolis in there as well. Not a Minneapolis, Minnesota in there. Someone from Italy.
Curacao.
Tennessee. So a few people from Europe in there. I'm seeing the chat's still going. Chat is still going. I don't know what else to say. They keep going. It's just rolling. It'll be over eventually. And my apology to all of the chat moderators. I'll make sure to send that in the post tomorrow morning, first class.
The other person who posted it, go Qs.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you, everybody.
I graduated years and years ago, but I still love my alma mater.
Thanks, everybody, for putting where they're watching from in the chat. It's always nice to see where everybody is watching from. Very global audience that we have here. Especially in the last episode of This Week in Spaceflight, where we saw a load of influx of people watching from India, which was, kind of unexpected. Because we don't usually see people from that part of the world, and it's lovely to see them tuning in and seeing everything we produce, because, our goal is to cover as much spaceflight as possible from all over the world, and eventually in the future off the world and on other worlds. So, it's lovely to see everybody tuning in from all around the world.
Yeah, we still also don't see lunar landing missions very often either, so that's what made it extra exciting.
Yeah. And we have somebody here donating 500 Argentine pesos, full caps, Argentina. Thanks very much. We saw it in the normal chat anyway, but thank you very much for that contribution there as well. So I'm going to look through here. The thing is, what I kind of regret asking that now, because it means all of the questions, or all of the questions have kind of been dominated by people saying where they're watching from. But no bother. If you have a question, put it in chat. Tag us at NASASpaceflight. Now the influx of locations has ended, and we'll try and get through and answer as many as possible. Adam is asking, why does Booster 9 have 4 chines in contrast to the following? I assume you mean the following boosters. Trevor, do we know anything about differences in chines? Because I know if you are a member, Jack took some really cool high-res images of Booster 9 the other day, and you can kind of see some of the differences between Booster 9 and the previous booster, which is Booster 7. I mean, one of the key differences is the electric thrust vector control on the Raptors.
Yeah, so I unfortunately am not sure why SpaceX went to 4 chimes. I assume it has some aerodynamic advantage, but I am not certain on that. But in those member photos that you alluded to, there are some amazing high-res photos of Booster 9's new FTS system, which is significantly larger than Booster 7. So if you are a member, make sure you go check those out. They are awesome.
They're in the members Discord. I also think they're posted into the membership community channel on the YouTube as well. So any way that you support, you should have access to those. There's a question here alongside a $20 super chat. Thanks very much for that. Asking, can someone describe how the hot staging ring works? Going back to basics a little bit here, Trevor. Can you explain how the hot staging ring is intended to work and kind of why SpaceX is putting it on top of the booster?
Yeah, sure. So the way that hot staging works is you ignite the engines on the second stage while the engines on the first stage are still firing. So I believe Elon has said that the center three engines on the booster will be firing at roughly 50% throttle when they ignite the Starship's engines. And it's not clear how many engines Starship will ignite, but presumably the inner three sea level at near full thrust. So, since the vehicle is still attached when you start engine ignition, you have a bunch of exhaust from the engines that needs to go somewhere. So the whole point of this ring is that you have vents in it for the exhaust to escape through the vents and therefore not cause damage to the booster. And that's also why, as part of this new ring, there will need to be some protection to protect the COPVs, motors, grid fin hardware, and dome that's all in the inner stage right now.
Thanks very much. And Satnat UK popping up in the support queue again has become a Capcom member. That means you get access to that Discord server I was talking about just a few moments ago, where we, as I was saying, you get some member exclusive photos. You get to chat with everybody. You get to chat with us in the public channels. You get to talk about spaceflight across a whole different range of companies, organisations, countries, etc. So yeah, it's a very very cool place to hang out. Jack actually started a mutiny yesterday in the sports chat and turned it into a food chat. So if you want to be involved in that, then you could also become a Capcom member. That was very funny watching that happen live. Just a little bit of carnage spiced into every day. SpaceX Sammy is asking, how soon do we think that we'll see Orbital Flight Test 3 if Flight Test 2 goes well in September? Sawyer, do you think that a third flight test could be squeezed in between September and the end of the year?
I think potentially. I mean, right now, since the first one, we're at 4 months. So I think it's possible that, again, the more they launch it, the more they refine the process, the less major testing they have to do, the quicker the launch campaigns. If I had to bet money on it, I would put very early of 2024, either January or absolute worst case scenario, February. And again, a lot of that also assumes that everything goes much better on IFT2. Don't expect it to be perfect, and that's part of the whole process of why we're testing Starship like this, is so we can find all these little tweaks and improve them before it goes into full commercial service. But it's going to improve, and I think that we may have a chance of squeezing it in December, if not January.
And also, I would like to add that part of the reason why we're waiting so long is because of the pad, right? They kind of destroyed the pad. I'm not going to say that, if SpaceX didn't destroy the pad, then they could have launched 2 weeks later with Booster 9 and Ship 25. That's not what I'm saying, because we didn't even know that these two vehicles were going to be or slated to fly IEFT2 until several weeks after the launch, right? Through a SpaceX video. But I do feel like these pad upgrades certainly have kind of slowed down the progress, Sawyer. I don't know what your opinions on that are.
I mean, I think that's a big one of where we're at so far. The fact that we had to build the steel plate, the new deluge system, now test it as well. I think that's definitely adding to the time. And also, the whole cleanup of the area afterwards. But it's still going to take some time. I don't think that was a major delay causer, but definitely a delay causer.
And for those of you just joining us, if you weren't tuned in this morning, or you've just been tuned in now, as we've just passed 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in Starbase. We're just going to go over a little bit what we've seen so far today. This is a day of 3 different scheduled road closures. One of them was this morning, one of them was midday. Technically would have just ended unless they've extended it, I don't know, 12:30 till 3 p.m. And then the next one begins at 10 p.m. and continues through to 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. That is Friday the 21st. So the day kind of kicked off with Booster 9 leaving the production site. That I think Kevin put the wrong thing on the screen there. We'll just wait a second.
That was shop.NASASpaceflight.com.
There you go. Cheeky. That was actually intentional. That was a cheeky store plug there. So the day started with Booster 9 leaving the production site, rolling out on its transport stand, which it is still sitting on at the moment with some people. I'm going to guess just preparing the booster for the lift. Here you go, this video from Mary, Boca Chica gal, of the SPMTs with its counterweights and the transport stand carrying Booster 9 down Highway 4 in the very early hours of the morning, just as the sun was rising. I believe the sun would have been rising over the Gulf of Mexico if I got to get my east and west right.
Correct.
Thanks, Sawyer. Wonderful panning shot here, looking up the booster. You can see the vents there kind of in the middle between the tanks, and then the grid fins at the top. Always a wonderful... It's not necessarily in terms of having a nice sleep schedule the best time for rollouts to happen, but certainly this kind of, golden hour kind of time is, it makes for some lovely photos and videos. That is what I will say.
Yeah, it just stinks if you're running late to work and get stuck behind that.
Luckily, the only people working down at the launch site would be SpaceX employees. So I guess it does kind of make sense. What would be the what's the word? Excuse. Your excuse would be valid if you were late.
Why were you late to work today? I got stuck behind Booster 9. Right, that's what they all say.
Yeah. And we could also see, I believe that is Ship 25 there over on the right, hooked up on that crane there. And there you go. Wide shot of the production site on your right there. I think there's also in this shot a plane going over some contrails, and the launch site over on the left. So that was the journey that Booster 9 took all the way from the production site this morning during that first road closure. And now it was placed next to the orbital launch mount, and that's where it has been ever since. It's still on its transport stand. There's people working at the base of the booster, and we're still awaiting its lift onto the orbital launch pad. There you go. That's everything that's happened today, if you were curious. I'm going to hit a few more questions now. Again, if you have a question, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. Same routine as every other live stream ever. It brings us into the queue, and we'll do our best at answering them. Jasper is asking, Trevor, I'll throw this to you. Does Booster 9 use electric TVC or hydraulic?
Yeah, so Booster 9 is the first vehicle that SpaceX will use/test with electric TVC. So as you see, there are no HPUs anywhere on the booster. Instead, there are a bunch of electric gimbals underneath, which, as we've been talking about earlier, is advantageous since they no longer have to rely on these HPUs for hydraulic pressure, which failed many times on Booster 7. Most notably, the explosion in flight that we saw is believed to be an HPU, but then also beforehand, during static fire tests and all of that, we saw the HPUs be replaced several times. So they seemed like an enormous headache, and thankfully SpaceX got rid of them on this booster. But another question we had earlier that I'll just say real quick, Ship 25, which is on the left right now, does not have ETVC.
Let's grab another question here real quick. Snow asking, does Booster 9 have all of its Raptor engines currently? Sawyer, I think it does. What's the state of the Raptors under Booster 9?
Yes, we have seen the 33 Raptor engines are underneath them. Jack got some great photos yesterday for members where you can actually see which engines they are, including the numbers. So if you are a member, don't forget you can get the full images in their highest quality possible if you're a member of L2 or by becoming a Capcom member or above and joining the Discord. As a Red Team member, you'll still get to see the images, though, so it's definitely worth checking those out if you have access.
Nice little cheeky plug there. And Neo, another question from Neo. We've been asking some good questions today, asking, do you think that this will be just a fit check and a possible cryo test for good measure and save static fires once the booster is modded for hot staging? Trevor, what do we think the booster is going to be placed onto the pad to do? Or, in your opinion, do you think they'll do anything else?
Yeah, so SpaceX, as usual, hasn't come out and said anything. So this is all just speculation, but my guess is they're going to do the static fire campaign. So I would suspect first they'll do a quick cryo test, and then go into the 33 engine spin prime, and then into the 33 engine static fire. And then once that test is complete, hopefully all successfully, they take booster off, go install the final modifications for flight, and then bring it back, and during that time do any pad work that needs to be done for flight, and then bring it back to the pad, stack ship on top, do full stack testing for flight, and then hopefully launch. That's at least the optimistic timeline.
Indeed. I just want to bring something up real quick because we've seen some people throwing it into the chat as well. We wanted to wait until we verified it to make sure that it was in fact factually correct. But we did get a little bit of announcement that the lift will be delayed probably by, I'd estimate probably an hour or so, maybe not that long from this point. But don't go anywhere. I just wanted to let you all know, so it's not like the lift will happen in 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere because, as we saw a year ago with Booster 7's explosion, that came out of nowhere. Definitely not saying it will happen today, but anything can happen down in Starbase. So you don't want to go anywhere in case you miss anything. But we are not expecting the lift to happen in the next 30 seconds. That's basically what I was trying to say. So yeah, we saw some rumors throwing around on Twitter and whatnot, but we wanted to make sure that it was, correct information. We weren't just spewing facts left and right, just making them seem true. Yeah, there you go. It's not going to happen in the next 5 minutes, unfortunately, but stick around. Keep your eyes peeled and ears peeled probably as well, just in case anything does happen. I mean, hopefully nothing does happen, but you never know. You want to keep your eyes on it. That's the point I was trying to make. And I'm going to hit a few more questions in the meantime while we wait for the booster to lift. Zyad, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, do we think that Ship 28 will fly and carry Starlink version 2 satellites? That's a very good question. Trevor, I'll throw this to you. I won't say Ship 28 specifically in case it's a different ship down the line. Do you think Flight 3 of Starship could carry Starlink satellites, or do you think it might be a flight later down the line?
So I believe Ship 28 is the first ship that hasn't had its Starlink payload deployed bay welded closed yet. However, I find it quite unlikely that they launch satellites that early unless this next flight goes perfectly. But as that's right, this next flight, as Chris has talked about a lot, really seems like mainly a test of the booster. And then I suspect Flight 3 will be more of a test of the ship without a payload on board. See if you can get to orbit, and then if you can get there, start re-entry testing. And then once they do that, then I could see them start worrying about deploying a payload. So I suspect Flight 3 is too soon, but hopefully by like Flight 5 they'll be flying actual payloads.
Very cool. Stephen is asking, does it make sense to use Dragon to launch a Crew 2 Starship after orbital refueling for safety issues? Now, Sawyer, this is a question that I actually proposed to Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, around Dear Moon. He said he couldn't answer it at the time. This was a few months ago. But do you think that launching Crew 2 Starship on Dragons could be a potential, way for those kind of missions to work, like maybe Polaris 3 as well? Or do you think that SpaceX will just wait until like Starship is actually crew certified?
I think it's going to depend a lot on how many people are you taking with you. Is it one of those missions that's going to take 100 people, or are you taking only 4? If it's only 4, obviously you can send people up and drag in and dock with it. Potentially at that point, even if it came down to it for lunar landing, you could have Orion dock with it as well. It's all universal docking adapters at this point. So I think it's possible, but regardless, it's going to have people on it. It should be crew rated anyway. So I think that it makes the most sense to just launch the people on Starship, especially since right now with Falcon 9, we already launch people on top of, or we already fuel the rocket with people on top of it anyway. So it's not like this is brand new territory. The only difference being methane instead of RP1. So that's just my thoughts.
There's a good question here from Sander asking, will they do a static fire with the ship stacked to the booster to test the hot staging? I'm going to guess that you mean they're going to, if they will potentially static fire the ship whilst it's on top of the booster. Now, Trevor, I'll throw this to you. Personally, I don't think that will happen just because during the flight itself, the ship is only intended to be firing on top of the booster for a couple seconds. It's not meant to be staying on top of the booster with the engines firing.
Yeah, absolutely not, in my opinion. This is the kind of testing that you don't want to do on the ground because it's way too much risk to the booster and launch infrastructure. If you want to get that data, a much better place would be at McGregor. Make some subscale version of what you're going to use on ship to make sure the venting is enough and the protection that you install is enough to protect the all of the components in the engine bay. But then also, it seems like a problem that you can easily be tested in computational fluid dynamics software. And even if they don't do any of that, which I'm sure they have, testing it in flight is a good way to go. If they get to booster cutoff and stage separation on flight 2, I think it's highly successful regardless of how stage separation goes.
Sawyer, I'll throw this next question to you. Marilo, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, does the booster have secondary tanks? I'm going to assume that means kind of like the ship has header tanks. Does the booster have header tanks, or does it just have its, what do you call it, the methane tank and the oxygen tank?
My understanding, there is no header tank on the actual booster itself. You just have, as you mentioned, the tank that holds the liquid methane and the tank that holds the liquid oxygen on the booster. You don't really need much more than that, even with the landing burn in that case. So, there is a LOX header tank on the booster.
But not a methane header tank. Just
not methane. Yeah, that's what I was trying. Yeah, not methane. No, not fuel, just oxidizer.
I believe they do not need a CH4 header tank because the transfer tube basically acts as one. Since it's so long and narrow that propellant can't get too far away.
Yeah. And
it's
if
a
you don't know,
similar
that
thing
kind of like, that's like a
line.
tube that runs through the middle of the liquid oxygen tank, because the methane tank's on top, right, Trevor? I got that right? Yeah, so the methane transfer tube basically is a big tube that runs through the middle of the oxygen tank, so the methane can get from the top of the booster down to the bottom where the engines are. So it's kind of the shape of that kind of acts as a there's no point in having a header tank because that methane transfer tube does the job that a header tank would do, because the methane tank is already above the oxygen tank.
Yeah, it always takes me a second to remember because, right, originally on Booster 1 or BN1, I think it was called, the tanks were flipped where liquid oxygen was on top and CH4 was on the bottom. So then you had like a methane sandwich since you had liquid oxygen low on Starship, but on top on the booster. And then they flipped that on later boosters so that liquid oxygen is on the bottom and liquid methane is on top on both stages.
I'm going to hit this super chat real quick from Paul saying, clearing the debris before final skim with the Fondag. I'm guessing that's in relation to the people sweeping the pad. Yeah, it does just kind of look like they're... I'm not really sure. Trevor, do you have any idea what they're doing? Because there's people with spades now, with shovels. Are they digging a hole? Are they sweeping up? I mean, I really can't tell what they're doing, unless they're just doing a general tidy up. But I don't understand what the point in just sweeping the sand up is if it'll just get blown straight back in anyways. At least that's my opinion on it.
I have no idea.
There's someone in a digger as well there. It looks as if, yeah, it might just be general cleanup there, but there is definitely a lot of people working on it, working on cleaning up, and you can see just how that little beefed up golf buggy looking thing there in the middle, that's very dusty. That is just a very clear indicator of how dusty and muddy things get down there because of the less than optimal conditions, shall I say, with the Texan heat and the mosquitoes and the dunes and the sand, and it's just one of them things that comes with building an orbital launch site in the I tongue-in-cheekingly say the Texan countryside. Because it's not fluffy green trees and lovely picnic day. It's and I wouldn't say it's inhospitable either, but it's definitely somewhere in the middle. Because if you go to the wrong place on the dunes, you will definitely, as Jack has said before, you will get swarmed with mosquitoes.
It really is a. I think we as a community owe all of these workers just a massive thank you for doing what they're doing to give us these awesome test flights and hopefully make eventually humanity multiplanetary. So if you work on Starship, thank you. And in general, thank you.
Das has just told me in the back channel that I can 100% say it's inhospitable. And Das has obviously spent a lot of time out there setting up all of the different Starbase Live robots and things like that. So there you go. From someone who has experience of Starbase, say it is inhospitable. Whether it's as inhospitable as, Antarctica or Mars, probably a little bit more survivable. But yeah, still not the most comfortable conditions to be working in. Need Pizza, that's a name I recognise, asking, after how many flights do we think that they won't need a static fire before flights? Trevor, now Falcon 9 doesn't static fire every time now, but I believe those are on reused boosters?
Yeah, so the Falcon 9 static fire campaign is slightly weird. It seems like SpaceX only really conducts one now for very special missions like crewed launches, some DoD launches, and stuff like that. And if I remember correctly, I actually don't keep track of this on my spreadsheets, but I believe there was a Dash 1 flight where the Falcon 9 didn't static fire, but hopefully Alex can verify that in the back channel. Anyway, I think it is a very long time until Starship doesn't need any static fires. For Falcon 9, it didn't happen until nearly 100 launches in. So if you assume the same on Starship, we're years out. And Alex is confirming that there have been boosters with no static fire on the first flight. I'm glad I was able to keep that fact in my head.
We're going to look at the stabilizer pins here quickly because you can see that they are pretty close. The little arm that juts down from the left chopstick there, it's called a stabilizer pin, basically. It looks very close to the booster, but if you look very, very carefully, it isn't touching it just yet. So there you go. I think the camera is moving now just to take a better look at that real quick. It looks like it could be touching, but it is not. It is very close to it, as you can see, but considering we can see the side of the booster and also the chopstick, that very clearly indicates they are not touching each other just yet.
They don't even look aligned to me. It seems like they have a lot of work to do before a lift.
Yeah.
Well, not a lot, but yeah.
They still need to kind of jiggle it into place a little bit in order to get those stabilized. But that shouldn't take too long. But again, we're not expecting a lift in the next 30 seconds. We're expecting it in a short while. I'm going to grab a couple more questions here, such as this one from Gidas. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, do we know about Starship re-entries without a heat shield? Let's say that Starship is fully refueled in orbit. Could it make a cold re-entry without needing a heat shield? Now, Trevor, I feel like even if it was full up of very cold propellant, a heat shield would still be required.
Yeah, I suspect so. Steel is good at handling temperatures, but there's a lot of energy that needs to be dissipated when you're coming in, and you really need the insulation that the heat shield provides.
I think this is Leslie asking, attacking us twice. Will we see a full water deluge test even with the booster on top? And Trevor, this is something we were talking about a little bit earlier. It does. In my opinion, I do think there is a world where the water deluge system is tested with a booster there, but also I think there's going to be a full test, because the other day we just saw a partial test, right? And do you think there could be a world where the booster is removed for that to happen?
It seems unlikely to me, because the system seems to have proven that it works well in the partial tests, so at some point it is somewhat simple for them to just go into a full test next. And then the other thing is, during launch and static fire tests, they're going to be running the deluge system before, at least to some extent, before booster is ignited. So I think the booster needs to be able to handle the deluge system anyway, so why not just test it with booster on top?
Christian's asking, should they not concentrate the ship development for Artemis and not for Starlink? That is a good point, because, Starship is contracted under HLS, the Human Landing System. It does need to land humans on the moon, because that's what NASA has paid SpaceX to develop. But SpaceX makes its money, or is targeting to make its money through Starlink, its satellite internet constellation service. Trevor, I think the development of like a Starlink carrying ship and the HLS ship might just fall into two completely different categories, considering one will carry satellites and the other one will carry, like humans with flesh to the surface of the moon. It kind of feels like an Artemis Starship would be going down a completely different, or maybe not completely different, but a significantly different development path because it's crew rated. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely different challenges, but a lot of the core of it is the same. Like, it'll be the same engines, the same fuels, obviously, same avionics and all that. So it's easier for SpaceX to start testing this versions of Starship for Starlink immediately, and then in the future go build the HLS version of Starship. But we've also heard rumors that SpaceX has already started and made good progress on the HLS version of Starship and just hasn't shown anything publicly yet. So they are working on both.
I'm not sure how to pronounce this next name. I apologize. How do we, how do you keep the booster on the ground with that much thrust? Well, Trevor, I'm not doing a very good job at answering this, but essentially the launch clamps are strong enough to withhold the booster and the ship, or it'll be the booster with a ship on top, but it'll be the booster that's firing near full thrust. That's essentially how it works, right?
Yeah, and the other thing is gravity helps a lot. So when the ship and booster are fully fueled, you have the entire weight of the stack the force of that being pulled down, which helps counteract the upward force of Raptors, which of course only matters until you have a thrust to weight ratio of above 1, in which case then you need the launch clamps to hold onto the stack. But yeah, those things just clamp on, make sure the booster doesn't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm. And I'll also throw in a little fact about the shuttle. Chris's ears will perk up.
Mine too.
And Sawyer. The SRB Sawyer, if I'm correct in saying, they had explosive bolts that were meant to explode at the point of launch in order to release the stack. And if one of them didn't blow, I think it's correct in saying that the force of the SRBs would have just shredded it anyway.
or if it was maybe one or so, but one or two, but if most of them didn't blow, you would have a bad day and you would
Yeah.
destroy a large portion of the SRB. It's almost like I was watching video of those boats exploding recently for an upcoming video.
That's a very
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
not subtle plug at all. But there you go. Keep your eyes out. Do all the button things, and you might see a little video about that coming shortly. There you go.
Yeah, those are that should be our group name here, Frangible Nuts. That's what they're called.
Brilliant. RNLD asking, do you think that they will test Starlink at Boca Chica and HLS at the Cape? That's an interesting question, actually. Trevor, do we think that we'll see human landing system-ness happening at the Cape and then Starlink-ness happening at Boca, or interchangeably, or... Because Boca is meant to be the development site, and the Cape is supposed to be like the commercial, everything's running 100%, this is good, we're in production site. So...
It certainly seems likely to me that the HLS ships are built, launched, and tested out of the Cape Canaveral area, partially just because that will be, like you're saying, the more mature launch site. It won't have all of these test flights going on. And then also, I think part of it, not that this is necessarily the best of reasons, is for history purposes. Keeping all of the lunar stuff out of Cape Canaveral is fitting. And then Starlink, I think, will come out of both. Like you were saying, they'll test everything, or they'll test the Starlink ships out of Boca Chica, and then when they have a good ship design that is regularly flying, they'll do Starlink launches out of both pads.
Sounds good. Space Podcast asking, will SpaceX modify the interstage in the future rather than adding the attachment? I'm trying to figure out what you're asking here. Sawyer, I think they might be asking, will they modify the interstage? But the interstage doesn't really exist at the moment. The hot staging ring, I think, is what this question is meant to be.
That's how I'm interpreting it as well.
I think maybe a kind of modified question would be, will they in future install the hot staging ring directly onto the booster when it's being built instead of having to do it after the fact?
I think, that's going to become part of the future shipbuilding process if this works. I think for these next couple of ships, at least 9 and 10 for sure, I think they would just add it on after, because first off, we need to see if it works. And there's probably going to be some tweaks, so test the tweaks on 10, and then maybe ship 11 or ship 12 will be the first ones that has it automatically built in as they're fully stacking everything. And by the way, we're not just going to sweep over the fact that the people are still going at the bottom sweeping, right?
Sawyer.
It's been 30 minutes. And no one sent pun tokens, so I'll take it.
Yeah, you need more pun tokens.
You get one free every 30 minutes otherwise.
Okay, time has restarted. Sezige, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, do we think they'll launch people from Boca Chica in the future? Trevor, the early animations we saw from SpaceX certainly indicated like a crew access arm from Boca, but I feel like if Boca is going to be the test and development site, then human launches may be a Cape Canaveral thing. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I think, especially since SpaceX already has all of the infrastructure out at the Cape for suiting up, spacesuit testing, and whatnot, it makes the most sense to just leave it all from the Cape and, as Elon has said, kind of not deprioritize, but change Starbase from an operational launch site like they thought at first to testing, development, so on.
And I think this is Shadow, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, saying with 2 manufacturing facilities already and maybe more in the future, they think that both the Cape and Boca Chica could do both Artemis missions and Starlink missions, adding on to what we were talking about before. So yeah, I'm also interested to see what the rest of chat thinks. So as always, if you have any opinions or questions, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and they'll be brought into the queue here, and we'll work on answering them.
I think another interesting point in terms of where they would launch from, especially with crew, is your crew rating the vehicle. Yeah, but you also have to have the infrastructure at the pads for crew for both. So, like right now, they're launching crew from 39A, but are working on the pad for or the launch access tower at Slick 40. So, you have to keep in mind that the infrastructure would have to match for both.
I'm looking at some more questions here. So yeah, if you have a question, tag us in chat. That's a spaceflight. Barney asking, could Starship have its nose replaced with an Orion capsule? I feel like there's kind of an out there proposition. I don't think it'll happen. Sawyer, if we go into the world of Kerbal Space Program, do you think that something like this would, let's just say, be physically possible? Because let's be realistic here, it's not actually going to happen. But do you think it could be physically possible?
I think the biggest issue would be mating the EUS, the upper stage, to the top of it. You see, on SLS, it has that sort of curved upward shape and then gets kind of skinny and narrow to support the upper stage and the capsule. I could see, like I mentioned earlier, the Orion capsule docking with a Starship in orbit, either as a refueling feature or as a crew transfer feature. I could see that. But as for sticking it on top, I think that's way, way overpowered and way too skinny of a capsule to fit on top.
And Sawyer, I'll throw this to you. A little while ago, we received a message here that we really wanted to share from Anna. Sawyer, I don't know if you got that.
Yeah, I'll read that. Anna said, Anna Tice, I would like to thank the members of the team. Before my husband, Ticeyver, passed away very unexpectedly, Fred spent many hours joining you all from the days of Hoppy. You were like friends to him. And I'm, first off, so very sorry for your loss. Second, that's what makes this community amazing. The fact that, there are people that we may never meet in person, but you become friends with them in chat, and you get to know them, and you get to share history with them. So I'm very glad that he enjoyed watching us. We obviously enjoy having as many people as we can in the chat to share the joy of it, and thank you, Anna, for posting that message.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very sorry for your loss, but it is good to see the community coming together with things like that, and it's just nice to see everybody getting together, watching. At least at the moment, not much going on, but hopefully soon the lift of Booster 9 and the Starship's program progressing on. I'm going to look through for some more questions. If you do have anything, make sure to put it into the chat. Frank has a question, well, not really a question here, but a point. How about putting Dream Chaser in the cargo compartment of Starship?
Oh my gosh.
I think we're just entering an entire another kind of level here of spaceshipception. But
yeah,
it's actually
fully reusable.
True.
Exactly. I think it does kind of prove a point, though, that the scale of Starship, you can put other spacecraft inside of it. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to think about. You could put an entire Falcon 1 inside of Starship and use it as a third stage,
I mean, you could probably fit all the upcoming crew vehicles inside of it if you count Dream Chaser and Orion and Crew Dragon and Starliner. They could probably all fit inside. So, yeah, that would be very entertaining at least.
JWST full stop is asking, has the booster been unbolted? Well, when we get a tighter shot of the base as we're panning down here, we'll be able to have a look at what's been going on. Because around the base of the booster, there are still some people walking about. I'd say probably a couple of hours ago, it looked like the booster had been unclamped. But Trevor, I don't think it's really, at least at the moment with the people here, it doesn't look like it's going to really be going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any changes since we reported that we believe it's unclamped. However, it's quite hard to tell given the haze and people are working around it right now. So
yeah, it's the heat haze, especially down. I think if I've been reading the news correctly, there's a bit of a heat wave going on across parts of the world right now, and you know, it's a bit hot. I'm trying to get the reading here in a measurement that the rest of the world will understand. So an unofficial temperature reading is around 33 degrees. Next spaceflight is reporting 35.7 degrees. Those are Celsius, over 90 Fahrenheit. So it's quite warm, which means the heat haze isn't, in our favour. The shot does jiggle around with that heat, but there is nothing we can do about it unless, I don't know, we turn the sun off. I mean, it's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. We just kind of have to make do with the soaring temperatures down in South Texas, or at least they're soaring
who's
to
there
me.
in that scorching heat.
Yes, yeah, it is. It is a big role to undertake in order to decide to spend your time down there in South Texas in this kind of weather. So yeah, big props to Jack. And also big props to the robots. They stand 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in South Texas. Those tripod legs, they need to work hard. Yeah, but seriously, thanks to Jack. Putting the hours in, taking some wonderful pictures.
yeah, the whole team out there is amazing. They're what allow us to bring these awesome views.
There's a question here from Max asking, how far from the final design do we think the deluge system is? What are the most likely points of failure / future upgrades? Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you. Do we think that the deluge system could be near its final design, or do we think that there could be some upgrades required? And I will just throw in that SpaceX thought the concrete was the final design for that first flight, and it didn't hold up. So hopefully they're being a lot more conservative this time than they were last.
Yeah, I think this is definitely not the final design. I can say that with certainty. I bet there will be tweaks. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be like the last one where they go, oh, concrete didn't work at all. Scrap that. Let's try something new. Where if it doesn't work, they're going to say, scrap the plate. Let's try something completely different. I think that there will just be modifications to the system itself. And again, a lot of that will also depend on what happens to the vehicle. Did it work? Did concrete still end up flying up? Did the engine still manage to get damaged ahead of the liftoff? Whatever the case may be. So I would say that it's not done yet. And as for the second part, the most likely failure points, I think it's basically just going to be how strong is the material? Can it withstand the blast of the 33 engines? And is the water system powerful enough? So if anything, I could see those as being the two main factors that they would be able to tweak going forward.
Can I just add that for SpaceX, nothing is final design. We see this with the Falcon 9, which is over 200 launches in. They're still tweaking new boosters with new changes and like upgraded cameras on a recent launch and whatever. So I don't think SpaceX knows what final design is.
And we're just going to take a quick look at the weather. We're going to do the weatherman again. This isn't official data. This is we have a little weather station out there in not inside of Starbase bounds, but with our robots. So this isn't like official data SpaceX uses to determine whether the upper level winds are within limits for the Starship flight or anything. This is just gives us a general idea of what the weather is like. So you go, it's reporting 91 Fahrenheit. That is 32.7.8 Celsius. The humidity is quite high, and the wind is south-southwest at 10 miles an hour. So there you go. And also the pressure is kind of, just above standard pressure there, 3000 inches of mercury. Gives you a little idea of what these people are working in. So there you go. It's not like an air-conditioned room. It's quite warm and quite humid.
And they're wearing protective gear.
Yeah, and they're wearing protective gear as well. You think that the harnesses for working at heights like that, not the most airy of clothes, I would add. Anthony asking, I've seen Ship 20 was there every... I'm trying to figure out what this is.
I've never seen Ship 20. Was there ever a Ship 20? And if there was, why didn't it fly? I believe is the
there
question.
we go. I was reading that wrong. Sawyer, take it away.
Yes, there was a Ship 20. In fact, at one point, yes, funny numbers, Ship 20 was stacked on top of Booster 4. So you had a 420. At that point, they had done a lot of testing with it. It had its Raptor engines fired. They did a lot with it, but by the time it came to get ready for the next flight, it was already obsolete. So rather than fly something very much out of date, they continued on ahead instead with Booster 7, which was technically still out of date compared to what we already have on Ship 9, but less so, less out of date.
Pedro's asking, do they keep the booster pressurized while moving it to the OLM? And if so, do we know how? Trevor, do you know if they keep it pressurized? And do we know if any other rockets are pressurized whilst they're being moved?
Yeah, they're pretty much always pressurized because the booster and whatever gains its structural integrity from being under pressure. So you'll notice that whenever like the vents and whatever are open, the booster and or ship will be attached to a crane. So to pressurize it, they have this like mobile pressurization unit, I believe, that goes along with the booster that keeps pressurizing it during its transport to the pad and when it's in the high bay and at all times.
Good stuff. Jeff is asking, could a full force or will the water deluge system going at 100% force cause issues igniting the Raptors? Now, Sawyer, I don't think they would install a deluge system that would prevent their engines igniting, but do you think that the deluge system could impact the engines negatively?
I don't think so. I mean, it's definitely slightly different from what we're used to. I know the Rainbirds now for Falcon 9 kind of come down from the top. The system for shuttle was more sideways underneath the boosters, which this kind of is too. It's a little more sideways than straight up, just based off of what we've seen from that first non-full pressure test. But I think a lot of it is also going to be the timing of when they actually activate it compared to the boosters. So it's not going to be that long that the water would be up there anyway. So I don't think that's going to be an issue.
Also, the holes are mounted in the shower head thing are mounted in ways that the water doesn't go straight up. It kind of goes out more to the side. So it's not going to hit the engines like straight on in their injectors or whatever.
Flawed Perspective is speculating that the showerhead could get warped into a concave shape by the Raptors. Trevor, we were talking about this a couple of hours ago, but do you think that the Raptors could warp the concrete, not the concrete, the steel plate?
I suspect warping wouldn't really happen because that would require enormous temperatures, and I suspect with the water that they have going through it, even with an insanely high heat flux from the engines, they won't be able to heat up the concrete that much. I suspect if it breaks at all, it'll be like more chunks breaking off around the holes or whatever, but I'm not a materials engineer, so I could be wrong.
You just play one on TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Dominic is asking, do you think that the main concern with the plate is the welds? Obviously, the welds had a lower melting temperature than the Raptor engines can produce. And you can see on the replay side of your screen a replay of the deluge test the other day. Sawyer, do we think that the welds in the plate might be damaged by the Raptors, or is that not really something we're concerned about?
I don't think that's really a concern. I mean, obviously, it's something to look out for because we have not fired 33 Raptor engines at near or at full power at a steel plate like this. We've seen single Raptor engines. So it's definitely something that will be kept an eye on, but if anything, I don't think that would be a major fail point, personally. I think there might be more of an option of it kind of just warping instead. That would be my concern.
Sawyer, I'm afraid to say that someone, or you have competition
Oh.
with Neil here, saying that we are going to have Dolly Parton next, Booster 9, and Ship 25, or 9 to 5.
What a way to make a pun.
There we go. Thanks for that, Neil.
I like
that.
that.
Was this a reference?
It's a movie called 9 to 5 with Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, and Dolly Parton.
Ah, okay. See, I am like Adrian, where I have not watched any movies, so all of those things go way over my head.
You've never heard the song? Because that's what it's probably most famous for. I don't know if I can sing it without getting a copyright claim, but working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living.
I don't think I have heard that.
Oh, Trevor. Okay.
People in
Sawyer.
chat don't sing it
Oh,
all
no.
caps.
We've just been struck.
Oh, no.
Leslie's asking, the workers might need to squeeze some WD-40 onto the engines if the booster is stuck in the stand. Well, I don't exactly think it's stuck. I think they are just working on it. But yeah, I'm not sure if WD-40 would help slip it out. I think it'll just, stop it from corroding. Or, help it in some other way.
Apologies out to everyone where the song is stuck in their head. It's stuck in mine too, don't worry.
There's a question here asking, was there ever a Booster 8? And if so, was there ever any tests done to it? Trevor, did we see a Booster 8? Or, because, Booster 7 flew, Booster 9's now on the pad. What happened in the middle?
Yeah, they started working on Booster 8, but it was not with ETVC, and they never did any testing on it, I believe, and now it is scrapped.
The harsh reality of Starbase, like that ship that we saw getting chopped in half.
Oh, RIP 27.
RIP 27. I'm going to look through here for some more questions. Once again, I'll say it again. If you've got anything, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer them. And I'm going to look through here for some more. But first, thanks very much from Shadow with the 5 USD super chat asking, hypothetically, could the shuttle have been mounted onto the booster? Ooh. Now, Sawyer, I'm going to say hypothetically, yes. Realistically, no.
I mean, you can mount it. Doesn't mean it's going to fly.
That is a good point. Yeah, but the shuttle was kind of fueled by the external tank, and Super Heavy uses Methalox. The shuttle used Hydrolox. So
yeah. Also, the whole aerodynamics thing in the way that the external tank and SRBs are designed so that the shuttle could be side mounted. I don't know if you'd want to side mount the shuttle to this booster in particular. Yeah, so I would say probably not viable, although if someone wants to test it in KSP and tag us on Twitter, I would be interested to see.
Luca has a good question here, asking, when do we think that Booster 9 will receive its extension for hot staging, that additional ring on top of the booster, which we're referring to, which will allow the exhaust of the 6 Raptors underneath Ship 25 and future ships to escape during the hot staging event. Trevor, do we know when it's going to be added on? Could they add it on the pad, or do you think there might be a rollback for that?
Yeah, so once again, this is kind of the million-dollar question. I personally think it's going to be installed after static fire testing is complete. They'll roll the booster back and install it in the production site. However, that's purely speculation on my part. I have no idea on a timeline for that, though, because, static fire testing could take a week, or if they run into a lot of issues, it could take a month or more, so.
Falcon's May is asking, I'll just bring this up real quick, asking, will there be a Flight Test 2 patch? I'm not Adrian. I don't really deal with the store, so I don't know. But if you wait until Adrian's back on stream, then you can ask the question again and make him answer it, then there you go. That's probably the best way to get a definitive answer out of that, I'm afraid. I'm going to look for some more questions here. Again, if you have any questions for us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. I feel like I'm saying that a lot, but if you have questions, just throw them in. We'll do our best to answer them.
Well, it's because it's true.
It is true. Oscar is saying here, I assume this means, or is in reference to the what we were talking about before with shuttles and Dream Chasers and Orions and whatnot being added. You could wedge a Dragon XL between the forward flaps. You could try. I don't think it'd be too aerodynamic, but you could try.
Minor detail.
Yeah. Leslie, another question from Leslie asking that on the last launch, the booster took a while to move upwards. Do we know the reason for that? And Trevor, I have a feeling that some kind of thrust or lack of thrust might have been culprit for that.
Yeah, so on the last launch, there were two factors at play that made it so that liftoff took forever. The first was that 3 engines were shut down prior to launch, so that's just under 10% of thrust that you have immediately gone just from SpaceX deciding to shut down those engines. And then on top of that, you had all of the other engines running at 90% throttle. So between those two things, the booster just sat on the pad for a long time while the engines slowly ramped up their thrust to get the thrust to weight ratio over 1 before the vehicles started lifting off. So that's one of the big things that's being changed on the flight profile in this flight, is they want to cut the amount of time that the booster spends on the pad with its engines on in roughly half. I think Elon said to under 4 seconds or something like that. So that they just light the engines, ramp up throttle, and boom, they're off the pad. And then to help with that, on this next launch, it is likely that the launch commit criteria will not allow for 3 engines to be out. And on top of that, from everything we've heard so far, the engines are going to be closer to full throttle on this test.
Mark is asking, what do we think about a constellation group to study planets in the full spectrum and Starship delivers it? Sawyer, I'll also throw in, what do you think about space telescopes and other scientific flights on Starship? Because there is a lot of mass that can be delivered to pretty much anywhere, considering that there's orbital refueling. Talking whilst muted, or is
Yes,
Sawyer...
thank you.
There we go.
So, I would say, can you ask it one more time? Sorry, I totally lost my train of thought for a second.
Mark was no worries. Mark was asking, what do we think about a constellation group to study planets in the full spectrum, and Starship delivers it? And then I also threw in like orbital refilling, space telescopes inside a Starship. What about that?
Yeah, I think James Webb, while it was a little bit late, getting up into orbit, the pictures have been stunning, but when it came to actual liftoff time, the only vehicle that was ready and available to launch it was Ariane 5. I think it will open up a whole new world of size of telescopes and the different instruments and mirrors that you can add if you can fit it inside of a Starship payload bay. It would probably have to be one of the clamshell designs in terms of being able to actually deploy it. And then the questions of securing it in and, seeing what the vibration levels are, what kind of interior environment you can provide while it's on the pad. those are all major factors. But in terms of just size and power, I think that it just opens up a whole new world to study all different worlds.
Thanks, Sawyer. Bob is asking, could the redundant boosters be flown without a ship just to gain booster data? Trevor, we were also talking about this earlier with kind of like booster hops for test landings and catches with the chopsticks. Will they fly the boosters by themselves, or are unflown / redundant boosters kind of left to the rocket guardian or the scrapyard?
Well, they don't really have any boosters right now completed that they're not willing to fly. The only completed booster that definitely won't be flying is Booster 4, which for all of the reasons we outlined earlier won't be flying. It's just an incredibly old design at this point that the launch pad doesn't even work with. So, yeah, they don't have... Oh, and you can see there's some boosters there and ships at the rocket garden. But no, they will not fly any of the old boosters. And ships, they do have more of, as you can see on stream. I believe in the middle, that is ship 26. On the left, I believe, is ship SN15. And then right behind that is, 25. Actually, no, I'm not sure what ship that is. Anyway, a lot of those are also way too old to fly now. So,
yeah, I think that might be ship 20. I'm not sure. Because DN
Yep, ship 20, that's it.
Yeah, is also asking, hypothetically, could ship 20 ever be mounted to booster 9, 10, or 11? I've been wondering since the 33 static fire. And Sawyer, ship 20 was pulled from the flight test because it's just a bit old, isn't it?
Yeah, at that point, I don't think they're going to be refurbishing it for their current process that they have. It's probably cheaper and easier just to keep building new ones. So that would be my guess. And if it doesn't work out, then you pull a ship 27, cut it in half. Rest in pieces.
Yeah, not one piece, many pieces. I'm going to run through a little bit of support we've been getting over the last 10 minutes or so. Anna, hello Anna again. Thanks for your message, and also thanks for becoming a Red Team member. It's very much appreciated. Elmad asking with a 10 USD super chat, asking, what is the advantage or purpose of hot staging? Sawyer, give us a history of hot staging. I know it's been popular in the former Soviet Union and Russia. It was also used on the Titan, I think. So what is hot staging, and what are the advantages?
Yeah, as you mentioned, hot staging has been used across multiple different vehicles. Soyuz, to this day, still uses it. Basically, that's when you fire up another engine prior to the separation of the stage below it. So, for example, in this case, it would be firing the engines on board the ship before it separates from the booster. So, by doing that, you get a little extra performance boost in the fact that you don't have to wait for your engines to throttle up as you're going. And in addition to that, in this case, I think SpaceX believes that will also help with stage separation, because if for some reason you unlock them and then just, things don't go right, they're still attached until the engines fire. At that point, the engines will fire regardless. So as soon as they separate, it should, in theory, blow the ship away so that it can continue onward to orbit and the booster can go downward.
Sounds good. And I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it, but we are getting word that ship 28, what we were looking at earlier, there we go, is in the air. It has been lifted. You can't really tell because we can't see the base of the ship, but it is higher than it was before, and you can see the crane lifting it from above the lift points on the nose cone, or around the top of the nose of the ship. And there you go. And I'm also just looking now because we've got a little tweet from SpaceX as well. But there you go. Ship 28 is airborne, not under its own power, under a crane. But I think, Sawyer, I think it's still fair to say that it's airborne. It's in the air. Dangling.
Yeah, I would say that's safe, that it has been lifted off the ground at least, or off the stand there. So yeah, I think that's safe.
Safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, the booster will be safer when it's in its final spot and not dangling, but yes.
That is a very good point there. Mr. H is asking, thanks for your great work and coverage. You're very welcome. Now that Ship 27 has been scrapped, do you think they will still launch Ship 26? We were talking about this a little bit earlier, but there's no harm in bringing it up again. Sawyer, now we've seen 27 get sliced in half, it does kind of put the nails in the coffin of Ship 26 a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does. Again, the whole reason for the different ships is, and getting rid of the other ones is you've made enough of different changes to the next variant that it's not worth even trying the previous one. So, again, just the fact that Ship 27 today was cut in half means that's out of the running. So I would think the same for Ship 26, meaning that they start with Ship 28 next and go from there.
Sounds good. I think this might be Sinwar, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. What are the chances of non-structural parts like the chines getting replaced with aluminium instead of steel? Trevor, I'll throw this to you. I think it kind of makes sense to make the entire vehicle steel, so then they only have one kind of material they need to work with.
Yeah, I think it just helps with welding and all of that to not have to have different materials. And with how thin the chines are, I don't know if aluminum would really be that much lighter. I think it would just add too much complexity.
The other thing I have to add, because shuttle, is, if you think about it, the body of the shuttle was made of aluminum, which is great. It was strong, with some titanium alloys in there, but we'll say aluminum for the sake of what I'm trying to point here. That is not going to be able to survive the heat of re-entry, or that much heat in general, to be perfectly honest. It can withstand a lot, but not the force of re-entry. So if you're planning on reusing the booster and you've got parts that are made of aluminum, yes, emphasis on the pronunciation, then you run the risk of those kind of melting or deforming or having issues with it. So I think from a thermal standpoint, it doesn't make sense either.
Aluminium.
Right, aluminum.
People always talk about aluminium, but they never talk about alumaxium.
Thanks, Jack, joining us from the field down in Starbase, piping in there. Thanks. I'm going to run through a little bit more of the support we've been getting here. Shadow Gunner, with a couple of super chats here, saying, I was thinking of a top mount for the shuttle on the booster, no danger of heat shield impacts. I guess you would also then get the hot staging rings helping there as well, but, you know, still not, I wouldn't say it's, you know, structurally ideal.
The space shuttle and aerodynamic are not two words that typically go together. It, yeah, when it comes for re-entry, it's a flying brick. That's all it really is. It's heavy.
It's a brick with wings.
Its aerodynamics are strange, so mounting that on top with the, you know, the tail sticking out and the wings, even with the reinforced carbon, it's just gonna not flow easy.
Yeah. And they also said, thanks for your autumn coverage, and the pun tokens have been added with another super chat there. So insert ka-ching sound effect here for Sawyer.
Yay!
There you go. You're very welcome. Rankley, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, with the $5 tip. That's a more direct way to support us over at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Saying, I'm a CNC plasma operator and I can't wait for hot staging. Always love your coverage. And another pun token for Sawyer.
Yes!
It's your lucky day, Sawyer. That's a very cool job to have, a CNC plasma operator. Yeah. Sawyer, your pun token ometer is definitely getting loaded today.
Oh yeah, no, I'm kind of saving these 2 tokens. Don't worry, it will happen.
Keep
Trust me.
Yeah. And Tom. Sorry, Trevor.
No, I was just going to bring up that the pad is definitely clearing. You'll see the cleaning crew that was there is now gone. All the people on the booster are gone. So it seems like we are getting near for a lift attempt.
Ooh.
And you can see, as you're saying that, someone's climbing down the ladder now. And I think there's just a few more people left around the backside of the from this perspective, you can see some people walking around the front of the booster, appearing from behind it. So, yeah. And Tom, just to round up this support here, Tom becoming a PadRat member, and also with a €5.99 super chat. Thanks very much for that. And Tom has also says, "What's going on? I just joined." And yeah, I realise many people are now just starting to tune in as the operations are starting to hopefully ramp up a little bit. So Sawyer, what have we been looking at over the last hour or so? I suppose it's not really much. And also, many people may be asking, this was supposed to happen hours ago in the road closure. So what's been going on?
A lot of sweeping. No, but in all seriousness, we had seen them like clear the area, look like they were getting ready to go ahead and lift Booster 9, and then suddenly they stopped. Crews went back out to the pad. There were people working on the transporter stand. There were people working on the ground beforehand, kind of sweeping, clearing the areas. We've seen cars come and go from there, and it looks like they're finally starting to clear the pad in anticipation of another attempt to lift.
Sounds good. And this is just a little bit of a pan across the launch site. You see many different vehicles from United Rentals there. Some trucks and diggers around. You can see the people still working near the base of Booster 9, but the number of people, crucially, has reduced. So it is making it look like the lift could be not imminent, but certainly we're trending towards that direction.
Yeah, and it's worth noting we are not sponsored by United Rentals, but if they do want to, you can always message us.
Yeah. We already see your trucks everywhere. We don't mind snapping a massive logo across the screen as well. Yeah. Everything Space and Transportation is asking, do we think that they will be lifting Ship 28 to put it on a transport stand and some self-propelled modular transporters and roll out tonight? Well, Trevor, there's another road closure starting at 10 p.m. leading to 1 o'clock in the morning. So do you think we could be seeing some Ship 28 stuff going on around then?
Yeah, it definitely seems possible to me. I suspect, though, it would be rolled out to the Massey's test flight for cryo-proofing and cryo-testing, and not to the suborbital or orbital launch pads.
And I'll also quickly pick this question from Dizzy. Thought experiment. If SpaceX were to build bigger, would they build something brand new, like a brand new rocket, or a heavy version of Starship? Sawyer, do we think we'll ever get a triple core version of Starship?
99 engines? I don't think so. I think that's a bit overkill. I mean, the way that they've been upgrading Raptors at this point, I think you could probably just make the booster, say, a little bit wider and add another ring of engines or so and get that extra performance boost, maybe? Just thinking out loud, again, thought experiment wise, but I don't see a world where we have 3 Falcon Heavies strapped together. I think that might shift the orbit of the Earth at that point.
I also think SpaceX drastically underestimated when they were building Falcon Heavy how hard it was. You know, Elon said for the longest time that it's just strapping 3 Falcon 9s together, and then later, after Falcon Heavy's test flight, he was talking about how it is much harder than you think because of the loads are weird and whatnot. And the other thing to keep in mind is that the tri-core design is in general somewhat of an inefficient way to gain more tank volume, because the volume of the tank, right, goes up by the square of the radius, right, because of the area, and then multiplied by the height, whereas the mass required does not. So the larger tank diameter-wise is more mass efficient than a smaller one. So that's another thing to keep in mind.
I'll also add in the fact that Starship is kind of the point of Starship is that it can be refueled in orbit, right? So the point of having more thrust more tanks for more thrust and more first stage performance at liftoff is to propel your second stage further. But if your second stage can be refueled once it gets to a lower orbit, it can have 100% fuel again from the launch and go even further. So if you can refuel your second stage, there's no real point in expending more energy during the first stage, because you can just recoup that energy with a refill. Another question here from David asking, will the top of Super Heavy need some form of protection similar to the steel plate to survive the force of hot staging? Now, Sawyer, I think Elon spoke about in the Twitter space he did when he announced this, that there will be some kind of protection added to the top of the booster. Have we seen or heard what that will be, or do we not really know?
To this point, I don't think we've seen anything in particular. And again, that change may come once they actually add the hot staging ring that will have the actual slots and cutouts for some of that exhaust to escape, basically. So I think that's when we'll get a better idea of it. But yes, that is the plan, is to add some form of protection there.
And another question here asking, will they keep the grid fins up like Booster 7, or will they put them down? Also, if they're up, doesn't it create drag? Now, Trevor, this is keeping the grid fins unretractable. That was a big point of discussion a couple of years ago. Is that still going to be the case with Booster 9? What's happening with the grid fins?
So that's going to be the case for all boosters going forward, as what Elon has said. And you were correct that it does create drag on the way up. But the good thing is that, right, the airstream is going to be mostly parallel with them, so they're not going to create that much drag, and they're not going to create any rotational forces or whatever on the vehicle. But Elon talked about how the drag, or the penalty that they get from the drag, is actually less than the penalty they would have from increased mass of having the grid fins be able to move. So they just did the analysis and they realized that this is a simpler mechanism with fewer moving parts and actually was more efficient to the vehicle in the long run. So it really highlighted Starship's philosophy of the best part is no part, the best process is no process.
And another question here, will SpaceX ever think about adding landing legs to Starship, or they always do tower landings? Well, Sawyer, I feel like a big it may seem obvious point to bring up here is that the first time you land on Mars, there isn't going to be an alien colony that's already built you a tower with chopsticks. So some kind of landing legs will be needed, and also for HLS to the moon.
Oh yeah, I mean, there will be variants, I think, with landing legs. And I think that's going to be the key factor there, is that, sure, you'll have some that don't have it and some that do, especially if you're talking a cargo variant versus a crew variant. So I would say they probably think about it. I don't think they would ever do that for the booster, though. I think the booster the plane is to catch, because adding legs is either going to add maybe a little more drag, or if you pop the engines down with 33 Raptors by accident at some point, it could be an issue. So
I'm going to hit a little bit of the support we've been getting. $10 from this person here asking, do you spell it differently in Europe? Because if that's the case, it's spelled the same. Would need an extra I towards the end. I've never understood this argument. Well, where it's pronounced the correct way, aluminium, Sawyer may have a differing opinion on that.
I do.
It has an I at the end. So there you go. It is spelt differently where it's pronounced correctly. It does not have that I at the end for some reason in the United States of America, which I've never understood.
I am an American, and I say aluminium because the American Chemistry Society... Oh, wait, no, it's an international chemistry society just said that it was aluminium and not aluminum. So...
I'm going with my U.S. public school education here and saying that I've always been told aluminum, and that has to be right because America.
Right, the International Jack Society says it's aluminum, so there you go.
I like this society.
Even the American Chemistry Society says that it's aluminium, so
I have a feeling that the International Jack Society may have a more credible case, though. I'm not sure. But yeah, to answer that question, there is an I at the end. Richard has become a PADRAP member. Thank you very much for that. And Ethan has ran a super chat here saying, what major changes that we know of have there been between Booster 10 compared to Booster 9? I'm not really sure how good of a look we've gotten at Booster 10 as of yet, or if we've been told anything, Sawyer. Booster 9 is, I think, the newest booster to be rolled out to the pad.
Correct. I believe Booster 10 right now is over at Massey's, if I'm correct. Just undergoing some testing there, so I don't know exactly, unless Alex or someone in the back channel has any more details than we do, or if Jack, you've seen anything.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Have you seen any changes out there, Jack? Any major differences visible between 9 and 10?
No.
There you go. Also of note, it appears that there is venting over by the tank farm, so likely they're loading something.
They're definitely up to something down there. And that shot you saw just before was the Massey's test site.
Yes.
Our view of that from a little while away. It is pretty hard to get a view like that, because at the launch site, right, the public highway runs right alongside it. You have access all the way through to the beach. You don't have that at Massey's because it is right on the bank of the Rio Grande River. So yeah, it's pretty hard to get a 24/7 shot of that facility and that view. Interruption. I think that's the space shuttle tanker.
It
in
is.
The bottom right. That's the space shuttle tanker. Quick distraction. Anyway, that vent.
It is a tanker that has space shuttles and designs on the side. But yeah, that looks like about 5 or 6 tankers so far, and there have been more coming and going throughout the day.
Yeah, and you can see that vent at the bottom has restarted there. It's and it stops again. As soon as we point our camera towards it, it stops.
So Sawyer, I guess if we're gonna get SAS for aluminum, we can give Ryan SAS for Grande. Isn't it Rio Grande?
Yeah, it is. It is the Rio Grande.
I thought it was Grande.
Well, you also think it's aluminium. I can't even say it, and you're wrong. So
The only Grande we have here is at Starbucks.
I feel like this is a reference I'm not getting, but
It's not. No, it's literally the sizes of drinks at Starbucks. There's Grande, Venti, something like that. I don't drink coffee, so I don't know. But
today I learned.
But yeah, and all the songs and all the movies, it's the Rio Grande.
I'm trying to get some independent verification here from Alex, who speaks Spanish.
It's Grande.
Thank you very much, Alex. NSF Verify has verified that I was correct all along.
he speaks he speaks Spanish, but he just got done telling us the other night that there's different dialects or what have you between Mexico and Spain. So nice try.
I'm gonna. Alex says it's the same in all dialects in full caps. There you go.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
Okay, Sawyer, you can disagree with me. I'm gonna move on to some more support here, both from Tom, a super chat asking when we see any type of testing soon. Trevor, I feel like the next type of testing we'll see will be more stuff with the plate, with the deluge system at the mount.
Ask me.
Jack, I feel like the next kind of testing we'll see will be the plate at the pad.
No, I think they're doing some testing right now. They're testing my patience.
Oh my god.
I'm willing to donate a pun token to allow that.
I'm going to transfer my question back to Trevor.
Yeah, so next testing should probably be with plate and with booster on top. So my guess is a cryogenic testing and then spin prime testing and pre-burner test. Actually, probably not pre-burner testing. I don't think we've seen that in a long time. And then into static fire tests. And then with ship, we have seen ship 25 already conducted its 6 engine static fire. Wow, I really have boosters stuck in my head right now. So the static
that's
fire
what
has
we're
been-
watching.
but you can see in the background here, there is some TPS work to be done on it. And then who knows what's going on at Massey's. There's always a ton of testing going on there. I think there's ship 24.2, I want to say is the name of it. That will be doing some payload bay testing. And then there's also ship 28, which is probably rolling out, which will do cryo testing there. So they have a lot going on everywhere.
Do we think that, I mean, you can't really test the deluge plates with a booster on the mount without shooting water at the Raptors, right? So to me that says the next test of the deluge plate at least would be during a static fire of some kind.
I mean, you're still shooting water at them during a static fire, so I suspect that it would be okay, but I'm not an engineer.
I just feel like there would need to be, I'm not a rocket scientist. I just feel like there would need to be some force coming out of the engine, at least some of the engines, so that you're not just blasting water up. Because one of the things we talked about, I'm sure I haven't been able to listen in on the stream. I've had bad signal all day, but the one deluge test we did see, we all kind of think is a partial test, right? Which means a full test would involve even more water and even more pressure. And so I just can't see them shooting water up into Raptor engines like willy-nilly. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. What do I know?
There we go. If you have any thoughts on that, chat, put it in chat, and we'll bring it into the queue. I'm going to hit this one from Tom real quick, saying that I'm going to be coming to Florida to witness a launch in person next summer. That's cool. You'll probably see a Starlink, to be honest, at the rate of things going. And also, what's happening to the Starship Tower at Cape Canaveral. Sawyer, I feel like nothing's really been happening. We can't really see anything happening because of the redesigns that's been taking place at Starbase. And I think there might be a video coming soon next week that might give us a little bit of a better look at some stuff happening down at the Cape. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
I love Monty Python. Yeah. So there has been, little bits of work on it, but no major drastic changes that were visible, at least from our Space Coast Live 24/7 feed. As for maybe from above, we'll have to see next week of what the major changes are that are going on. And in terms of actually getting to view a launch, there may also be something in the works for down the road on the best viewing sites as well.
Is your
Lots
rocket a
to
goer?
tease us.
Does it go? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more.
Hey, Antorsk, I think maybe, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking, all engines I see have a cover if they are stored or transported. Why is it that Raptors don't need covering? Trevor, why are Raptors just kind of slung in the back of a pickup truck and carried down Highway 4?
I think this is just kind of a general attitude difference between SpaceX and other companies, where in this program SpaceX is okay with possibly having a Raptor damaged during transport or whatever because they have several hundred spares or whatever with their ridiculous production cadence right now, where other companies with lower production cadence, if they lost an engine, that's a really big deal. So I think it's mainly just there are so many Raptors and SpaceX is building them so quickly that they're a little bit more okay with that risk.
And every now and then you'll see a tarp over some of them at least.
Yeah.
I will say, I can't remember the last time we've seen one roll actually down Highway 4. It's been a while.
Probably when they were
So-
sorting Booster 7 out.
Yeah, but at the
Yeah.
same time, they definitely, like, for example, Ship 25 has been sitting out here for however long with its Raptors just kind of hanging out. So I do think what you're saying is valid, Trevor, for sure. Like, it just seems to be an attitude difference. You don't have clean rooms on Mars.
Yeah, what Elon has another one of his big quotes. It's like a high production cadence solves many woes or something like that. And I think that's just their attitude here.
Jackster Max, if I'm practicing that correctly, I apologise if I'm not. Given the locked-in size of the launch mount, I assume this booster platform won't be scalable aside from Raptor performance improvements. And is that a be-all, end-all? So, Sawyer, do we think that the launch mount will not be scalable? Because they're going to need to move the legs if they need to make it any wider. Or will they just build a new pad? What in your opinion, what do you think would be kind of the rate of progression we could see from a widened booster, let's say?
Well, here they've already added a little bit of height. I believe the one that's built at 39A right now is a little bit taller off the ground than the original height of the Starbase OLM. So, if anything, it would be tweaks like that, but I don't see them changing the dimensions of the booster anytime soon. So at that point, I don't see any real need to update the OLM in terms of widening it or spreading the legs further, anything like that. At this point, I think you can do any other integration changes vertically. So that's my thought, is this is kind of the design they're going with, and any changes that they would make would have to be a completely new launch pad.
Makes sense. I'm wondering, right? So the base of the booster is the same diameter and the top of the booster is the same diameter, and they just make some kind of like Airbus Beluga kind of shaped rocket with a big bulge.
Stop.
Making it like, you know, proper chunky in the middle, and it kind of, you know,
Multi-space
warps
is
out.
going to make this in Kerbal now. You realize you have just manifested this.
That's our super booster. There you go.
I don't see how that's a problem, though, Jack.
A bulge
They will then
booster.
post it in the Discord and show us all the awfulness of it.
Yeah,
I would just see
they
it
are
becoming-
amazing. You're right.
I would just see it becoming Stretchy McStretch face. Instead
that
of
count as a
adding
pun?
a
That doesn't
bulge to
really
the
count.
top, you just
That doesn't really
make it taller.
count as a pun token, does it? Unfortunately.
No, that wasn't a pun. It was legitimate.
Yeah. Drisbane has done a $10 super chat. British chemist Humphrey Davy found and named aluminium.
Aluminum.
Sorry.
You want me to read this one?
I'm gonna. I said it. Aluminum, and later
Aluminum.
Other Brits don't like it. Oh, matching other elements, so they called it aluminium. The US followed the inventor.
Aluminum.
Let's just ignore that and pretend that I'm right.
Found the name
Artemis has become a-
aluminum, then alumium, and then aluminum, and then you guys added the I.
This is like the scene from Parks and Rec where Andy says it's aluminum.
Alex has a good point in the back channel, which means that it's then cadmium and titanium. So, you know.
What were the original element names, though? Before, like,
aluminium.
what
You
did the
can't change
inventor
my
call
mind.
them before that?
Artemis
just
has
'cause-
become a
This
pad
is the
rap
inventor
member.
or the founder that called them.
Just because other metals have other names doesn't mean aluminum has to be aluminium. That is very flawed logic. I expect better from you, Alex.
Artemis has become a pad rap member, and Paul has sent a €5 super chat.
Just think of it like
Sorry.
the song Phenomena, aluminum. Aluminum.
Aluminium. Okay, next question.
It doesn't fit then.
It does if you try hard enough. Okay, aluminium. Oh dear, I nearly said it. Aluminium, aluminium, aluminium. This is quality content we're watching right now. Let's move on to some questions. If you
Yeah.
have a question for us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we'll stop bickering about how aluminium is the correct pronunciation for the word.
Wow.
Right, we can stop bickering because we just learned that aluminum is the correct pronunciation. So good, case closed.
We do
Okay,
have this
let's
earlier that we should talk about.
Yeah, let's move on to a SpaceX tweet. SpaceX released these 4 photographs from the first 3 are drone pictures of Booster 9 rolling down Highway 4, and the last one is of the ship passing by the American flag on the launch tower. I think that was taken from the ground because that is pointing up, and you need a camera pretty far away from the propellers of a drone in order to see that. And we also have a new article on the news site, NASASpaceflight.com, written by, I thought about saying his full name, but then I hesitated. Alex has written, I'm not saying it, Kevin. Alex has written this article on the recent developments happening at Starbase with Booster 9 and the rest of the Starship program, including that first test of the deluge system, all of that available in that article. Alex calling me a coward in the back channel. I'm just going to pretend he didn't say that. And there you go. That's one of them really good pictures from Jack there of the close-up of Booster 9 and some other things there. So, yeah, lots of cool stuff in that article. If you want to give it a read, nasaspaceflight.com. I think it'll probably be the first one on the front page. Just is. First one on the front page. Booster 9 rolls to the upgraded Starbase pad ahead of static fire test.
Okay, I'm going to be Ryan for a second. It's not Alejandro, it's Alejandro.
Moving on.
That's good. I like that, Jack.
Okay. I feel like I'm losing this battle.
It's already lost.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Chloe's asking, what are the benefits of the new electric thrust vector control? Trevor, I'll throw this one to you because if I remember correctly, Ship 25 it has a hydraulic power unit, but Booster 9, the thrust vector control is all electric.
That is correct. The best benefit is you don't have something on the outside of the vehicle that will blow up a minute into flight like happened on the first launch. But in all seriousness, it's just an easier way that requires less reliance on hydraulic to have each engine individually gimbaled through, a motor, an electric motor, instead of having this big complex hydraulic system to gimbal all of the engines, though. However, like we were talking a little bit earlier on stream, which I guess that was probably over 3 hours ago at this point, ETVC does come with some challenges, like getting the same amount of torque out of an electric motor and an electric system to move the engines. To get the same amount of torque from that as a hydraulic system is quite hard. So SpaceX had an interesting engineering challenge to get these engines to move around properly. But yeah, hopefully just increased reliance, fewer parts down in the booster section leads to more reliable flights.
This guy called Patrick has left a question in the queue. Never heard of him before. Asking, how is the weather/wind looking? Also, does Sawyer have any pun tokens left? So I think Sawyer has a couple pun tokens left, but our weather station, at least, which isn't official SpaceX data, it doesn't give them data about launching or anything like that. It just gives us a rough idea of how the weather is currently near the pad. It's currently about 32 degrees Celsius, 90 Fahrenheit, 82% humidity, pressure's just above standard pressure, and the wind is at about 10 miles per hour. So
we should check in with our field reporter for another live weather update. Jack, how's the weather?
Yeah.
It's hot!
Thank you, Ollie.
So there you go. It's 2 sources of weather information for you there. There's some numbers and it's hot. There you go.
And the answer is 2. 2, Patrick.
Methane Man is asking why has Booster 4, or why is Booster 4 still around and it hasn't been scrapped? Is it sentimental like Hoppy? Trevor, I feel like the Rocket Garden is kind of... It's not a place where... It's a place where both vehicles go to retire, get scrapped, and also intermittently travel to before their inaugural integrated test flight. It feels like a kind of a middle ground for every kind of eventuality for a vehicle. So, yeah, Booster 4 just seems to be kind of chugging out in retirement at the moment.
It's rocket purgatory.
Yeah. I mean, it's more of a storage area more than anything, and I think it's just... I don't think Booster 4 and Ship 20 are important to SpaceX at all. I think it's more just... It's easier to store them there for now than it is to scrap them, but when they run out of room, I suspect they will start scrapping them. I think the only two things that you could argue are sentimental at Starbase right now are SN15, which you see on our screen right now at the left with the impartial, or the incomplete heat shield, and then Starhopper, which is obviously at the launch site. Aside from that, in my opinion, they're all just big steel tubes that don't really mean anything.
So
and there's
that's
Hoppy.
the form upstate that everyone keeps talking about with all my pets. Wow, that silence is deafening. Anyway.
I didn't know what to say, and I didn't want to be rude, so, you know.
No, let's just move on.
Next question. Leslie says that they call the Rocket Garden the Rocket Car Park. Well, it's not really a car, is it? Rocket Park? Rocket Standstill? Rocket Garden. I feel like Rocket Garden is the best kind of name for it, even though it's nothing like the Kennedy Space Center Rocket Garden, which are all retired rockets which aren't flying anytime soon. Yeah. It is just kind of a field. A concreted over field that has...
Well, it's a
transport
Rocket
stands in it.
Garage, which is our new show that's coming to Discovery Channel this fall.
Discovery Plus, which I think is now just Max.
Whatever they call it now.
Welcome to Rocket Garden. This week on We Gotta Build the Rocket, and I ran out of steam. I'm sorry. I need more caffeine.
We need
I feel
exhibit
like that
down
would technically be the high base, though, not the Rocket Garden. The Rocket Garage would be the high base.
No, that's
Okay,
when we need to get exhibit. I heard you got a rocket in your rocket garden, so I upgraded your rocket to have rockets on it in the rocket garden.
Yo, dog, I heard you like launching.
That
I don't
little
know
vent
if,
there from the floor keeps just kind of appearing and disappearing every so often. I'm not sure if that's on like some kind of timed thing or why it keeps turning on and off. But there is activity happening there near the tanks.
I think it's... Are you talking about the orbital farm?
Yeah, just in front of it, near where the like the tanker trucks reverse up to fill the farm.
Yeah, I'm not a tanker truckologist, but my guess is, and this is a guess, as they are loading into the farm or offloading from a truck, they need to purge some of that head that is gaseous at the top of the tank in order to make room to fill more liquid in. And they have this big purge line that goes up the side of it. You know what? Hang on, I'll point a camera at it.
You are correct. We have it on stream, and I believe that is what you were talking about.
In the meantime, I'll grab a couple more questions here, such as this one. In the Boris gameplays, can you tell me when we will see the lift? We don't really know when we're going to see the lift. We heard a little while ago. There we go.
Oh,
Jack Cam.
great shot. Jack Cam.
Thank you,
It's got a
Jack.
windsock on there as well. So that's our new weather station, that is. We're just going to have Jack look at that windsock and tell us what the wind is like.
Yeah, and Jack will also tell if it's hot, really hot, or extremely hot. So we have it all.
There you go.
And also, that removes Kevin from his job of cloud report, since Jack is right there.
Look at that.
For those who were
in the
not
vote-
on the Raptor side last night, Kevin, who's producing this, was our reporter continually telling us whether the clouds were increasing, staying the same, or decreasing. So,
this question, can you tell us when the lift will be? We don't really know. We think it'll be soonish. We kind of heard an hour or so ago it will be in not imminently. It'll be in a little while's time. It took a little while to verify that was indeed true. But yeah, I think at this point we are still expecting it to happen today, but not in the next 30 seconds. They still need to take their time, check things out. Make sure things are going as expected. So yeah, that's pretty much the latest information we have. But we are still expecting it to go today. So stay tuned, keep watching, don't go anywhere. I don't know whether this is like Kaios and Cairo or Chow. I'm not sure. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. When do we think that we'll see the next ship booster stack? Sawyer, the next stack is, I'd say, 99% likely going to be Booster 9 with Ship 25 on top. When do you think we'll see that?
that's a really good question. I mean, if I had to guess, they would probably do the testing on just the booster first, especially considering that we haven't seen any modifications made to the top of the booster for the hot staging yet. We haven't seen the ring added, and again, my guess is that's something they would have to destack for. So if I had to guess, I know this kind of messes with Elon's timing of when the next flight might be, but I would think probably about 2 weeks from now.
Sounds good. And in the background, we're just hearing that Ship 28, which we saw a little while ago, it's getting lifted onto the thrust simulator stand near the highway. It's kind of difficult to see that because we can't see the ground because SpaceX built tents in the way, but we can see the ship moving around, so we can kind of guess what's going on with there. That is Ship 28 in the door of the high bay there.
I promise you, what's going on behind there isn't that intense.
Thanks, Sawyer.
One down.
One down, one to go. Artemis has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thanks very much for that. And we also have Doot becoming a Red Team member. If you have any questions, if you're just joining us, put your question in chat and put at NASASpaceflight, tag us, and it comes into the queue here, and we then do our best at answering them. That's how this ball rolls. There's a question here from RC Horseman asking, have the stabilizer pins been lined up and connected? We saw this a little while ago. The stabilizer pins have been nearly lined up. They're just a little bit off, but they hadn't been connected yet. And there's just a couple things along with that which kind of lead to the fact that this lift wasn't happening in the next 30 seconds. There are people still around it at the base, and those stabilizer pins weren't connected up yet. These are that's kind of one of the indicators that we should really be looking for. And there are still people around the back there. You can just see that people crane moving around the back there now. So there are still people near the base of the booster. And I also, there we go, nearly disguised there, but there is someone standing right in front of that chine in the middle of the frame where the bird just flew past. Right there as well. So there are still people around the base of the booster.
And the chine is so shiny. You can see his reflection in it.
Yeah.
That shine.
It's a shiny.
Let's look at another question here. Galactic Games is asking, do we think that the human landing system, the NASA HLS version of Starship, will have sea-level Raptors or just 6 vacuum Raptor engines? Trevor, we also saw early renders of Starship HLS. It had like kind of Super Draco looking thrusters at the top of the Starship. So what's going on with that?
So it'll definitely have sea-level Raptors, because keep in mind that the vacuum engines don't gimbal, and you'll need gimbal control for landing on the lunar surface. And And then I also highly doubt it will have 6 vacuum engines. It'll probably just be the 3 sea level engines and then 3 vacuum engines. As to what Ryan was talking about with the Super Draco looking engines that in the original render, Elon had talked in, I believe it was one of the Starbase tours with EDA, that they're hoping to not use those and instead just land on the lunar surface with the sea level Raptors, but that they were still doing analysis into that. So if I had to guess, they will just have the normal sea level Raptors, but we'll see. Hopefully we get an update on that sooner than later from SpaceX directly.
And I think another part of that is the whole idea of, is that vehicle going to be returning back to Earth with the crew as well? And that will play a factor as well in whether they keep the vacuum engines, I think. If they decide to, once Lunar Gateway is up, just leave a Starship up there that can be used to land and go back and land and go back, then you don't really need it as much.
Let's look at some more questions here. Chris W asking, when do we expect the static fire campaign to begin? Jack, I'll throw this to you if you're able to answer, because you are down there in Starbase right now. Have you seen any indications of when we're expecting to see Booster 9 do some flamey end things?
Nope. I'm going to say 2 weeks.
Very precise answer. Everything is 2 weeks out. It is 2 weeks out. Down in Starbase. And this is a question that we answered earlier, but again, we'll go through things more than once as new people come in and join us as we await Booster 9 to be lifted off of its transport stand and onto the orbital launch mount. But Gabro, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, asking why are the grid fins on every super heavy booster extended rather than being folded in like on Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy? Trevor, you answered this earlier, so I'll throw this one to you again. What's up with the grid fins?
Yeah, sure. So it's a trade-off that SpaceX decided to do between having slightly more drag during ascent and not having to unfold these. And what SpaceX found out is that the drag that was generated by the grid fins reduced performance less than the mass that they would have to add to the booster to be able to retract these. And on top of that, this removes a failure mode from booster landing since they're out all of the time. So between removing parts, going with Elon's philosophy of the best part is no part, the best process is no process, and actually increase performance, SpaceX decided to do it this way.
Plus,
but yes, it does look weird.
Plus, we've seen how hydraulics work so far with Starship, so.
Oh, hopefully the grid fins are not that bad.
I'm going to look at some more questions here. There's a good point here. We're looking kind of into the future here, though, talking about when we will see a Starship launch from the Kennedy Space Center. Sawyer, you're down in Florida. When do we think that's going to happen? I don't think it'll happen this year, and I think there's a little chance of it happening next. But you're also editing flyovers and such, so you get a first eye view of the upgrades and such that are happening down at the pad.
I think it all depends on how things go down at Starbase. Once they get a vehicle that flies relatively reliably, and they get an idea of, okay, we know it's going to be able to lift off and not destroy historic Pad 39A. We know that it'll be safer, and even still, they're going to have to ship all of the boosters to start on barges from Texas to KSC, and then work on integrating, and the first-time integrations are going to be tricky, so I would say by the end of the decade, which I know seems very, very far away, especially if we're talking about launching crew to the moon with HLS using Starship. But I think we're talking closer to 2027, 28 personally, which I know is a bit pessimistic. But just from what I've seen with flyovers and being outside the gates of 39A, it's still a little bit away.
This super chat here from Astro Knucklehead asking, look, Bacon Jack is right. That the I refuse to pronounce it in that way. Where aluminium smelting
Aluminum, yeah.
started. Oh, swear. An energy project that's larger than Starbase. So it looks as if we still have some people in chat who fail to believe that aluminium is the only way the word can ever be pronounced. So, I mean, it's just you can't deny the truth that aluminium is the correct way to pronounce the word, and I'm gonna fight this battle until I lose it, which was probably about an hour and a half ago. But,
I can deny it, and I do.
I will try and fight this battle as hard as I can.
Can you tell we've been on the air for a while?
Yeah, you can tell we've been going for nearly 4 hours at this point.
Did we
Nice
do a
to have
poll
you
yet?
join us,
Somebody do a poll in chat.
We actually haven't done a poll yet.
No, Chris. I think that's a job for Chris B. If he hears this message, Chris B, do a poll, please. Thanks. Yes,
Horses,
poll,
space
poll.
shuttle. Horses, space shuttle. There, he'll hear it now.
Oh, you activated him. He's there.
Here
He
we
is
go.
typing.
Is it aluminum or aluminium? So with or without the second I, or with or without the I? Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
is it
second
pronounced
I. That's
correctly? Is it pronounced correctly or incorrectly? That's the question.
Now I do
and
have
in
to hope that it is typed in correctly without any bias, since I know Chris is located in the UK. So shuttle horses. Maybe that'll make it more fair.
It's still aluminium.
Also, good to see people think August for the when launch poll. So,
Everything Space and Transportation asking another question here, asking what is the thrust simulation stand that Ship 28 is being placed onto, and what does it do? So, Trevor, what does the thrust simulation stand? How can I feel like another question to ask is how can you simulate thrust without firing the engines?
Yeah, sure. So I think we first saw this with, Starship SN3 or something like that, where what these do is it's a hydraulic pusher that pushes up on the booster with roughly the same amount of thrust that an engine would have. And that way they're able to test the rigidity of the thrust puck and everything. So it's just to make sure that the vehicle was built properly and is able to handle all of the forces that it goes through during launch.
Sounds good. What also sounds good, or rather looks good, 2 new metal prints which have been added to the store, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, taken by Jack Byer, who's also on comms with us at the moment. First,
sounds like you're going through a Starlink handover at the moment there.
Hopefully I'm a little bit better now. Maybe there was just a satellite passing overhead.
There you go. Now you're good. So you were talking about these aluminum metal prints.
These metal prints, which are printed onto a metal, which you can choose to pronounce in your own way. There are a couple new ones taken off Booster 9 rolling by Jack Byer. This one you can see Ship 25 and the pad just in the background there, and Booster 9 with the sun rising in the background. And then there was also a wonderful long exposure photo taken of Booster 9, which just looks incredible with the navy blue sky behind it, the traffic moving in front of the camera, but of course as it's a long exposure the lights kind of get smooshed across the bottom of the screen, I suppose is the correct terminology, down there. So there you go, just a really, really great image there that has become a metal print. I remember watching this happen live in the back channel. Jack shared his photos, and then I think it was Adrian, which was just like, this needs to be a metal print, and there you go, it's a metal print on the store right now, and you can purchase either of those metal prints, any of our other metal prints of various different vehicles, or any of our other products, including the new plushie, the Starship patch. You go. There's also some last chance metal prints, which will be removed from the store soon. So if you have been eyeing them up, make sure to if you've got them in your basket and you're waiting to purchase them, you should probably purchase them soon, just before they
Yeah,
leave the
I
store.
need to get that Falcon Heavy shot that's on screen right now. That is phenomenal.
With the lightning,
Yeah.
Yeah,
This was taken by Max during that Falcon Heavy launch campaign. There was a massive storm that rolled over the KSC, and this photo was actually, like, I believe it was really overexposed, but after editing it, Max was able to make out this really cool lightning bolt coming down between his remote and the pad. So there you go. A really cool image there.
And each one, when you go on the store, comes with a little description from the photographer and helps support their work as well, in addition to NASASpaceflight.
And all of that is available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. My attention was taken to the chat because Crispy NSF Actual has created a poll, which is titled, "How do you say aluminium?" The first one, which is spell check, says good, and the second one, which is spell check, says eh. So those are your two options.
And see, my spell check's the other way around.
Yep, and well, 60% of the people are voting for aluminium, so I think that means that everybody believes that I'm correct, and you're all wrong.
It's surprisingly closer than I thought it was going to be, I will say that.
Yeah, I suppose that the Europeans are kind of going to bed at the moment, which doesn't really help my case, because it is now midnight in most of Europe at the moment, so yeah.
USA. I'm kidding. Anyway.
David Hall in chat saying 60% equals everybody. There we go. There we go. Somebody gets it. I'm going to answer this. Oh, I'm not going to answer this question. I'm going to read out this question from Dusty asking, does SpaceX have to change all of the code for the launch since the aerodynamics have changed on the booster? And will the deluge plates start shooting before the Raptors? So kind of two questions in there. Sawyer, I'll throw the first part to you. Do we think that the aerodynamics could have changed, and if they'll have to account for that?
I mean, you're adding a little bit of height to the booster. You're adding something that has the potential for air and thrust and other things to go through it. So I'm sure there's going to be some changes. I mean, I'm sure they also were going to make changes regardless of if they added the hot staging too, just from things that they've learned from that first flight. So I'm sure there's going to be code change, slight aerodynamic changes, but they've got really powerful computer simulations they can use. They can use the data that they got from that first flight and from past launch experiences with other vehicles that it's not, I don't think, a deal breaker. It's something that they've probably been working on and will continue to tweak for the next good number of launches anyway.
And Trevor, I'll throw to you. Do we know when the deluge plate will start, being a deluge plate, or is that still kind of unknown until we get a static fire?
I think that's unknown until we get a static fire.
Makes sense. I'm going to throw through. You can tell we've been on air for a little while. I'm going to go through the support that we've been getting over the last 10 minutes or so, starting out with Dale with a £5 super chat. This week on Rocket Garage, Jack dyes his beard, Chris comes to work dressed as the shuttle, and Sawyer straightens his astronaut pictures.
The pictures are straight, it's my camera that's crooked.
Okay. We have to add some rotation in post-production then.
Yep.
Astro Knucklehead asking, whatever happened to the commodity plant near the Sanchez site? Jack, do you know what the commodity plant was near the Sanchez site? I know where the Sanchez site was, but I don't know what the plant is, if you're on comms.
I suspect he is not on comms.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Unless his phone's buried in his pocket. But yeah. If he does return, then I'll bring that question back up again. Paul, with a €5 super chat. Can we have a new poll to know if it's pronounced Elonium Musk or Elon Muskium? And Thomas saying, we all know that it's actually aluminium. Hopefully someone gets that reference. Another $5 super chat here. Aluminium sounds like it should be an alloy of
Adamantium.
There we go. Thanks, Sawyer.
You're welcome. I know how to pronounce the periodic elements correctly. Continuing along with Starship-related questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll through the queue here real quick. If you have any Starship questions for us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer them. As we still wait for Booster 9 to ascend from its transport mount under the power of the chopsticks.
At least we have seen that the pad has been... I believe the pad is cleared now at this point, or there's a lot fewer people if that's the case compared to earlier when they were doing all kinds of work. There's still people there, as you can see by that person in the crane, but it looks like work is winding down.
There's someone behind those lights there, or in front of the booster. It's really hard to see because of the sun.
Yeah, between the two.
Yeah. So, but it is certainly thinned out. Before there was, say, I don't know, 10, 20 people working around that booster. At the moment, we can only see 2. So the amount of people has definitely decreased. Whether or not this indicates towards the booster lifting soon, we don't really know. The last update we heard was an hour or so ago. So
soon TM.
Soon TM. But stay tuned because we are still expecting it to lift today. Whether it lifts in the next, I don't know, 30 minutes or hour or so, it's unknown. We don't get a timer. We don't get a live stream from SpaceX. We are using our we are looking at what's happened before at Starbase and applying that knowledge to the to what we're seeing right now. It's a bit like weather forecasting, except it's starships. So it's Starship forecasting. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we can make an educated guess of what will. And it looks as if that lift there is actually reducing in height, unless they're just looking to go under the mount. But I feel like that person there is also starting to... There you go, he's turning around. He's going to crawl down the ladder. Maybe this means that the mount is clearing now?
Yeah, the cherry picker lowering and the person lowering themselves, that's... See, for the people that were saying, oh yeah, it's clear, except for that guy and that guy, it is clearing, I will specify.
Yeah. I can't see anyone else about, though. There's just those people that were on the cherry picker and the person climbing down the ladder. So, there you go. Just them people left, I think, maybe. Unless there's anyone else around. So maybe this is indicating that a lift operation could be coming shortly, which is exciting. Let's have a pan to the left. I think I can see someone with a hard hat on there. And there's someone else walking across, maybe. I haven't seen anyone else apart from near to that leg of the OLM. So, anyone behind the digger? Or the crane, rather? Or that digger? I don't think I could see anyone. You know what? Apart from the vehicles on Highway 4, I think that this pad, apart from the people leaving the mount, I think this pad might be clearing out, you know?
Yep, for another go at hopefully lifting Booster 9 onto the orbital launch mount, getting one step closer to the second integrated flight test of Starship.
Yeah, there's just those people huddling around that leg there of the OLM, but I don't think there's nobody else there, at least from what we can see from our cameras.
As you Brits would say, mulling about.
Thanks, Sawyer.
You're welcome.
There you go. I hesitate to say that a lift is imminent because it's not being lifted yet and there's still people at the pad, but it certainly is trending in the direction of a pad clear out, which is one of the early indications that some sort of pad operation could be on the way. And from today's rollout of Booster 9 and then the chopsticks lining up with the top of the booster, it is indicating that a lift of Booster 9 could be coming very shortly. I've only counted 4 or 5 people at the pad, so unless anyone is hiding behind the transport mount or any of the other equipment there, the number of people at the pad has significantly reduced, which is very good if we want to see a lift coming shortly.
Don't you know they're all hiding for a surprise party?
They're all crowding behind the United Rentals lifts. There we go. I'm going to hit a few more questions here. Luke is asking, what is the advantage of the chopstick catch over a Falcon 9 style landing? Now, Trevor, why is this chopstick landing system even being developed? Some would say it's a bit ludicrous.
Yeah, the main reason is that Starship is trying to be fully and rapidly reusable, and landing legs are very hard. We see that with Falcon 9 that it takes several hours for them to retract the legs. And not to mention, they really don't have a good leg design for Starship, just because of the nature of the vehicle, with so many engines on the outside and whatever. So SpaceX decided that instead of trying to land the booster on landing legs, they would instead try to land it on pins higher up in the booster. And then you can completely get rid of the mass that the landing legs would have. So I think that describing it as catching the booster is somewhat of poor phrasing on like the part of Elon who's talked about it the most. But when instead you're really just landing on landing legs that are mounted high up on the booster. And yeah, it sounds ludicrous to us right now, but so did landing a Falcon 9 in the middle of the ocean. So hopefully in a few years they'll be extremely good at landing these things.
A $5 super chat has come through here saying that hydraulic thrust vector control makes sense with Merlin because it uses RP1 from the fuel pumps. Raptor doesn't use RP1, so electric makes more sense. And Sawyer, yeah, when you've got cryogenic liquids going around, it makes it more difficult to use hydraulics.
Yeah, I know Elon at one point, sorry I'm not Sawyer, but was talking
I was going to
about...
say, Sawyer, your voice has changed.
Yeah.
Elon, I'll be quick. One point Elon talked about they were considering using, I think it was CH4 as a hydraulic fluid, and then they realized that that was a bad idea.
CH4 is methane or methane, but yeah. I mean, no, I totally get that. It's yeah. I mean, he's basically said it all right there.
There's an anonymous store message saying, thank you all, let's lift this candle. Not light this candle, not just yet. They've bought a patch, and they've also purchased another item off the store, which is a patch sticker. There you go, 2 patch items there. And Daniel with a store message saying, we were there for this, visiting from the UK. It will be a nice memory from our holiday. That is of the Falcon Heavy metal print with the lightning strike there. Shop.NASASpaceflight.com, taken by Max. So yeah, very cool that you got to see the launch, and now you get to put a picture of the rocket on your wall because of that metal print. And yeah, very, very cool to see. I think that was the from the Viasat launch campaign, which if you've been keeping tabs with that mission on our Friday weekly series This Week in Spaceflight, you'll know from last week that Viasat 3 is unfortunately not in the best of places right now, but Viasat are working the problem. And Alexander with the £2 super chat is asking a very good question here, which is how will they build infrastructure for Mars when they don't have a pad? Now, Sawyer, this means there's going to have to be some kind of landing leg system on the ship, isn't there?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to have to land. And I know at one point SpaceX was considering, even for the moon, just leaving a Starship landed there and using that kind of as a base. So that might be something for the future, even if you automatically, send one ahead of time, pre-land it, and then use that as your base. Regardless, you're going to need the landing legs. So I think some of that infrastructure can and will have to be sent ahead of time and then assembled once the crew arrives. I think that's probably the way that they would get the infrastructure. Send everything as much as they can down. The rest comes with the crew, the first crew, and start establishing the base.
The company name has briefly just left my mind, which is really annoying. Maston, that's the name. They were working on a kind of a pad spraying system coming out of the engine to land on the moon, basically spraying out a launch pad out of the rear of the vehicle as it was landing on the moon or other surfaces. So maybe that kind of technology will be interesting to use. But yeah, I believe that company has actually gone bust now, unfortunately. But that technology has been proven to work, at least on Earth-based prototypes. And you can see this is a nice wide shot here, just over the landscapes of South Texas. On the left, hooked up by a crane, that's Ship 25. In the middle is the orbital launch tower with Booster 9 next to it. Just to the right of that is the tank farm, and then the Gulf of Mexico is beyond that to the right-hand side. There you go. Looking through for some more questions. Let's go with this one from Brenton asking, why does the booster slash ship lift take 40 plus minutes to complete? Why can't it be done in just 5 to 10 minutes instead? Now, Trevor, these vehicles aren't exactly small, are they?
No, these are very not small, I would say. Like the booster that you are looking at right now is the same height as the entire Falcon 9 stack, except for roughly 3 times wider. And on top of that, they're heavy. So it's just SpaceX wanting to be very careful, make sure everything is in order on the booster, then safely lift it up, safely move it over, make sure that everything is aligned properly, because you have to make sure that it's equally put on each of the launch clamps that are in the outer ring, make sure it's lining up with all of the quick disconnects and stuff like that. And then when you're lifting the ship, you also have to align it on top of the booster and make sure the entire stack is level. So there's a lot for them to do, and due to the scale of these vehicles, you need to be careful and make sure that it's done right the first time, because there isn't a second time, you know. If you mess up, there isn't a second time, I should say.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, 40 minutes is honestly pretty quick. I mean, initial ones would take an hour, sometimes a little more. And the fact that you're having to get the pins in, lift it up, swing it over, lower it down, align it just right so that all the pins and everything on the OLM that line up is impressive.
Nismo has a question. Where is the OLM controlled from? Sorry, I don't know if we have an answer to this. I would assume maybe it's the production site or the Astra facility further down Highway 4. But you kind of want to be able to see them when you're moving them. Do they have like a remote control at the pad? What do you think? How do you think the OLM's controlled?
Well, they definitely have cameras, I'm sure, out there that look at different aspects, kind of more engineering cameras that we might not see from the public view. As some of those we actually saw after the first integrated flight test. SpaceX released a few of those. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's 2 different control locations. One is the production site, and then the other one a little further away. I believe it's kind of behind Massey's. There's a school near there, the Astra School, and I believe the other one's back there. So it's one of the 2. I'm sure when it comes to actual launch day and testing, they're likely at the one that's much further away.
I'm going to quickly go over some road closure announcements that have come in over the last couple of hours here, because we've been saying throughout today's stream that today there's been road closure from 6:30 to 9 in the morning, 12:30 to 3 in the afternoon, and then coming up still today, starting at 10 o'clock in the evening through to 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, July 21st. But a couple new closures have come up. A temporary primary date for July 21st from 10 o'clock in the evening to 1 o'clock in the morning the next day, July 22nd. That has been announced, and there are also some primary and alternate dates on the 23rd, the 24th, the 20th, and the 25th of July, which will be next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Which are full day closures, 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock in the evening. And Trevor, those full-day road closures are usually used for things like cryo testing and other kind of tank tests like that, if I'm remembering correctly, thinking back to Booster 7 and Ship 24, Falls campaign.
Yeah, those are definitely for some more serious testing. If I had to guess, like we've been talking about, up next is probably a full cryo test of Booster again, and then after that, hopefully getting into the spin prime test, which will probably be of all 33 engines, and then into static fire campaign.
And I just realised that I said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday when it was actually Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, the 23rd, 4th and 5th of July. So there you go. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all 8 a.m. through 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time for full day road closures.
I just want to point something out while we're talking about the dates there. Reminder, today, July 20th, 54 years ago, humans first set foot on the moon for Apollo 11. And here we are now getting to see the testing of the next vehicle that will send a lunar lander down to the surface. So I just find that really poetic now that we're doing this move, working on the booster testing and things for Starship, which will carry the HLS version, which for Artemis 3 will bring the first humans back to the moon since 1972.
Very good point to note there, Sawyer. Thank you very much for that.
Moon.
We are
Moon.
looking
Moon.
We are. You're going to set chat off again. We are looking at the stabilizer arms there off the bottom of the chopsticks, or one chopstick, and it's kind of hard to see. But if you look just where the bottom of the stabilizer arm reaches the booster, just slightly above that, you can see a couple of or 3 little dashes there. That's what SpaceX are trying to line up for the lift of the booster. And as you can see, because we can see both of them, it means they're not exactly lined up right now, nor are they connected. So they are still a little far up. They're too far apart for a lift to happen, but they are close to each other. So that definitely does indicate that when SpaceX are ready to lift the booster, it will not be it will not be a long process between deciding they're able to lift and then actually beginning the lifting process. I'll go look through for some more questions. Again, if you have a question, tag us at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer it. Lightning Rod is asking, do we think that the West Coast will get some Starship pad love at Vandenberg? Now, there's a pad that was recently vacated by Delta 4 Heavy Sawyer down at the West Coast. Do we think we'll see any Starship love at Vandy?
You mean over at Slick 6, which was previously home to the Delta 4 Heavy?
I potentially. I mean, it's kind of I think it might be the only empty pad right now that's available for a big rocket.
So I think it's possible, potential, but at the same time, it all comes down to where you can launch from to get the orbit that you need. Pretty much all of the launches that you'll see from Vandenberg end up going in a polar orbit. So I would say maybe it's something to keep an eye on, but right now I think the primary launch site is Kennedy Space Center, and if they were to build a second pad, it would end up somewhere else at the Cape.
Can I say yes, just for Jack, because Jack will be mad at us if we say it's may not happen.
Jim Cavett is or has gifted 1 Red Team membership. Thanks very much for that, Jim. Very common name in chat. And I'm going to look through for some more questions here. Andrew I was talking about Marston earlier. Andrew M saying that Marston got bought by Astrobotic. So there you go. Astrobotic might now be using that technology also, which is very, very cool. Zach is asking, Trevor, I'll throw this to you. How exactly does the orbital launch mount spin up the outer engines on the booster? So there are some interfaces around the outside or the inside of the orbital launch mount ring. How are those used to help start up the outer Raptors?
Yeah, sure. Wow, my I could not say that word for a sec. The way that works is you have a connection to each of them, as you were talking about, that has high pressure helium gas, at least it's most likely helium. And then you flow that high pressure gas through the turbine, and that spins up the turbine, which then powers the preburners, so then you can start having propellant flow through and igniting the engine. So it's just some very delicate dance that the engines are doing.
Sounds good. Gonna look through for some more questions. Let's go with. Let's see. Which question should we go for?
Pick a good one. No pressure.
Yeah, I mean, there are many, so I have to quickly proofread them here before I put them on the screen and show them to everybody. Starbase Watcher here, again confirming, or correcting me, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, not Wednesday. Yes, I do apologise for that. I read my calendar wrong.
Sunday, Monday, testing days. Tuesday, not Wednesday, testing days.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be very interesting to see the rate of progress already, as they are 8 till 8 testing, or road closures rather. And that's usually when we see the bigger testing, so that's going to be definitely exciting to see.
Oh, that's very good. Whoever put, was that Rob? Hoppy Days. Clever. Very clever.
Does that mean you can steal one of Sawyer's tokens?
That's a song, not a pun.
Fine. And James is asking, this is a good question, how do the Raptors ignite? What is the system used to ignite the engines? Now, Sawyer, it kind of, on the booster at least, it differs from the outer ring to the inner ring because the chines cover up what are called COPVs. So, how do the Raptors spin up?
That's a good point. Yeah, the COPVs. Trevor, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with how it works on Falcon 9, and then I'll get to Starship. Because on Falcon 9, the propellant that they use to spin each engine is delivered from the ground, and then from the GSE, and then later the T-TEP is also delivered from the GSE. However, on Starship, I cannot remember if the inner rings are powered through COPVs or from GSE itself. My guess is GSE itself, but I'm hoping to get confirmation from that in the back channel. And then...
we should point out, by the way, that the COPV is a carbon overwrap pressure vessel. They're basically high-pressure gas tanks, just to simplify that.
Yeah, very high pressure. I think, on the order of 100 bar or something like that. So then once you have your engine spinning, you can start flowing some propellants through into the preburners, which then will be at pressure due to this spinning from the helium. And then you have a torch igniter in the preburners, which ignites the propellants in there, which starts spinning the turbine. So you then no longer need the spin gas. So then from that point, you have, because right, keep in mind Raptor has two sets of turbo machinery, one that is liquid oxygen or oxygen rich, and the other that is CH4 rich. So you do that on both sides, and then in the production or in the main combustion chamber, you have a mixing of those two propellants. And starting on Raptor 2.0, SpaceX actually no longer has torch igniters in the main combustion chamber. Instead, the propellants seem to just be the equivalent of hypergolic at the temperature and pressure that they're under, and they just combust immediately. So then you have ignition in the main combustion chamber through the preburners already being lit. So that's a gross simplification of it, because starting Raptor is incredibly complicated, but that's the general vibe of how it works.
And my understanding, the term for that is autogenous pressurization. So that's kind of the two different ways, is the COPVs and the autogenous pressurization.
So that's a little bit different of a thing. Autogenous pressurization is what then goes and backfills the tanks. That's not used for spin up of the engines.
Alex saying in the back channel, who's been keeping a little eye on it, saying that the stand pins have been moving for the last few minutes, which is interesting to note. I'm going to get to some questions here, such as this one from Luke, asking, what are the big milestones we can expect to see to get us to the next launch? Sawyer, what's the next big thing we can expect to see once Booster 9 is placed onto the pad?
Oh, we're talking before it gets to the pad in the lift itself, or after that?
After that, what's happening after the lift?
After the lift, I guess the next big thing to keep an eye on will be they plan to do a full test of the pressurization system, the new shower head basically underneath it. Following that, we will expect some of the testing with the actual pressurization of it, so maybe using liquid nitrogen for pressurization, but also then would be coming tests with the liquid oxygen and the methane. Following that, probably a spin prime test ahead of the static fire testing campaign. I would expect it to then be taken off of the mount. We're also anticipating them to add the hot staging ring, and then after that, it should, in theory, be stacked back onto the pad with Ship 25 on top ahead of liftoff.
I'm just going to zoom in on the pins here because it looks as if they could be lining up a little bit here. It does look as if they've moved over a little bit, kind of directly above the area where they latch to balance the booster. So there you go. Moving
I think now
towards
might
the
be a
lift.
good time. I'm sorry, I just want to say now might be a good time to kind of go over why we're watching the pins and what to look for next, at least with the lift. So
Go for it, Sawyer.
ahead of the lift, so the pins on the transport stand go in, and then the clamps that hold the booster to the stand open. In theory, once those open, you'll see a tiny lift of the booster just for the engines to clear the stand ahead of the main lift. Trevor, I don't know if you want to take over what happens for the main lift.
Yeah, sure. So once the engines clear the stand, the chopstick stabilizers move in and connect to the booster, and then the stand pins retract and let the bottom of the booster free, which allows the chopsticks to carry the booster up, which is always very exciting because it's always so smooth and looks so cool. And then over to the OLM and then down onto it. And that's kind of all we can see because from there the pins are inside the OLM, and they are covered by the scaffolding that we have up, which you can't see in this view right now, but lower on there's a bunch of scaffolding around the launch, the OLM. So yeah, then they'll align stuff, and once it's all good, the lift will be complete and the booster will be ready for some testing.
Sounds good. And I'm going to get a few more questions in here real quick whilst we wait for the booster to begin lifting. I'm looking. I promise I'm looking. Let's take this one right here from Mike, saying, can we talk about the physics of the hot staging in terms of how much thrust the Starship needs to exert to pull away from the still thrusting booster? So Elon kind of said in the Twitter space that the 3 inner engines on the booster will still be running at 50% thrust. So Trevor, you said the number earlier and I forgot the amount of thrust of a Raptor 2.
Yeah, so it's
have that number.
roughly 230 tons.
Okay, so let's say 230 times 3, which will be 690, and then divide that by 2, which is 345 tons of thrust. So that is, in order to pull away from the booster, the Starship will need to be able to produce more than 345 tons of thrust. And considering it has 6 Raptors, I think it might be able to do that.
Well, you need to keep into mind thrust to weight ratio, because that's what matters, not the thrust itself. It'll probably have to be a little bit more than that because, right, the booster is going to have 3 engines on 50% throttle, but the booster will have burned most of its propellant. So if you use Newton's second equation or second law of motion, F equals ma, since your mass is lower, your acceleration, you can have less force to get the same acceleration. So since this ship will be fully fueled still, I suspect that the engines will have to be closer to 100% throttle, if not, maybe even use RVACs.
And by the way, in terms of performance boost, I know this was also a question earlier. By switching to this hot staging, Elon in that Twitter space said that the payload to orbit advantage is conservatively about 10% more.
Which is a lot when your vehicle is 150 tons to low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit this question. Where did it go? There was a good question in there, and I've just lost it.
I think you hit it too hard. That's why it ran away.
Yeah. There it is. Jamie asking, will we be covering the Chandrayaan 3 landing next month? Well, we only kind of cover things that we get our own cameras on. So, considering it's on the moon, it's kind of difficult to get our own cameras on that. But certainly, I think, I don't know what you guys think, Soy and Trevor. Certainly, I think, you know, if we have a team to do it, like live streaming launches and stuff out of India would be cool in the future. But you know, it's a long way to go from where all of our team and equipment currently is located. So yeah, be cool to do in the future.
I think that would be great. I mean, regardless, there will be an article, I'm sure, on NASASpaceflight.com when it does happen, recapping it with some of the great videos in there as well. But I mean, it's historic again. You've got other countries landing on the moon. You've got private landers in the works too. It's an exciting time for lunar exploration. Finally.
Adam has a store message here saying, love the footage. Thank you very much, Adam. And you got a metal print that looks like a Starlink streak to me.
Ooh, yes.
Of a Falcon 9 from the Cape.
I believe that was from Julia of the recent Starlink launch from Titusville.
Lovely reflection in the water there as well of that Falcon 9 ascending from what was probably Slick 40.
It was.
Yeah. It's quite easy to guess which pad it is because there's 39As well waiting for Falcon Heavy. So yeah, Starlinks kind of get a little bit pushed to... They get relegated to Slick 40 quite often nowadays.
Well, also the fact that 39A right now is the only one that's capable of A, supporting crew, and B, supporting Falcon Heavy. So as of right now, it's there ahead of the Jupiter 3 launch, which will be Falcon Heavy, followed in August by Crew 7. So that's part of it too.
Yeah, which it's crazy that this next SpaceX launch, Starlink Group 6-6, which is on Saturday, will be SpaceX's 50th launch of the year.
That's halfway to their goal of 100 in a year, and we're right around a little past the midpoint, but with their cadence, who knows? It's still doable, I think.
Yeah, the interesting thing is Alex wrote an article about this a few weeks ago, I guess, at this point, near the start of the month, where he was analyzing the launch cadence of if SpaceX will be able to reach their 100 launch goal this year. Because right at the start of the year, I think everyone was like, wow, this goal seems ludicrous. They're never going to get close. And this year, if you make some assumptions, they will get there. Like one of the things Alex pointed out in the article is that SpaceX's launch cadence is generally a decent bit higher in the second half of the year than the first half. So if their launch cadence increase between the halves of the year is the same, they will reach 100 launches exactly. So, and that's assuming that Starship doesn't fly again. Very worth a read, would go recommend to everyone.
Fly by Night is asking, since lining up for the lift is such a precise and slow process, don't you find it dubious that the booster and ship could land, in quotation marks, quickly on the chopsticks? Is there a redesign needed? Sawyer, what's up with that? Because, you know, it rises slowly, but in the animations, the chopsticks move quite quickly.
Again, this is a new vehicle still. It's only flown once in its fully stacked configuration, fully integrated. So they're still kind of new-ish to this. So in the beginning, they're going to take it slow. Again, it started off as an hour. Now it's down to 40 minutes, and it's going to continually go down. Just like with the Falcon 9 launch cadence, let's say it's like 40, there are times where it would be a month in between, then 3 weeks. Now we've seen as little as 4 or 5 days between launches there. So over time, they're going to get quicker and quicker with it as they do it more and more. It's like right now, again, we saw them trying to work on the alignment pins. So as time goes on, that I think will become doable.
Going back to the Slick 40 thing, by the way, the quickest turnaround on Slick 40 is 4.718 days, just for random context.
0.718. Wow, that's specific.
Spreadsheets are awesome.
Prehistoric Man is asking, do we know if anything has been done to protect the piping on the orbital launch mount? There was quite a few bits torn up after the first integrated flight test. Trevor, have we seen any plumbing upgrades or replacements? Because I think they just kind of put that shielding around the top of the orbital launch mount before the first flight test and called it a day, or something to that degree.
Yeah, so we've seen them, replace all of that plumbing that was protected before. But I think a lot of the damage that happened to the plumbing that ran up the tower and whatnot was because of the so-called rock tornado and because of the asymmetric thrust at liftoff causing the booster to slide off the pad. So it seems probable that without those two failure modes, if you will, SpaceX will not have that much damage to the launch pad. I'll note that DOS kind of talked about some of the reasons for that damage in one of his deep dive videos analyzing Starship's first flight footage. So if you haven't seen that, would recommend as well.
Daniel's asking, do you see smaller rocket systems being impacted in the future when Starship eliminates the need for compact payloads? Sawyer, that's an interesting point because small sat launchers like Electron have been kind of marketed as like your dedicated ride to space. You don't have to ride along with 50 other people inside a Falcon 9 fairing. And you can go to the exact orbit that you want, but still transporter missions seem to be popular.
Yeah, that is true. Again, I think if you, for right now, go aboard, say, a transporter mission on Falcon 9, it's going to be a little bit cheaper, but as pointed out, you're kind of restricted in exactly which orbit you can get to, and you might have to make modifications to your satellite, or if you're a CubeSat, just design it for that intended orbit, even if it's not the one you really wanted. Whereas you have these small sat launchers, as you mentioned, like Rocket Lab, and Relativity, and Firefly, and all these other smaller launchers that are meeting that demand. So I think Starship is the en masse launcher. So either the very large payload, or if you really don't care which orbit it goes to and you're fine with it being deployed with 100 others, great. But I think there's still always going to be that market for, I want this payload into this exact orbit, but the price point makes no sense to stick it on something as big as a Starship. So that's when you get the small sat launcher market. In fact, if anything, I think that would increase the small sat launcher market.
I'm gonna run this question, asking from Omar, asking, how will SpaceX rotate the booster to align with the lifting pins with the chopstick after a successful catch? Well, Trevor, I think the idea is that the booster is rotated as it descends through the atmosphere, so the pins line up before it's caught.
Yeah, the booster will come in with a specific orientation, which is nothing new to SpaceX. They do the same thing on Falcon 9, where it lands on the drone ship a very certain way.
Yeah, reverse roll program.
Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of what it is. The experience SpaceX has with recovering Falcon 9 is going to help help very much with the recovery of the booster and the ship, especially with the precise recovery of the ship. You know, originally with the first interplanetary transport system design of the booster, it was going to land right back on the launch mount, and everyone was like, "That's kind of crazy. That's you need really good precision for that." And then the booster landed, I think, with BFR, the booster landed next to the launch pad and then was craned up back onto it. And now SpaceX have decided to land the booster on the crane to place it back on the pad. So this trend of evolution from land it back on the pad, land it next to the pad, and now land it above the pad, you know. But yeah, they all require a very precise ability to land.
Yeah, the whole chopstick system is some cool engineering.
I'm going to hit some of the support here. William becoming a Red Team member. Thank you very much for that. And Plutonium 239 has done a $10 super chat asking, do we think there could be alien life on other planets? It depends to what degree you mean, because Sawyer, I think there's a good chance. You did a video about Perseverance the other month. I think there's a good chance that there could be bacteria on Mars. Obviously, that's not, like somebody walking around, but it is still life. It's counted as life.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way, for pushing those science videos. There's some great science videos on the channel that don't get as much love. So, yeah, definitely cool to check out. Thank you. But I think, yeah, just the odds of there not being life, us being the only intelligent life in the entire universe, is a bit ludicrous. So, yeah, I don't know if it would be Moon or Mars, but there's got to be somewhere, hopefully in the solar system, if not within the Milky Way galaxy, that has to have some form of life, at least in the bacterial form. And thank you for posting the Perseverance video.
Crispy NSF Actual has started a new poll. When lift? Within the next hour or 2028?
And I'd like to say it is scary close.
I feel
2028 seems a bit early to me, to be honest.
I still voted 2028.
I feel like we've seen enough people clearing the pad and it's been thinning out, that we could be seeing it soon. And then every so often someone new just pops up. There you go. As soon as I say it, someone pops up in the bottom left of the picture. There you go.
Of course.
They're all napping right now.
Yeah, unless they come out of those two see-through TARDISes at the bottom there.
Yeah, that is kind of what they look like. Oh, yeah. I do hope that it is soon. Yeah. And everything indicates that as well, which is annoying, because then someone else just rocks up. Anyway, should be soon. I'm gonna... Which one should we go? Oh, Lincoln. $4.99 super chat with no message. It's still greatly appreciated. Thanks very much for the support. Lauren is asking, how long does it take to make a Starship from start to finish? Trevor, I don't know if we have a specific answer, but also it doesn't help the fact that sometimes a ship will be rolled out to like the rocket garden, wait there for ages, do some testing, and then we'll need upgrades. So I don't know whether there is really a definitive answer on how long it takes to make a Starship.
Yeah, right now it seems to be on the order of 9 months or so from we first see components to it being a assembled vehicle. However, like you noted, because we're still in a testing campaign and this isn't an operational vehicle yet, there's lots of things that are slowing it down, like pad infrastructure upgrades. They're still doing a lot of testing on the vehicles, dealing with boosters and all that, not to mention they're still running into problems. So their production cadence doesn't need to be as high yet. I suspect when we start, actually being limited in launch cadence by production, they will take closer to 6 months from parts showing up to being able to fly, at least at the start.
And I should point out that there is a video in regards to building Starship Super Heavy, one ring at a time, in fact. I don't know anyone that worked on that video that's here, Ryan, but it also gives a great explanation of the whole build process and how we get to basically where we are now. I'll link that one as well. So basically, keep your bookmarks tab open because there's a lot of great videos to watch after this stream.
Yeah. Open it in a tab in the background, and then when Booster 9 finally gets, you can go and see that in the meantime. Or if you have multiple monitors like myself, you can put our stream on one and then watch the video on another. Watch them both at the same time.
Got beaten to it, but yeah.
Kevin, our producer in the background, is reporting that it is not very cloudy. I think that's a very keen observation. You can still see some venting coming off the side of the tank, though. Yes, look for another super chat here from Lincoln saying, "Will the Starship thermal tiles be able to handle the higher heat energy for the what's the word? The
Circumlunar
trajectory. There we go. Thank you. Circumlunar trajectory, re-entry speed of the Dear Moon flight." Trevor, I'll throw this one to you. I hope so.
I mean, I think the answer is yes, else SpaceX wouldn't, contract this mission. But SpaceX will obviously do a bunch of re-entries before the Dear Moon mission and probably fly an uncrewed version of Dear Moon beforehand, just to make sure everything is good to go. But yeah, it can.
I think that's part of the way that they actually built and designed it, is the fact that they know it's going to have to go to the moon and that it has to withstand that extra re-entry force of 25,000 miles an hour instead of 17,500. Apologies, I don't know the metric conversion with those. But that's why they use Tough Rock, which Flex, that I kind of love this acronym, the Toughened Unipiece Fibrous Reinforced Oxidation Resistant Composite Material. That's meant for these higher heats.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, Dragon's heat shield was also designed for re-entry from the moon for Grey Dragon. So SpaceX has done a lot of analysis on that.
Thanks very much for that super chat, Lincoln. Let's look for another question here. Damien said, "Back to the chines. 4 now instead of 3. Are they symmetrical around the circumference, and are they all the same size now?" Well, Sawyer, we know the grid fins aren't symmetrical. Do we know if the chines are symmetrical? I suppose it's kind of difficult to see. From this angle, I'm going to guess that they're not, but I'm not sure.
I don't think so, but again, it all has to do with aerodynamics, where they're located in terms of where do they need that extra lift, which the chines provide a little bit of. So if it's not exactly symmetrical, there has to be a performance boost reason for doing so. Originally, the chines were kind of there to hide a lot of the hydraulic power unit lines as well, so it kind of served a double purpose. But now that they don't need that going forward, and they're reducing the number of chines, that should help in terms of a performance boost. And keep in mind, we have seen plenty of non-symmetrical rockets before. For example, the Atlas V 411, which is still one of my favorite ever launches I've seen in person, when you see it slide off the launch pad intentionally. Keyword there.
Yeah. Lixian, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, is asking, I don't know if you've already talked about this. It doesn't matter. If you have a question, and you fear we've already talked about it, don't worry, just put it in chat, ask it anyway, because we've been going for nearly 5 hours now. Many people have come and gone. We want to be able to share this information as much as possible. But anyway, for the catching/landing of Super Heavy, what are the chances that SpaceX will build another Mechazilla for catching it? So I assume this means a separate catch tower. Trevor, have we seen anything along the lines of that indicating that that will happen, or is there? Do you think that there's a market for that? Maybe.
I think a lot of that really depends on how the first catch attempt goes, because like we were talking about earlier, it is a lot of launch infrastructure that you're risking landing right by the OLM and the launch tower. But as of right now, SpaceX seems pretty confident that they'll be able to mitigate that damage even if there is a failure. Especially since they'll be launching on like the other side of the tower and whatever. So for now, I at least think it's unlikely that they build another tower that's purpose is only for catching. But we have like already seen another pair of arms at the Cape that I guess they could use if absolutely needed, but those I think are for one of the other launch pads at the Cape. So no indications of that so far.
Again, if you have a question, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and it brings it into the queue here. And Bidford, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, is asking, does the road have to be closed for the lift to proceed? Now, Sawyer, do we really know the answer to this question? Because before the road has been closed, but the road closure ended at 3.
It typically is, we've seen in the past, but I'm guessing at this point then it's not super critical. Again, that's just what we've seen in the past. So we'll see.
I just got excited then because I saw that the chopstick cables were flapping, but that's the wind blowing them around, isn't it? That's not a lift happening.
No, because I believe that we saw some people still around the pad area for now.
Yeah.
Keyword for now.
Still expecting a lift to come soon, though, so I'll say it again. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring this to you live as it happens. We're still around. We're still talking. And I'm going to look through for some more questions here. First, though, I am going to hit this super chat from Brandon, asking, will the second flight perform or have hot staging for the second stage for Starship? Trevor, what's the update on hot staging? Will it have to occur? Or also, I'll throw in, do you think it'll work properly?
I mean, I guess I could make the argument that it doesn't have to occur if the flight fails before they get to stage separation, but if they will be trying to hot stage the vehicle if they get to stage separation. So Elon talked about how they'll be adding the hot staging ring on top of the booster, which will just let some of the gas from the engines out, and that the hot staging will be done with the booster at firing 3 engines at 50% throttle. And whether, if not, I think they will make it that far. I'm gonna be optimistic and say yes, they make it to stage separation. Purely because it will be more entertaining if they do than if they don't.
I'm going to agree. I think that we will definitely expect to see hot staging on this one. The fact that Elon has basically said it, we're anticipating the hardware for it. If they're setting up the rocket for it, they might as well try it, especially after learning from I don't want to say their mistakes, but from trial and error, I guess we'll say, on that first flight.
Let's have a look for some more. Oh, Musical Walls is back. Hello, Musical Walls. Saw your name at the start of the stream. Can we get Texas Lift Watcher merch? We of course have Texas Tank Watcher merch.
Yes.
I don't know. We'll have to talk to the store team about that. But that is kind of what we're all sitting around watching, or not watching. I'll correct myself. Waiting for. Yeah, that is what we all are at the moment, all 5,500 of us. We're just sitting here waiting for this lift to occur, which should be happening soon, according to the last update we got. But that last update was a little while ago.
Sitting by the base of the ship.
It's a booster, actually. It's a
Booster.
booster.
It doesn't work with the song otherwise. Okay.
There's a ship to the right. We're near a base of a ship too.
It's a little bit further away though.
Sure. Hey, I'm just trying to defend Sawyer here. Come on.
The song. Do it for the song.
And Crispy saying in chat, we're going to get a copyright strike now.
Again. I'm surprised we don't have 6 of them already. I guess my singing's just that bad right now.
Another question in chat asking, what would it take to upgrade the Massey site to support static fire tests? Now, Trevor, I assume it's built for cryo tests, isn't it? So, what do you think they'll need in order to support static fire tests?
I think they would have to do quite a bit. Obviously, they would need to add more tanks and for holding methane and oxygen. So since right now it's only liquid nitrogen. Then they would have to add the whole infrastructure that we see at like the suborbital launch mounts. And then I would imagine, although I'm going to emphasize that this is speculation, they would need to do some sort of environmental review, since I don't think they have permission to do engine tests that far away. So I personally don't see them ever really doing static fire testing out at Massey's.
And we are 25 seconds away now from 6 o'clock.
But who's counting?
How long have we been going for? Yeah, who's counting? We've been going for about 5 hours now. Still waiting for this thing to lift. So there's still someone on the mount pointing. What are they doing? It looks like they might be shouting to someone. I'm not sure. But we're still waiting for this lift to go ahead. And there we go, 6 o'clock in the evening now, officially in Starbase Texas Central Daylight Time. We've been going so long that my English is now starting to suffer, but we'll keep going through it. Because we've been going for so long, I think I'll go around and introduce everybody again. Starting off with me. My name's Ryan Caton. I've been talking for 5 hours. Alongside me, we have Sawyer. How are you holding up, Sawyer?
Hashtag 5-hour gang. I am doing not as great as the start of the stream, but I think once the lift starts and we get to the fun and the excitement, that'll all change. Hopefully.
That'll bring the energy back into it. And
Yeah.
we've also been joined for today's stream by Trevor.
Yes, 5 hours ago we started this great adventure, and my English is also starting to go down the tube, so I apologize to everyone for our many grammatical mistakes in speaking.
And might I point out that this is 3 people whose English is their first language.
Yeah.
And we're struggling hard.
We also had joining us momentarily for a little while, probably about an hour ago or so, Jack Bayer in the field. The signal's a bit spotty around Starbase, so he can only join every now and then. And that's just how it is with the reception. And in the background, pushing buttons, putting things on the screen, Kevin Michael Reed producing this broadcast. Thanks, Kevin, for still going. There we go. I'm going to hit this super chat, another one from Bideford, thanks very much, 20 USD, and saying thank you all for hanging in here all afternoon, CDT, and now evening. Oh no, Sawyer has earned 5 additional puns.
5? Wow.
Oh no.
I guess one for each hour that we've been here.
Yeah. We're
I
still going though. We're still
gotta
going.
find the right moment for it. These are precious.
And I was just talking about Jack actually, and he's keeping an eye out. And apparently there are still a couple tanker trucks still at the tank farm filling it up with liquid oxygen and methane and whatnot. So, you know, if they want to clear the area, then them tanks are in the way. And there's also someone on the mount, and there's some people around the mount. Even though it's much less than before, there's still people there. And the road closure, I think, has ended. I think it would have ended 3 hours ago. So,
I believe there's been some additions on the Cameron County website as well that we'll have to keep an eye out there too.
I'm just looking on there.
I believe Alex just posted it in the back channel as well.
Yeah, I think those were the... Let me check. Was that the ones that we spoke about before? Yeah, it was the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, 8 a.m. till 8 p.m.
Yep.
Full day closures for testing. So if you're just joining us, we obviously have today's closures. This morning's was 6:30 till 9. The one we started this stream for was 12:30 till 3 in the afternoon, and then we still have one to come 10 p.m. till 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. We then have another primary date temporary closure for tomorrow, again 10 p.m. till 1 a.m. the following day, and then primary and alternate dates we have for a closure July 23rd 8 till 8, July 24th 8 till 8, and July 25th 8 till 8. So that means that July 23rd is the first. It's the primary date for that closure, and then the 24th and the 25th are alternate dates for that one closure to take place. So, Trevor Sawyer, correct me if I'm incorrect, but I believe that means that there will only be one closure, but it will be, although they only plan for one closure, it's not going to be like today when we have like 3 different closures going at once.
But it means that they could go any time within that window in any of those days. Let's say, again, that they want to do a pressurized test one of those days, and they go to pressurize and like, wait, something doesn't look right. They can try again later that day, or say, you know what, we have a window of closure again tomorrow. Let's cancel the one today and go tomorrow at X time in the window.
There we go. Let's have it full screen. Why not? Thanks, Kevin.
It's more exciting than people working on the orbital launch mount at the moment. Just because people on launch mount.
Yeah.
Why?
That is the question we're all asking, Jack.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Let's have a look to see if there's some more super chats. Oh, there is. There's a $5 super chat from Grayson asking, do we think they'll retrofit the chopsticks in Boca Chica to the similar to the smaller pair at the Kennedy Space Center? Trevor, do we think they're going to chop the chopsticks in half like they did Ship 27?
That was good.
No, I don't see that as likely. I don't see any disadvantages to having the longer chopsticks at Boca Chica. I think it's just like easier at the Cape going forward to have the shorter ones, just because easier to build, less resources needed, and whatnot.
And for perspective, with the Canadian $5 saying another pun token from a confirmed punster. Sawyer, you're really racking up your account there.
I know. I'm waiting.
You might need to deposit some of these soon.
I'm saving some for the lift. I've got some good ones when we get to that. So, but until then, is that guy holding a sermon on the mound? Because we need him off the mound. All right, there's one for you. Okay.
Okay. Ka-ching.
Yeah, Kevin needs to have a pun token button that makes a noise whenever one's exchanged.
Yeah. A little, like some coins that pop up from a corner or something. That's what we need.
Emotes that people can add and remove pun tokens with emotes.
Maybe that's what we need. We need a like sawyerpuntoken.com. Maybe we should just add it to the tips website, tips.nasaspaceflight.com. And you can, like on the store, if you can choose to add a message on the tips website, you can choose to add pun tokens or something.
If there could be like a tick box that you put there, just tick off, add pun token.
Yeah. Or like, choose to round up this purchase to gift a pun token to Sawyer or something like that, Let's look through here for some more questions. I'm going to assume.
I have
that,
a question.
Oh, go on, Jack.
Is the booster QD still sealed up or whatever, or they remove the seals?
I can't tell from this angle, to be perfectly honest.
Why do they have marine animals there anyway?
Sawyer.
You wanted me to use them, I'm using them.
Here we go. Camera's moving. Up we go. I'm waiting for Alex to answer because I don't want to be incorrect.
I've seen people going lift, lift, lift as we wait.
Maybe if we peer pressure them into lifting the booster, then it'll work. I don't know.
The hood is closed. That I know.
Okay.
Yeah, it does look rather shady there today.
The sun is not helping at this hour. It has kind of, gone to the other side of the pad. The exposure, you can try raise the exposure as much as you want, but I don't think it will make it any clearer.
Just lift it.
You've reached the portion of the screen today where we are begging SpaceX. Please.
I'll get this one from CD Night Cape Town. I assume you're based in Cape Town. They're saying it's 8 degrees Celsius here. Please tell them to lift.
Oof.
Why don't I don't know why you're outside if it's 8 degrees in the middle of the night in Cape Town, but I won't judge.
I was gonna say they're definitely not at Starbase with that temperature. Where maybe we could do another weather check at this point. I think last time it was 90 degrees Fahrenheit, around 32 degrees Celsius, baking out there in the South Texas sun. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah. I can tell you that the temperature, there's a very, very stark difference in the temperature now, as it has decreased from 90 degrees Fahrenheit to 89 degrees Fahrenheit, ladies and gentlemen, from 32.2 to 31.6 Celsius. And the humidity has increased to 83%. The actual temperature probably doesn't matter for Jack, though. But the feels-like temperature is probably what matters. And the feels-like temperature is 110 Fahrenheit, 43.3 Celsius, at 6 o'clock in the evening. Which I do have to say personally, that's not that, Kevin. That's not the weather. I do have to say personally, the temperatures and the weather at Starbase is not something that me, as a pale white Brit, who suffers with 30-degree heat, would be accustomed to.
Oh, there's another tanker truck arriving. Go away. We have enough nitrogen. Go away. It's not nitrogen time. It's lifting the booster time.
Oh, dear.
So, Jack, how are you feeling today?
Redacted.
You know when they really should be bringing the tanker trucks? At nitrogen. Nothing? Really? Wow, okay. I see how it is.
I'm gonna get you expend your tokens. I will not acknowledge that you've used your tokens. I will just let you spend them at your own will.
Yeah, not even a groan, exactly. Thank you, Eric. I think the silence is funnier than the actual pun.
Let's have a look here. Here's another question that we talked about earlier. Let's bring it up again. Anthony asking, how long do we think it will be before we see the new upgraded Raptor engines that Elon and SpaceX have been talking about a couple months ago? How long do we think it will be before we see them on a Starship or a Starship booster, I guess? Trevor, how long do you think it's going to be till we see them? I think with Raptor 2, it's about a year.
I think it's more than that, to be honest, because they need to first get engines being more reliable. I don't want to say that the engines weren't reliable on the first flight, but they had a lot of early shutdowns, and whether that was the fault of the booster or the fault of the engine remains unclear. But they definitely need to just get better at launching these things, in my opinion, before worrying about more power in the engines. And they just static fired the first Raptor 3, so I think it's probably 2 years out or so.
Let's have a look through here. A question here asking, when will Starship begin launching only a month apart? So, Sawyer, when do you think we'll get a monthly cadence with Starship? How many flights into the program do you think we'll start seeing that?
I know this is, again, a bit of a pessimistic point of view, but I don't think we'll have any good idea of that until we get some successful flights under the belt. So my guess would probably be another 2 to 3 years, which it doesn't mean that we're not going to be launching Starship anywhere in between then. I just think that 1 a month cadence may take a couple of years, because right now, I mean, we're at about 4 months or so, and then we'll see it work its way down to 3, then 2, and then 1 a month. But until then, and again, I think that may pick up also once they start launching out of the Cape, which is still, in my estimation, a few years away. So that's my slightly pessimistic guess. I know people are going to disagree with me on that. Maybe if it wasn't 5 hours in, I'd have a slightly more optimistic idea.
Yeah. Just looking at this video here, this live feed, very nice overview of the launch site here. From left to right, you can see Ship 25, which has the crane hooked up to it, but it is sitting on a stand there on, I believe, one of the former suborbital pads for testing. It's static fired there a few weeks ago. Moving along, got some infrastructure there. I think behind there is the suborbital tank farm, and then there is the hopper, Star Hopper, which flew to 150 meters and back down again and survived, and it's now a water tank. Moving along again, you can kind of make out the water tanks there for the deluge system. And then along again, we have the launch tower for the orbital launch pad and the Booster 9, which is kind of surrounded by chopsticks at the moment and not really going anywhere. And then we have the launch mount, and then we have the 8 big vertical tanks for the orbital launch pad stage 0 ground support equipment tank farm ness, and you can sort of see the berm there, and then some other methane and other bits and bobs down there in the tank farm. Kind of running out of words there, but there you go. That's kind of a quick overview of everything at the launch site there. And also, I just noticed, it's kind of hard to see, but if you look just in the middle of the two large, if you know where these are, it's kind of hard to point out, but if you know where they are, the two larger water deluge tanks, right in between them, if you look up, you can actually see South Padre Isle. So there you go. That's cool. The day is clear enough that you can see all the way down there, but apparently still not clear enough for Booster 9 to lift yet. Which I hope is soon. Let's see if there's some more questions to answer. Starbase Watcher has a question. What is the launch tower for? Sawyer, what's this launch tower for? Because there's no people flying on it yet.
That is true. Right now, the launch tower is primarily used for propellant loading and data gathering from the vehicle once it's fully stacked. So you've got the disconnect down at the base for the booster, and then for the ship, you could see there's the SQD, the ship quick disconnect, higher up. That's where they will load in the liquid methane and liquid oxygen for the ship. And a lot of times you will actually see venting coming out of the launch tower, either through pressure testing, line testing, or actual fueling.
Let's have a look for some other questions. Again, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer them. a random person, that's not just me saying somebody random, that is their username, asking, what are the benefits of having all of your engines on one core versus three? For example, the Falcon Heavy versus Starship layout. Trevor, you were talking about this earlier. What are the advantages and disadvantages of using a one core rather than three?
Yeah, sure. So multi-core vehicles are inherently mass inefficient because, right, the mass of the tank depends on the radius, right? It's just going to be pi r, or yeah, 2 pi r times whatever the height is the amount of material that you need. But then the amount that you're able to hold in the tank goes up by pi r squared. So you're dealing with a squared relationship of how much propellant you can hold, but a linear relationship of how much material you need. So having larger tanks is more mass advantageous than having 3 smaller ones. Not to mention, when you're dealing with one big tank, you don't have to worry about like side loading, which SpaceX learned during the Falcon Heavy program is significantly more complex than originally thought, and you don't have to deal with the separation event, so it removes risk. So it's just overall advantageous to only have one core.
Is it just me, or did
Sorry, I muted myself.
There we go. That was an awkward silence.
Cooper was asking, how is a booster using electric thrust vector control and a ship using a hydraulic unit power unit compatible? Sawyer, how do they work together? Because I don't think the hydraulics from the booster and the ship for the first flight actually ever came into contact with one another.
That's true. Kind of like we were just talking about there at the end. The fact that, or with the tower, you've got different systems and different mechanisms. So it's not necessarily that they have to interact with each other anyway. So it's not a simultaneous system where you're gimbaling the ship engines and the booster engines at the same time. So that's kind of how you can get away with it. For the booster needs, if you need the electric thrust vector control, you've got that. And then once it separates, the ship is on its own using the hydraulic power units.
We have a super chat here, $5, asking, let's hear each of you pronounce your hardest to pronounce rocket terms. I'm going to immediately steal autogenous pressurization, which I just nailed. Sawyer, what's yours?
That would be hydroelectrification. Is it triboelectrification?
There we go. Trevor?
I have absolutely no idea. I can't think of a good one.
I think right now the answer for all of us is any word.
I was just about to say, like, engine is hard to pronounce right now.
Let's have a look
gracious.
in here. Temo asking, remember when Elon said that Raptor won't be the one to bring humans to Mars? Do we now think that they will simply upgrade Raptor like they're doing, or is it just too far away to know? Trevor, I'll throw this one to you. Do you think Raptors will take people to Mars?
Okay, so I guess there are kind of two ways you can interpret this question. The first is, will the engine that takes humans to Mars be named Raptor? In which case, I have no idea. But will it be very similar to what we have now? I would say yes. It's clear that if you ignore nuclear propulsion and all of that, that full flow stage combustion cycle is the most efficient way to eject mass out the end of a rocket to get thrust. And even if Raptor underwent some major redesign, the end product is still going to be similar to what we have today, because physics points to a certain solution and SpaceX is just following physics. So I'm sure it'll be way cheaper than it is today, way better optimized and whatnot, but I think the core of the engine will be the same.
Let's have a look at some more questions, such as another one from a random person. Again, I'm not just calling someone a random person. This is their username asking, what are the benefits? Oh, that's the exact same question from before. I didn't read it. Trevor just answered that. 1 core better than 3 because pi r squared. Let's have a look through here. Cooper again asking a question. Do you think that the SpaceX will use the water-cooled steel plates for a single engine static fire? Sawyer, we kind of saw one at McGregor when they were testing the plate. So do you think we'll see another single engine static fire to test this plate at Starbase?
I don't see why not. There's really no downside other than having to reload the water again for another test. That way you get valuable data with an actual engine of this particular plate at the exact height of the OLM, the exact ones that will be firing. I don't see why not. And I think we'll see it hopefully through every test, because obviously they're going to want to get the data of, all right, one engine's great, what about 7 or 14, or most importantly, 33?
Let's have a look through here. Another question here asking, will we see launch towers and orbital launch mounts on other planets once we establish colonies on them? Trevor, I assume that once the first sustainable city on Mars, or whatever Elon's calling it nowadays, will be built, they'll put launch infrastructure there because they want the ships to be able to return to Earth.
Yeah, eventually. But that is very, very, very far out, in my opinion. But eventually, yeah, like you're saying, if they want to return to Earth, they'll need some major launch infrastructure that's not just taking off from the surface.
Let's have a look. Vuex, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, and another super chat from you, thanks very much. So with the hot staging application, could Starship use it as a kind of escape system in case of booster failure? Sawyer, we heard about, I'd say over a year and a half ago from Elon, that's kind of the last time we heard about a launch escape system, that the hope was that the thrust-to-weight ratio for the ship would be good enough for it to have an abort system instead of a system like Dragon or any other crew vehicle has, apart from Shuttle, probably.
Yeah, I mean, Shuttle had abort scenarios, but they were all within very specific time windows, and none of them were before the solid rocket boosters shut off. Yeah, that as of right now, there is no official launch escape system, from my understanding, with Starship. And as you mentioned, the hope would be that the vehicle itself would have enough to push it away and act as its own abort and escape system to save the crew. If they're going to stick with that, we'll see. Again, I know NASA's had their eye on that with HLS, so it's something to keep an eye on.
I'm also going to look through for some more questions now. Let's have a look at here. Brian asking, do you think that SpaceX will expand the launch pad to launch 2 Starships? So I guess you mean have a second mount there. And Trevor, we've kind of seen that in previous animations and renders and things, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, even in the latest filings with, I'll be honest, I don't even remember which organizations right now. My brain is kind of fried. We've seen documentation and plans of them having 2 launch towers and 2 tank farms and enough for 2 launches to go. Yeah.
2 towers? Oh wait, it's not 9.
Let's have a look through here. Let's have a look here. Do we think it's possible to launch a Crew Dragon to dock with an uncrewed crew variant of Starship? I assume that means to fill it with crew. So instead of launching crew on the Starship, you launch the Starship empty, fly a Dragon to it, rendezvous, and then offload the crew from the Dragon to the Starship. Sawyer, what do we think about that?
I think it's very possible. I don't see why not. Again, like we were talking about a couple hours ago, I'll bring it up again. I think it's very possible that you could have it where you have the Starship in orbit with the universal docking adapters that are already in place, the IDAs that are on the space station, you have something similar. So that means Orion could dock, that means the Dragon could dock, a Starliner could dock, any future capsules that haven't even been thought of yet can dock. But for the sake of SpaceX itself, I think it's very possible, as long as you're limiting it in the number of crew, that you could launch them up in the Crew Dragon to meet up with Starship, which may have already gone in-orbit refueling automatically, let's say, so that you just hop on board and go to your destination. I don't think they would do that, though, for the larger missions. So, say, more than, 20 people, because that's 5 individual Crew Dragon launches to bring everyone up, as opposed to one Starship launch, which Elon has said in the past will be able to eventually fit up to 100 people.
Rocket Fan with the $5 super chat, thanks very much for that, saying, what is the tall white tower possibly associated with a large truck to the right of the OLM? We can't exactly see it from this perspective. If we have a wider shot, I might be able to try and figure out what they're talking about. But yeah, I can't exactly remember what that is in reference to. I think it might be one of the cranes, potentially, from the angle looking at the side of the mount, the transport mount. That could be what you're in reference to. So yeah, it might be just be one of the cranes. This view shifted over to the right a little bit, or zoomed out. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. That'd be my best guess, anyway. So, Sawyer, Trevor, I don't know if you have anything else to add on to that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm also not sure what he's referring to.
Same. I swear that's not a cop-out answer. I just genuinely am not sure.
Yes, have a look. The questions. Maddie asking, do we think, even with the new deluge system, the booster will launch the dirt and concrete back to December, or do you think we'll be out of the woods as far as major damage goes? Trevor, what do you think? Do you think this deluge system's going to do the job, or do you think that the booster still needs some... the Raptor still needs some wrangling?
Okay, first of all, I must not be the only Swiftie here, because the Taylor Swift references in that are phenomenal. Second of all, I do think that the deluge system will actually work. Maybe it's just optimism based on me wanting it to work well, but it seems like they've done their homework certainly more than they did on the first launch, and with testing at McGregor and everything, it certainly leads me to be optimistic.
Let's have a look in here. Yeah, many other people in chat saying that the white pole was the person, was the cherry picker. That's the word. The person lift. There you go.
Person also lift. I like that better.
Yeah, person lift. Everyone understands what a person lift is. Technical name is cherry picker, I believe. So I'll still say that. There's also those white pipes that lead up to the OLM. From this perspective, it's the left, and you can see people standing on top of the OLM. So yeah, it doesn't look like a lift is going to be for a little while. Unfortunately, now just past 6:30 in the evening. So there you go. Camera's moving. Let's have a look. Let's have an investigation. What's going on? There's a couple people over on the left. Oh, I think I might see some more people down there too. Not much else going on, really.
In the words of John Cougar Mellencamp, there's people and more people.
Yeah. Yeah, the wind blowing the kind of the orange railing cover thing around a little bit, and that's pretty much all that's going on up there right now, at least all that we can see.
Yeah, but ain't that America? That's the song that is part of Pink Houses.
Let's have a look. There's some more questions. I'll say it again. If you got a question, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. I'm going to keep looking through here until I see something that catches my eye, and I'm going to keep stalling until so let's keep going. Let's have Cooper. Let's have this question from Cooper. If the water-cooled steel plates are actively flowing water through them, is the Firex system still needed? Trevor, do we need a Firex system if we've got a deluge system?
I think so. I actually was kind of wondering this earlier, because I think, right, the FireX system is more about making sure that there's enough airflow under the OLM to disperse any CH4 that leaks off, to not have a repeat of the booster 7 spin prime anomaly. When the water stool cooled plates are more to protect the pad, so I think they're serving different purposes. So I would say that yes, both are still needed.
Sounds good. Let's see. I'm going to hit this question real quickly from Whitney and John Cook asking, can they put the hot staging ring on top of the booster while it's on the OLM? Well, sorry, that's a question everyone's asking, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, is it possible? Sure, but I don't see why they would. I think what makes the most sense, if you're SpaceX, is you're going to have to probably destack it anyway to do some tests, or maybe some changes after the static fire, or tweaks to the steel plate after the static fire. So while it's destacked, bring it over to the production site where you've got, you know, bigger cranes, more area to work, attach it there, and then move it back for the final lift ahead of launch.
Sounds good. Well, everybody, I'm seeing in chat a few people keep asking how we've been going for 5.5 hours. It's a very good question that I don't have an answer to, and I'm not sure if Trevor and Sawyer have an answer to that either, and probably not Kevin in the background either. So, this is the plan. We've been concocting a plan in the back channel for the last 20 minutes or so. We're not going to end the stream. We're not going to throw you to Starbase Live. But we need to take a break because we have been talking for the last 5.5 hours straight. So what we've decided to do is that we will pause the commentary for a little while. We'll leave this dedicated broadcast running with this view of the booster. And as soon as SpaceX start lifting that thing, we'll be back on commentary. We'll be back switching up the views. But for the meantime, we're just going to take a little bit of a break so we can rest our voices for a little while. But this stream will keep going. You can keep your eyes on the booster and keep your volume. If you open up another tab and watch some more brilliant NSF videos, make sure this audio stays going because you'll probably hear somebody's voice start bursting through your speakers. And also don't be alarmed if that happens. So that's what's going to happen. We're just going to take a little break. We'll be right back as soon as the booster starts to lift, or maybe a little bit before. Depends what kind of indicators we get. So from me, from Sawyer, from Trevor, I'm just going to say thanks for watching so far, and hopefully we'll see you all again in a little bit. Thanks for watching, everybody.
and here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. What is it? Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to our commentary of Booster 9 Lift. I'll be your host for the second part of today's long stream. I'm Trevor Sesnick, writer for an NSF, and with me, just for the last 5 hours, is Sawyer. Sawyer, how was your break?
It was great. I made myself some dinner, got myself a refresh on my drink, got some actual work done, and right now my cat is back on my lap, and we are ready for lift.
Yeah, lift should be soon. Then also with us is Ian. Ian, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited to hopefully see a Booster 9 lift. I mean, I know I'm the fresh voice here, and I know y'all are aching to see the lift of the booster at this point, but hopefully we get it sometime soon. I know we saw the engines kind of going up a little bit. It's kind of like the pre-lift I like to think of. But yeah, hopefully we're getting nearer.
Yeah, so of course our first question is when lift? Ian, could you take us through what the lifting process is like and what we're going to see now that the booster has been taken off of the mount, it looks like?
Yeah, so like you said, it seems like it seems like it's pretty much obvious that the booster's been partially lifted. And this is kind of the slow part of the process.
By the way, there's light that we can see, so the booster is off.
Yeah, as little as it is, there's that light poking through kind of near the base, so it has moved.
Yes, absolutely. The little bit of light right underneath the engines there. You can kind of see right through to the sky. Now keep an eye on that. If that starts getting wider, you'll know we're beginning to really lift here. But right now we're at the point of the lift where it's just a slow process. Get it out of there, make sure it's aligned. You don't want to hit your engines on the side of the transport mount or damage any hardware. So they go slow and steady, make sure the clearances are good, little bits here and there. Now, as they begin more of the actual lift, we're going to see those stabilizer arms, which is kind of like that little black hump towards the top side of the transport mount. It's connected into the side of the booster, and as the name suggests, that stabilizes the booster so it doesn't hit the side of the transport mount. Those come up with the booster for the initial bit. It'll pause after about, I'd guess, about 2 to 3 meters of lifting. It'll pause there, those will be unhooked, and then the booster will continue lifting up out of the mount. So it's kind of a multi-step process here. Then from there, we're going to lift the booster up several meters, I say about 30 or so meters, 20-30 meters if I had to guess. They'll rotate it around on the chopsticks and then place it slowly and gently down onto the orbital launch mount. Now, much like the initial lifting process, the placing down process will take a little bit of time as well. You don't want to damage your booster, you don't want to damage your launch mount, you don't want to hit anything too fast. So this is a slow and steady process. So that's what we're going to be looking out for. Again, keep an eye out on the light gap underneath the Raptor engines right there. One good little indicator is that hook kind of sticking up. If the gap between that hook and the engines begins to increase dramatically, you'll know we are going in for more of a lift.
Yeah, excellent. It's definitely awesome that this thing is finally off the mount after waiting all day. Also, earlier I forgot to mention, in the background we have Kevin operating the stream, so everyone thank Kevin. And then we also have Jack out in the field. I don't know if he'll come on comms, but he is here as well.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Jack.
Bacon.
Hi, Jack.
I heard
There he
bacons.
We have a question from Adam for you, Sawyer. What are the odds that the flag will still be hanging by next launch, and do you think it will survive?
um, Given the U.S. flag code that exists of ways to dispose of a flag, I don't think launching a rocket directly into it is one of them. So my guess is that will likely come down before the full launch itself. But it may be. I'm kind of hoping it kind of turns into like, all right, it's already back into the re-commentary, but shuttle, where when one of the shuttles was in orbit, its specific flag would be up in the air. So maybe they'll kind of do something like that with Starship.
Yeah. In the meantime, by the way, it looks like the clamps are opening on the mount.
There we go.
So we have one retracted. Alex is reporting in the back channel. And they're retracting them in pairs, it seems like. Yeah, on the right, it looks like you can see one is... Yep, you can see it coming out. And then another one now on the left, it looks like. Awesome. Hopefully
Excellent.
we're getting close.
Now, there are quite a few clamps there around the base. You'll kind of see them one at a time beginning to retract out. Then once those are all out and confirmed out, then we should start to begin to see the lift. But that's a great indicator that we're getting close to a lift, and that, how do we want to jinx it? I'm not even going to say what I was going to say.
Yeah, and that's also why we kind of saw that little bit of gap form there to begin with, is as that happens, you'll see the little bit of lift. Once it's all finally undone, then it goes a lot faster than it has the last 7 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. And for those of you who...
Only been 7 hours? Really? Just 7? Really?
Surprisingly, only 7 according to YouTube.
And for those of us, and for those who are just joining us, it's worth noting that this booster just rolled out from the production site this morning.
Oh, Trevor, sorry to interrupt. You can visibly see some of the hold down points retracting. Actually, one of them just stopped that I was going to point out. But if you look kind of around the upper part of the transport mount, it's kind of tough to see, but you'll see a little bit of movement from
There's another.
Where are we looking at here?
On the left, just popped out.
All right, I saw one on the right pop out just a few seconds ago as well, so actively being retracted, which is great to see.
Yeah, good interruption, thank you. Awesome. We have 2 new members. AIC just became a PADRAD member. Thank you very much for your support, as did Ralph Patterson. Thank you for becoming a PADRAD member. Okay, our software was a bit delayed. Then we have a super chat from Moldy Space Industries saying #Pineapple Fan Club.
Aww.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Moldy.
You are the best.
We're on the Pineapple Express.
Aw.
Let's see. We have Roland Hines asking B9 static fire test. So do you guys want to walk through what they're doing today real quick, and then when we think they'll move into static fire testing?
Yeah, I can grab that one to give Sawyer a little break. I know he's been on for a little bit. So right now today, we just to set the expectations. We are not going to see any testing today. This is simply just a lift onto the launch mount. Now, this is not fact-based, but this is my opinion. I feel like this is more of a fit check. Not necessarily that they'll take the booster off, but I feel like today and this lift overall is just to make sure that all their improvements and modifications and repair work to the orbital launch mount have still left it, viable for supporting a launch vehicle. There's a lot of complex systems that need to go into place, even just to hold this vehicle up. There are 20 hold down points that are retractable at liftoff that all need to withstand the force of this vehicle sitting on them. You got the propellant umbilicals, the electrical hookups, data hookups, all of that need to play together. So they're going to be testing a lot of that over the next few days and next few weeks. Now, if/when all of that looks good, along with the rest of the repair and upgrade work to the ground support infrastructure, and remember, we're not really in a place to begin testing yet. There's still scaffolding around the orbital launch mount. There's still construction equipment nearby. I would guess we're still quite a few weeks away from seeing a static fire. That doesn't necessarily mean we'll see no testing, though. There may be some ambient proof tests where they just pump in, nitrogen gas to pressurize the vehicle and make sure all those systems are working properly. Maybe some cryogenic proof tests. Now, if all of those look good, and once the pad repairs are complete and they're the crews are sure that they are capable of withstanding the test fire of a vehicle, we will move ahead into a static fire. There will be, of course, warnings. There will be handouts given to the residents of Boca Chica village that will give us around a 24-hour warning ahead of a static fire attempt. But again, that is likely a few weeks away at the rate right now. So again, no testing happening today, likely none in the next few days. It's going to be a bit of a slow, in SpaceX terms, process over the next few weeks for testing of this vehicle.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. But right now we have a pun that I would like to think is just for Sawyer from Musical Wolves, a regular. They're like third piece of support today. So thank you, Musical Wolves, saying, B9 is bored. Let's lift its spirit.
Ooh, I like that one. Nice.
That was good. So here's a question for you, Sawyer. DNDM101 is asking, which booster do you think will be the first to caught by the chopsticks, and asking for a rough timeline?
Ooh. All right, I've had a little bit of food and more hydration, so I think I'm a little less pessimistic than I was earlier. I would say probably booster 40, which at the rate that they're building boosters, that's not as far away as it seems. Again, I think they're going to make sure that they get the whole actual liftoff process down first before doing the landing, which I say maybe give them a year, and then they'll start working on landing preps. So I would say at least a year would be my guess.
Yeah. Ian, what do you think? What's your guess?
I would agree with Sawyer. I think right now SpaceX is primarily focusing on, getting a working vehicle. You're not going to need to worry about, landing your booster if your booster doesn't make it to main engine cutoff. So I think that's really what they're trying to do right now. Then once we get to that point, they'll begin to do, soft water landings, maybe even a partial boost back and landing off the coast of Starbase. I think it will be several flights until we get a landing on the chopsticks, or sorry, a catch attempt on the chopsticks. Big emphasis on the word attempt. This is a lot of unknowns happening here. While this is somewhat similar to Falcon 9, it is different in a lot of ways. So yeah, I think it's going to be about a year or so till the first attempt. And what booster number? I'd say between 15 to 20, maybe closer to 15.
And I'll make a correction. I said 40 for some reason. I was thinking ships. 20 was what I meant as well for...
Booster 40. Man, so we're really pessimistic. The rapidly expendable launch vehicle.
Yeah. No, it'll be... We were kind of talking about this earlier. It'll also be interesting to see what test campaign they have for catching a booster, because there's a lot of launch infrastructure that is at risk. So yeah. Here's a question for you, Ian. So right, Elon.
It's going up.
Oh, yeah, we are going
up. Moment. By the way, I do want to point out, Chris Bergen at NASASpaceflight official almost called it. The poll that he ran earlier, he said 2028 is when it would lift, and the current time is 2024 Central Time.
Ah, very true.
So ask him when you're going to get married, when you're when you're going to buy a house, all of that. He's apparently sentient.
Will I be successful in my career? Woo.
Well, I mean, he actually has a say in that for us here at NASASpaceflight.
That is very true. I will keep my mouth shut.
Here in the exact middle of the screen, we can see Raptor SN173, it looks like. Which...
I believe it was 172.
Okay, I couldn't tell if it was a 2 or 3, but no matter what, it still shows that there's a lot of Raptors that have been produced.
Absolutely.
And coming up on top, you can see the shielding on each of the Raptor engines. Sorry, Ian, to interrupt. Go ahead.
All good. I was going to say, discussing the Raptor production rate, I mean, given the low flight rate of Starship so far and SpaceX ramping up Raptor production, they probably have a lot on standby, so I'd be surprised if Raptor is the current bottleneck right now for Starship flights.
Yeah, wasn't it Elon who I want to say at one point talked about how they have actually decreased Raptor production cadence while they work on getting more boosters launched.
Yeah, I feel like I did hear that, and that's, I mean, while it does, suck that they're not having mass production, that's kind of good because it allows them a bit of, wiggle room to begin development of future Raptor engines. Gives them a bit of extra time and engineering power, so that's kind of a benefit there in some part.
Yeah.
And speaking of Raptors, we're about to see them emerge from the top of the transport mount here. Again, great shot of all that shielding there. Definitely, for sure, boasting some upgrades over Booster 7 there. Very shiny shielding. I love the look of how complex it is, and also the shininess, I think, really makes it shine out. Haha. It makes it stand out to me.
Yeah, that cladding, I think, was needed, and it doesn't hurt that it's aesthetically pleasing either.
Yes. It really gives me some, 50s sci-fi rocket kind of vibes.
Ooh, I kind of see it. It almost looks like the ones you would get in a kit or a model kit that you have to paint.
I kind of see that, yeah.
Yeah, so Sawyer, could you tell us what the guidance arms that we're seeing on screen right now are, and the whole stabilization of the booster throughout this lift?
Yeah, give me 1 second here. Can you hand that one off really quickly?
Yeah, sure. Ian, could you take us through that?
If you see those, the black upside down U looking shape attached to the side of the booster and the transport mount, it's lifting up with the booster. Those are the stabilizer arms. Now there are two of them. There's one on this side you can see right now, and there's one mirrored on the opposite side that you can't see right now. Now those, as you can clearly tell, are moving up with the booster. Those are kind of in a sort of on rails or in tubes on the transport mount. Those ensure that the booster stays stable as it moves out of the transport mount. Now this thing is so big and this equipment is so, coarse adjustment. You can't have super fine adjustment with this. You don't want to risk hitting your transport mount. So those stabilizer arms guide the booster up and out of the transport mount, just to avoid the off chance that, it's slightly misaligned and you don't want it to damage your transport mount or your booster, especially your booster. So those are kind of helping guide it right out of the transport mount. They're going to pause. It looks like they've actually paused lift right now. Those arms are going to detach. You'll see some pins pull out from there. They're actually pins driven into the booster's engine section there. Those will come out, and then the booster will lift past those stabilizer arms. So it'll be probably about a few minutes wait here, but keep an eye out towards the top of those stabilizer arms, and you might be able to see those pins come out.
Yeah, I think a good comparison for it, sorry, my cat decided to make things fun here. I think a good comparison for it, Das kind of put in the back channel, it's kind of like the game Operation of trying not to buzz the sides.
That is a good comparison. I also think it's interesting that this booster has engine 172 and 73, so it shows that there's doing a lot of developmental engines in between these for boosters.
Yeah, and also should note that Jack has some great photos of all of the engine numbers for members, just saying.
Ooh, I do love me some numberings and some serial numbers. I know, Trevor, we were talking about that earlier.
Appears the stabilizer pins are moving in now. There we go. Should be able to see it on that right side view now.
Perfect.
Oh, the chopstick stabilizers, yes.
Yes.
So I guess while we wait for this, we have a question about where the hold down pins actually are. So since we have a good view of it right now on the left, could one of you describe what they are? Because I think some viewers do not see it.
The hold down pins that we're looking at on the transport mount. Sorry, Trevor, I was looking at the back channel real quick.
No, you're good. Yeah. Do you just want to describe where those are for the viewer real quick now that they're unlatched?
Yeah, so you can see them kind of sticking out from the upper edge of that transport mount. They're kind of the straight pins sticking out from the left and right side. I believe there's 20 of those, and those replicate the hold downs on the orbital launch mount. Those hold the booster within the transport mount, so it won't wiggle around, it won't tip out, nothing like that. Those obviously have to be unlatched to lift the booster out of the mount.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good view, like Ian said, on the left and right, and if you go back in the stream a little bit, you can see them slowly popping out. And then I'm sure later, not that I think we'll probably be live for this, but they'll then be put back in the mount. But obviously, at that point, we'll be more focused about the booster on the OLM itself.
Never say never.
It's true. We have a question here from Jeffrey for you, Sawyer. About the steel plate. He's wondering, where do they get the water for the deluge system, and then does the water get recycled at all?
In terms of where they get the water from, it's kind of similar to what they would do for a normal suppression system, is they've got tanks that get loaded up with the water. We have seen some tanker trucks recently, so it's possible that those may be playing a role in that. In terms of actually reusing the water, I'm sure as much as they would like to, I don't think they can because of environmental reasons. At that point, it's already considered processed water, so that may also be another reason for the tanker trucks is to dispose of that water and just fill it and refresh it.
So, we have a new YouTube member, a new Red Team member, Tim M. Thank you for your support, and you'll get some access to some of Jack's amazing photos of B9 and all other Starship stuff, plus a lot of other member exclusive funness. Okay. So thank you for your support.
I do just want to add, I forgot, it was in our most recent video, actually, when it comes to Starbase. They get the tankers from a fire hydrant with a meter on it in Brownsville.
Very interesting.
That's awesome. We have another super chat from one of our YouTube moderators, Andrew R, saying, cereal numbers, except for the breakfast cereal spelling.
Clever.
Very nice.
Let's see. Looks like we're still in a bit of a hold with the booster. It's not been lifted up anymore. So Patrick asks, what do you think the chances are of SpaceX reaching 3 integrated test flights this year? Ian, let's start with you and then go around the house.
3 flights. I'd say it's absolutely possible. I would say it's not very likely. Personally, I see this flight lifting off in late September, maybe into October. I think if the pad is in much better condition than after the first flight, which I absolutely think that it will. I think this water deluge system is going to play a big part in pad refurbishment times.
Things are moving. Sorry to interrupt you there. We
Totally
should be able
fair,
to see from this view that they are they're going into the side of the booster at this point, which is basically the final step before it's released completely from the mount and pulled up and lifted towards the orbital launch mount.
Excellent.
You should be able to see that from the those little triangle things on the side there, the stabilizer pins.
Now, Sawyer, what do those pins do exactly? Those stabilize the booster and cannot maneuver it, correct?
Exactly, yeah, that's partly why they're the stabilizer pins as well. It's just an extra spot of support in addition to everything else already on there with the chopsticks.
Yeah, this is an awesome view. I believe this is Jack's view, so once again, thank you, Jack. So, Ian, are you... Ian, do you want to continue with where you were answering that question?
Yes, so 3 flights, I see that being possible this year. If a 3rd flight does happen, I would see it happening around December, honestly. But it would not surprise me if it gets pushed into, January or February. Vehicles are absolutely standing by me. We've seen Booster 10 is done, Booster 11 is done, Booster 12 is well on the way. And on the ships, we're going super fast with the ships as well, so there's no shortage of vehicles. But I think it's going to be, still a bit of time after the 2nd launch until we get to the 3rd launch. Any thoughts on that, Sawyer, real quick?
Yeah, personally, I think it's going to be probably, if I had to say it, maybe next year, now that they're working the kinks out. But again, that's assuming that everything goes as planned with this flight, or at least it's not as, slightly out of control and OLM damaging, like you mentioned, as the first integrated flight test.
Yeah, it will very much depend on how this flight goes and what retrofits need to be made to GSE and future vehicles. And then actually just today, we published an article, Alex wrote it, about what Starship has to do before launch, and then on like their future plans after launch and whatnot, and kind of touches this question, so would recommend reading that.
10 out of 10 would recommend, even though it's Booster 9.
You could say it was 9 out of 9, I guess.
There you go.
So one from Maukatlat, I probably butchered that, I'm sorry, asking how long does concrete need to cure before a static fire? Sawyer, do we know anything about that?
I don't think we've seen an exact number, but I think it's safe to say it's similar to what you would see with any of these toughened concrete materials. So for those who don't know, there's a special type of concrete called fondag. It's meant to be more durable, which, as we've seen, it still couldn't withstand the forces of Starship, but it's still more durable than regular concrete. So it's, I guess, the same as however long it would take to cure a large amount of that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I know my father's civil engineer inspector, so I know way too much about this stuff. Oh, drone's up, getting the nice shots there. But concrete within a few days is, walkable. You can walk on it. You don't want to do too much work on it, but it usually takes about 4 weeks to fully cure concrete. Now, that's, construction concrete, bridge concrete, not this thermal concrete. There's very likely some different properties here, but it's, generally a few weeks to cure it and make it, fully ready to use.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm just gonna go one quick question from Florida Man. Does Booster 9 have all 33 Raptors installed? And yes, it does. We should get a nice view of those shortly. And then Musical Wolves with yet another good question. Asking, right, there's another road closure later tonight at, I believe it's 10 p.m. local. And they're asking if that could be used to roll the Booster 9 transport stand back. Sawyer, do you think that's possible?
I think it's possible. I don't know if they would do the full road closure just for that. It seems like the warnings that have been put out is whatever's going to be rolling is going to be on the wider side. So maybe. But if I had to guess, it's anyone's guess, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, and it's impressive that that will be SpaceX's third road closure of the day. Not that the road ever closed in the second one, but it still shows how much they have going on down in Starbase. Let's see. Here's one from Keith for you, Ian. Has SpaceX repaired the cryo shells yet? And the cryo shells that they're talking about are the protection that goes over the vertical tanks at the orbital launch mount that got damaged, the orbital tank farm that got damaged during the first flight. So have we seen them starting to repair those?
Yeah, so those were some of the first repairs actually following the first integrated flight test. They did, very crudely speaking, just kind of, took the hammer and just banged the shells back out into shape. Of course, maybe literally, maybe not. But they did put some reinforcement in place and repaired the cryo shells back to the condition they were in before. Now that was it was not really bad damage, it was more superficial, just like weakening the structure a little bit. And those are not really load bearing, they're more for insulation purposes and protection purposes of the actual propellant tanks underneath. Now the new deluge system and the I don't even know what we're calling anymore, the pancake. That is going to be very helpful for protecting not only the cryo shells, but also the rest of the ground support infrastructure around the pad. The water is not only going to obviously protect them, but it'll slow down any debris that does get kicked up. So hopefully they turn out better after the second flight test, but only one way to find out, you know?
Indeed. And on screen right now, you can see the cryo shells that Ian was just talking about in the middle, with on the left, that is Ship 25, and then on the right, Booster 9, which will hopefully soon be placed on the orbital launch mount. The first booster to sit on there since Booster 7's flight.
Woo. You can actually see in that past shot that we were just looking at, there's work going on inside Ship 25. You can see not only are the crew lifts up there at the top porthole, which I believe that goes into the payload bay section, as well as the bottom porthole there, which can take them into the liquid oxygen tank. Now, the crane there is holding the vehicle up by its nose cone. It doesn't necessarily need that, but it's to provide extra strength to the vehicle because there's people inside of it. You do not want any chance of your vehicle crumbling with people inside of it. So they have the crane there for additional support while they're working inside the vehicle, and they are definitely busy right now with internal work on the ship. I wonder what they're working on.
Yeah, who knows? Because just a reminder that Ship 25 has conducted its static fire campaign. It conducted a 6-engine static fire a few weeks ago, so now that should be done with testing until flight. And Paul in chat is commenting that the cement they used on these pours was Type 3 Portland, which cures in 3 days to nearly full strength, when in construction it's generally 28 days, like you were saying.
Yes. I'm not surprised that they use that, especially given the fast pace SpaceX is working at. 28 days is a long amount of time in their schedule.
That's a lot of time. Because I guess 28 days is past when, like, the flight date that Elon has kind of talked about on Twitter.
I think so. 28 days, we would still be about 2 weeks out from the cure date if, they poured it and had to wait 28 days. So, it's quite a bit of time they saved.
Yeah. Okay, Sawyer, we have a bunch of people asking in chat, what is your cat's name, and what type of cat is it, and what color is your cat?
Alright, cat's name is Jake. He's an orange tabby mix. And I got... It's orange, yes. He's kind of creamsicle colored, and he was rescued from a shelter in Tallahassee, Florida, 7 years ago.
Aw.
Well,
we
give
love
him a kiss
a
for all
rescued
of us.
cat. He's my buddy.
Aw.
So, sorry, here's a question for you more about rockets instead of your cat. I'm sorry to your cat.
I mean, I like talking about both of them, so that's fine.
Do you think that the booster test campaign will be significantly quicker than it was with B7? And will that keep getting faster and faster like it has with Falcon 9?
Significantly, not to start. Eventually, yes. I think this is going to go faster. I don't know if it will go as fast, because again, there's some major changes that have been made between Booster 7 and Booster 9. You got changes to the chines, you've got the whole hot staging addition. So there's a lot of new things involved. The steel plate for the deluge system. So there's a lot of new factors still in place. I think, again, you're right that over time it will absolutely go quicker. Kind of like Falcon 9, the more you do it, the better you get at it. So I think next year we'll see more flights, and there will be even more flights the year after that. Probably then you're going in orders of magnitude more, as opposed to maybe 2 or 3 more flights.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Ian, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this will go faster than Booster 7 regardless, because they already have info on how a booster itself works, how Raptors themselves work together. This is going to be, of course, still getting more data on how exactly all the systems play together, especially with the countless upgrades they put on this vehicle and the orbital pad itself. But I feel, given that they kind of have that base data to work with, this should be significantly faster. And of course, faster too, because, fingers crossed, hopefully they won't have a minor explosion like they did with Booster 7. So that obviously that delayed the flight by a few months in itself. So I think this will be significantly smoother, but it definitely will still have some hiccups here and there. I think it'll be, a few more flights until we get into a routine operation for booster testing.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that, the GSE is largely complete this time, and as you're saying, they have more experience with it, so should all hopefully lead to a smoother test campaign. Real quick, we have Jason Russell donated or gifted 5 Red Team memberships, and those are given to the most active people in chat. So if you got one of those, please make sure to thank Jason, and thank you, Jason, for the support. And then Corey became a Capcom member, of which you get access to our amazing members Discord, where you can have a ton of fun, talk to Jack about random stuff, talk to Chris about football. Wow, I just used football instead of soccer.
Or you
What
see
is-
the whole sports
Oh, no.
channel just go completely out of control and turn into cooking.
Or just see posts in our gaming channel from Kerbal Space Program that make you want to throw up, and that I may or may not contribute to.
Yeah, one of our stream regulars, Moldy Space Industry, they make your eyes bleed with what they make, and it's awesome. So here's a question for you, Ian. Do you think SpaceX will bring back the rigs for water launches and landings?
Ooh, that I feel like they will. At some point in the future, they will. It's a really big question of when. Right now, they obviously, Elon said it, SpaceX has said it, they are prioritizing getting Boca Chica operational. Once they get the site operational and, building good starships, then they'll begin shipping starships to Florida. Then they'll begin launching from Florida, getting that star factory operational, so on and so forth. The oil rigs have always been on the back burner, so much so that's SpaceX has gotten rid of them now. But I think they will eventually come back to them, because being able to land the booster downrange will nearly double your payload capacity. Not quite double, but it will add a significant amount of payload to your capability, probably closer to like 200 tons to low Earth orbit. Now, again, it'll take time to kind of replicate all of the ground systems on the oil rigs, but I could see it being, a nice resource for the heavier missions or for deeper space missions away from Earth.
Yeah, and in general, being able to launch, during more time, since you don't have to have road closures, interfere with people's lives, and all of that. It'll be interesting to see what SpaceX does with those, but I think they were just premature in buying the oil rigs and realized that and are saving it for later. So Sawyer, Matt is asking, do we know if Booster 9 has upgraded methane recapture lines that don't rip off during launch? And I think part of what Matt's referring to is in a Twitter space, Elon was talking about how they had some methane buildup on the first flight, which I think led to some of the failures. So have we seen any installation of that tubing?
Let's see. I know we've got teams that have been keeping an eye on everything going on the orbital launch mount that will probably correct me, but I know we've seen a bunch of work going on down there. I'm not sure specifically myself if one of those was a methane recapture line. I don't know if we can say for sure if anyone has seen that, but I'm sure that's something that is being done or has been done to keep an eye on. And I think you're talking about the engine chill lines that were installed after the Booster 7 spin prime explosion. So
Okay, I misinterpreted that as
that's why they were hard connected out to the orbital launch mount, and those are the ones I think that appeared to rip off during launch.
Okay. Sorry, I thought they were talking about what Elon was talking about in the Twitter space. But which the answer to that is I believe they have also started on those lines. Let's see. Roland asks, is there going to be a Ship 25 lift onto B9? And the answer is yes, just not tonight. Tonight is just Booster 9 onto the orbital launch mount. Then Brian is asking, do you think we'll ever see a Starship Heavy with 2 side boosters like Falcon Heavy?
No.
Do you want to elaborate on that, Ian?
Yeah, I was just about to. So, the vehicle itself is already very complex. It's already very powerful. There's literally no need in the slightest right now for a 150-ton payload capacity to be launched to low Earth orbit. Of course, future payloads will come along that will require that capacity, but nothing right now needs that. Let alone anything needing, say, a 400-ton payload capacity, which is approximately what you would get from a Starship Super Duper Heavy. Now, that would be amazing to have, right? You know, launching that amount of payload to low Earth orbit. But the issue there is you really can't get much further than that. You could kind of refuel that and get all that payload to Mars, but it's incredibly complex and high risk, I could say. But you would need to triple the size of your ground infrastructure. You would need larger propellant tank farms. You would need a larger orbital launch mount. Not only that, you're dealing with triple the thrust now. One Super Heavy is already dealing an immense amount of damage to the launch pad and is already the record holder for the highest amount of thrust on a rocket. 3 of those would kind of get unmanageable, I think. So I don't think that would be a thing. I don't think that would be a thing. I think SpaceX is going to work on either making the vehicle a wider diameter and upgrading the components already on it.
Yeah, and okay, by the way, real quickly, Alex in our back channel is saying that the booster is moving side to side. If you go back in time, you'll notice that it's moving a little bit, which is hopefully a good sign that they're still on for tonight.
Unless they're kind of just, because it seems to be going very slowly in terms of upward motion. It may just maybe waiting for that to kind of balance out a little bit before lifting further. Again, speculation, but just based off of the fact that we're seeing it going slightly side to side, and at least from Booster 7 lifts, things by this point typically were a little higher off the transport stand.
Yeah. Going back to the question that Ian was just answering. Wow, I keep calling you Elon today. You should be honored. Or, yeah. Another thing that you want to consider is, like Ian was saying, it's very complex, but it's also a less mass efficient way to add propellant. It's better to just make 1 large tank than 3 small ones. Let's see, we have from Musical Wolves, J Cool Cat Name, hashtag the cat from outer space movie. I don't get that reference, but thank you for your support, and hopefully others do.
Thanks, yeah, and actually, believe it or not, my cat's name comes in reference to Bruce Springsteen and his band, the E Street Band, so...
Nice.
Yeah. Long story short, his current saxophonist is named Jake Clemens, so he is named Jake. After I tried to adopt another cat named Clarence, which his previous saxophone player was Clarence Clemens, but I called, they said he was at the shelter, I came in 10 minutes later, and it turns out in those 10 minutes he was adopted, so I got my adorable fluff ball instead, so I win.
Big shout out to you, Sawyer, for adopting a pet. Always adopt.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then we have a $5 super chat from Blush Boy.
Oh,
also,
Trevor,
I'm gonna
sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Sawyer. You know, you're going to say what I was going to say.
Yeah, at this point, the stand pins are now officially going down, and the guide arm is retracting, all of which is expected ahead of this lift.
Oh, excellent. Thank you for interrupting me. I was distracted in the panel. Anyway, back to the super chat from Blushy Boy. Do you think a cruise ship type launch pad would be way better than a sea pad? I think referring to should they get a cruise ship instead of an oil rig?
There's not many retired cruise ships that are up for offers, and also an oil rig is, in theory, much easier to convert. It's simpler. It's, wider base. Cruise ships are long. They have a nice long base, but they're not that wide compared to their length. So yeah, oil platforms are designed to deal with a lot of weight and a lot of mass. So I think those are probably the better solution if I had to guess, but we'll see what SpaceX chooses to do here.
Yeah. So on the note of boats, another Ian is asking, how will SpaceX transport ships to Florida, and asking if they're by barge.
As of now, yes, that is the current plan, is to send them all to the Cape by barge, where they'll then be processed and stacked over at 39A. We originally... Oh, hang on. I'll answer later. That is moving fast.
She is hauling out of that transport mount.
Hauling aft, yes.
Oh, wow. Nice one, Sawyer.
No, it's it is going very smoothly though. Finally, so again, like we were saying, we were waiting for it to smooth out, everything to release, and yeah, now the full lift process begins.
That thing is moving quickly. In this view that we have right now, I love how you can see the 3 stages of engines that are, you know, the outer ring, and the slightly lower ring, and then the center 3.
Yep. It's similar to Falcon 9, actually, because it has the outer ring of 8 engines, and then the center engine is kind of sticking out very noticeably underneath those. So it's neat to see that replicated here on Super Heavy.
Yeah, is it? I thought it was 2010-3 on Super Heavy, not 9.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I meant. But yeah, 2010-3. It looks like the inner 3 engines don't stick out as much as the middle 10 do, but it seems like there's still a bit of a staggered pattern.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah, that is an awesome shot.
Yes, absolutely.
That was a quick yoink there. It looks like it's slowed down a touch since.
Yeah. Probably has to recover real quick, get its stamina back.
But we all know starships are meant to fly.
Hands up and touch the sky, you know?
Yep.
Wow, Sawyer's going for the 4th demonetization of the day.
Only 4? I thought we were at... This would be 5 or 6 by now.
When are we doing a members-only karaoke live stream?
Oh no. Ian, we don't want to make our members deaf.
Yeah, I don't want to hurt people.
People would renege their membership just because of that.
And I wouldn't blame them. Let's see. Jumbo asks, how are the chopsticks controlled? Is some guy controlling the chopsticks like a giant claw machine?
I don't think we actually know that. I would assume there's definitely at least a manual override. And I would honestly be surprised if there wasn't a manual component, you know, lifting it out or bringing it back. Actually, Jack's correcting us in the back channel saying that it is automated as far as he knows. So, yeah, seems like it's automated. That does make sense because this is kind of a very objective task. You know, move it out of here, don't hit anything, be this far away from the transport mount. And again, we're getting some absolutely killer shots there of the aft end of the booster.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of swing action again as well as we saw earlier. You can tell by the reflections on the side of the booster there, the way it's swaying.
Yep. It looks like there's some wiring hanging from the bottom of the booster near the engines. I wonder what that is.
I don't know if those are supposed to be dangling or not.
Luckily, they're not launching anytime soon, so they have time to figure that one out.
Those are just the danglers. That's what they do.
Oh, okay, yeah, the SpaceX brand danglers.
Thank you, Jack.
At this rate, I feel like we're getting close to the next scheduled road closure of the 3 today.
Yeah, it's true. We are an hour out from the next road closure, I believe.
Don't remind me.
Deep breaths, Jack, deep breaths. Think of bacon.
Yeah, good luck getting home when you get the road closed. So, everyone, road closed emojis in honor of Jack.
Yeah, and We Will Rocket You brings up a good point of one time they had wires out like this during a Booster 7 lift and they brought it back down. But I believe those wires looked quite a bit different and were off of a different part of the vehicle. So hopefully all is well, that ends well, and we're good for today's lift.
And look at this, how generous of SpaceX. Yeah, how generous of them. They're definitely watching our stream right now. They're like, guys, we got to get the lights on the booster so NSF can see.
Yeah, if you are watching, lift, please, or at least, you know, flash the Aziz lights in some kind of pattern to tell us what's going on, maybe Morse code.
Flash twice if you can read us.
Oh, I know how to read Morse code. I see some flashing. I think it says, drink your Ovaltine.
Oh my gosh.
Ovaltine?
Wow. And yeah, it appears it's the drone light, I should point out, but Ovaltine, really?
Wow.
Oh, and there
I
we
want
go.
my
Some cheap
Ovaltine,
commercial.
please, said no one.
It is lifting again.
There
I
we
cannot
go.
believe that drone has such a powerful light. That is impressive.
But yeah, as they check the base of the engines, it looks like around that definitely picking up speed again, thankfully, and it looks like it may have
And then it pauses.
stopped again as you once again see the swinging.
This whole drone with the light on there feels like a sci-fi thing of, like the police robot like coming and just scanning the area then flying away. Some Half-Life stuff.
I wonder if they were maybe lifting it higher so that the drone could get a better look underneath.
Yeah. And we could see we have 172, 73, 74, 75.
And it looks like maybe 80 something.
158 there to the left of 172. And then 156 maybe?
Is that 6 or 3?
It looks like a 6 there towards the left.
Yeah, that's a 6.
Yeah, hey SpaceX, can you put the drone light just a little to the left, a little to the left.
I don't see 154.
Ooh, 154. Good reference, good reference.
This is
Thanks,
more references.
especially because I saw
would
EJ
get.
in the back channel.
Yes, he's back there. And he's typing now.
Yes. Anyway, for those who don't know, it's a reference to a wing flex video. It's absolutely fantastic if you haven't seen it. I believe it was a Boeing 777 wing, pushing it until it snapped, which was at 154, which they then continued to show the replays.
Yeah, it's actually like a great showcase of aerospace component destruction tests.
Intentional, yeah.
It's just intentional, and it's very helpful if you don't like flying on airplanes to know that it takes 154% of the worst loads you would ever see in flight to break that wing off. So again,
thank you for explaining the reference, because I, for one, did not get it, but that shouldn't surprise anyone at this point.
I'm not surprised.
Let's see. Here's a question from Lee that we'll just quickly go through real quick while we're in a bit of a hold. Apart from rockets and space, what other things do y'all enjoy in your free time? Let's go around the horn. Ian, let's start with you.
On the spot. So I guess my top few hobbies are definitely astronomy. I spent a embarrassing amount of money over the past few months. Video games are definitely another one. As well as just relaxing after work, I guess. I like traveling, which is very stereotypical, but I guess those are like my big hobbies. Yeah, just like seeing the world,
Very nice. Sawyer, what about you?
Wait, people do things other than just space stuff? No, I'm definitely into photography, for sure. There's a good friend of mine near here, Joe, feel better by the way, who is a photographer. We go around shooting some cool stuff. Also, concerts, for sure. My dad and I, that's become our tradition, so live music is fantastic. And yeah, video games as well. And I'm one of those weird people that actually does like sports and follows it quite regularly. Most of my teams, though, are terrible. So
Yeah, that can add to the fun.
yeah, it's for those who follow American football. I've been a New York Jets fan my whole life. There's a picture of me at
Oof.
8-1 with a Jets hat. I was doomed.
Yeah, you did not choose a good team there, Sawyer.
The booster
Well,
is
it's my
rotating.
choice.
Sorry to interrupt. The booster is rotating.
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
Again, possibly to get a better view.
Huh. Very interesting. Yeah, you can see the light slowly. Oh, now it looks like the light's moving.
Apparently, this is standard per Alex.
Just probably looks like they're inspecting the base of the vehicle. Yeah, to quickly finish this question, I am a big climber, so I climb a lot of the time, do my research position, and of course listen to Taylor Swift. Gotta bring it up once. Let's see, we have a new member, Brian, just became Pat Rat. Thank you for your support. And then a super chat from Starbase for real. Those SF-like drones remind me of the city scanners in Half-Life 2. Can't wait to see Booster 9 engines firing against the steel plates. I have no idea what that game is, but it sounds like Ian is in agreement.
Are
a great game, and it's a
embarrassing
great
me,
comment.
Trevor. Phenomenal game. That is exactly what I was thinking, Starbase FR. Thank you. And Trevor, come on, get cultured, man. You're worse than Adrian.
Adrian and I need to have a competition of like who knows less about pop culture.
We need to fly Adrian out here and have you and him just do like a 72-hour movie marathon.
I should point out, by the way, that the booster has stopped. Pivoting about the tower, I think is the proper terminology for it. And if all is good, next should continue upward again.
Awesome. Cool. So then, on that note, Jay is asking for you, Ian, how critical is initial alignment on the lift? Can the chopsticks adjust the booster, for example, rotate the booster to align with the quick disconnect?
Yeah, it absolutely can. So the chopsticks actually have quite a wide range of motion. So you see in here, obviously they can go up, they can go down, they can rotate them up, they can rotate the booster relative to the tower.
And booster's going up, by the way. Sorry to interrupt.
Speak of the devil. You can see, obviously, the booster can go up, but another thing that they can do, given the stabilizer arms on the chopsticks themselves, is kind of tilt the booster. Now, this is not like, tilt it 45 degrees. This is just like a fraction of a degree. But given the size and length of the booster, that is enough to align it with either the transport stand or the orbital launch mount, whichever, is more relevant here. So they use those to kind of fine-tune the position of the booster and guide it directly into place.
Awesome. Yeah, it's impressive how well this whole Maxilla system works. I remember when we first heard about it, I was like, wow, this seems crazy, and now it just seems normal.
By the way, I should point out, we can't hear it ourselves personally where we're doing this, but that noise that you are hearing is the chopstick wires. So, that's what that cool sound is. And normal. Should say normal.
Yeah. Yeah, people in chat are asking what the cables are underneath Booster 9, and I don't think any of us know, but it seems like it's not an issue given SpaceX is continuing on with the lift as we speak.
Yeah, and we got right before that camera kind of wonked out there before, we got some nice shots of some other engine serial numbers. So for those of you who aren't a member and who did not get to see Jack's up-close photos, you get to see some of those serial numbers now.
Yep, just pause the stream and take your screenshots and zoom and enhance.
Write down in your notebooks. We all know you. We know you all keep your Raptor engine notebooks. Don't lie to us.
Oh, no, they're spreadsheets now, not notebooks. It's 2023.
Yes, sorry, I was stuck back in 1983.
And so Booster is continuing to move upward. It should stop fairly soon, and then it will swing over the OLM, where they'll then do alignment checks before starting to lower down and whatever. But this is the awesome view that I love so much of seeing all 33 engines. It looks awesome every time.
And the drone.
And the drone.
You took the words right out of my mouth. In a few seconds, we're going to see like kind of straight up into the engines, into the engine bay, and it is insane to see that number of engines on a launch vehicle, and they work, which is the weirdest part.
The drone going, checking the underside of all 33 engines as well.
There's the light.
And again, as expected, the stoppage, like you were just mentioning, will happen. They'll do this last inspection, and then the next thing we should see is the pivot as it turns and moves the booster over the orbital launch mount.
Yeah, so now that we're seeing Booster in what's somewhat similar to what it'll look like when it gets caught, except for it'll be on the other side, I believe. We have a question about will they need water deluge atop the OLM to prevent damage? Sawyer, what do you think?
I mean, we have the FireX system is still installed, and as we saw, I believe it was yesterday, they have tested it. So I think right now it's most likely going to be just the underside of the engines both with the plate and with the FireX system. I don't see really a need at this point for it to go from the top down if you already have that much extra water coming in sideways and technically kinda from above with the FireX.
Yeah. Let's see. We have a quick super chat from Nathaniel saying, "Why is det cord obviously new and improved flight termination system?" Which we know that was one of the things that did not go to plan on the first launch.
I think he's saying that's what the dangling cables are. If someone wants to go up with a match and find out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Or is it one of those things where it's like, you know, you pull to eject kind of thing, you pull to detonate the booster?
That could be too.
Yeah, just have like a little grabby arm under the OLM. But either way, that's very interesting why those cables are there. I wonder if they were forgotten there, or if those are some, I don't know, just like electrical wiring for, you know, crews to work on the booster eventually.
I don't know why, but I feel like we've seen with Booster 7 in the past where it lifted at least once and there was some form of cabling or wiring dangling.
Sorry to interrupt, Sawyer, but we are rotating now. Rotating towards the left relative to the tower. And this is a bit of a slower maneuver compared to the lift. At least in the current configuration of the chopsticks, they do move them slowly. Now this is going to position the booster over the top of the orbital launch mount. They'll align it a little bit there and then descend it back down. Basically the opposite of what we just saw happen.
Also being told you cannot light det cord with a match, just saying. As we watch the rotation.
That's good. So, but still no smoking around the pad, please.
Yeah.
Love this view, though. Again, you get the
shots.
great shot of the engines. So next thing after the rotation over will basically be lowering it down onto the orbital launch mount itself, and then comes, I believe, pretty much the security.
Wow. Sorry to interrupt, Sawyer, but
No, it's fine. Worth it.
There's no words right now. Wow.
And again, not only do you get a great view of the engines, you get an even...
for this shot.
You also get a better view of the cladding, too, around each of the engines as well.
Yes. I just can't even say anything right now. I mean, you can see obviously the outer ring of... You can see part of the outer ring of 20 Raptors. The inner... perfect. Get some great alignment there.
Thank you, Jack.
Phenomenal shot.
And Jack W. But you're seeing the outer ring of 20 Raptor engines. Those are fixed in place, cannot move, cannot gimbal, and as of recently cannot throttle. I don't know if that's still true anymore. The inner 13 engines, those can gimbal and those will steer the booster as it ascends into space. And Alex is saying engine number 17 is in the center, is one of the center engines there.
That's very good zoom and enhancing technology at that point, but wow.
Just really quickly, shout out to the drone operator for throwing a light on this thing for us.
Yes.
Yeah, that being able to see the whole bottom side and the heat shielding and protection of all the engines is really cool.
I feel like we should be saying more, but the view of that is just absolutely stunning.
It really is. I mean, even without that bright white light, just like, you know, the ominous orange underglow of those engines there.
All right, I have to be a bad person, and can you switch away from me for a minute? I want to try and take a photo.
We're away.
We have awesome shots from our automated cameras out there as well. Man, with the booster slowly going over the OLM. And by the way, I do want to slightly correct what I said earlier. In this shot, the booster will be caught to the right-hand side where it just was lifted, not to the left like I had accidentally said. So that's my bad. Thank you for the correction, DOS.
I love the lighting on the scaffolding as well, kind of acting like the target ring almost for the positioning of the booster.
Yeah. It's also kind of cool with all of the scaffolding on top.
And a correction from Alex in the back channel on what I mentioned before. So the outer engines and the inner engines are all the same engine. The difference is the outer engines do not have gimbal mounting, so they physically cannot gimbal. But other than that, they're the same engine, and I would assume they still have throttle ability, similar to the inner engines. Back in the Raptor 1 days and the earlier days of the Starship Super Heavy design, SpaceX did not want to have throttle ability on the outer engines or in order to make them simpler and higher thrust. It seems that they've abandoned those plans, at least for now.
Yeah, those were the original R-Boost engines that actually had physically larger turbo machinery, but those never happened. So, let's see.
And keep in mind, there's still Raptor V3 in the works, too, that's being tested over at Massey's. Or not Massey, excuse me, McGregor, which you can watch on McGregor Live 24/7.
Oh, and back to the excellent jack shot there.
On that note, Bumper Tom 42 says, "Great shots, Jack, bringing home the bacon." So, Jack, everyone appreciates you. Thank you. Then another super chat from Kevin Conrad, asking, why aren't there any HPUs on the outside of Booster 9? Ian, could you walk us through why they don't have that?
Yes, so there are no HPUs on the outside of Booster 9, unlike on Booster 7 where they did have HPUs or hydraulic power units on the outside of the booster. Now, that's because there are no hydraulic power units on Booster 9 because there are no hydraulics on Booster 9. Now, that was actually one of the major improvements they've made to this vehicle over Booster 7 and Booster 8. They got rid of the hydraulic power units, which primarily controlled the engine gimbals. Now, the engine gimbals on the inner 13 engines are now controlled electronically. They use an electronic thrust vector control system. That dramatically reduced the complexity of the vehicle because now you don't need to deal with the hydraulic power units, which we've seen cause issues. I think they actually caught fire once during testing. They were a major source of issues, it seemed. So saving some complexity there, some mass, and some costs, they got rid of those, and now they only use electricity from likely Tesla battery packs they probably still use somewhere in the vehicle.
Indeed. We have 5 gifted Red Team memberships from Chris Ray, and then another 10 from Brandon Meyer. So if you guys got one of those, make sure you thank them in chat. YouTube decides who gets those, but we really appreciate the support, so thank you to both of you. Leafy asks, what is the mass of Booster 9? Sawyer, do we have any good estimates on that?
I believe it was, at last check, around 120 tons, if I recall correctly. And that is the empty mass, I should say. Obviously, it's, I believe, a little more once it's fueled up, as the booster is now moving downward towards the OLM.
Excellent.
Awesome, yeah.
Yes, I believe the booster is around 3,000 tons when fully loaded with propellant. Of course, that's a very rough estimate. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know Elon has talked a little bit about how even defining what dry mass means in this sense is somewhat complicated. But
yes. Oh, and Thomas Hayden here in the back channel, one of the NSF members saying, or NSF contributors, saying they think booster was about 200 tons, which, yes, I do remember that. I believe that was for
the ship.
Yes. I believe that mass was for Booster 4 or Booster 7, so there's a decent chance.
4.
There's a very good chance this booster weighs less than that.
Yeah, I wonder if it's less or more, because in some ways they've added mass, you know, with more engines and more shielding and whatnot, and the chimes, and then in other ways I'm sure they removed some, so it could be that it's been roughly the same, but I don't think Elon has tweeted a figure in a bit. Let's see. Then here's another one. Ian, I'll give it to you since. Do you think that Starship could eventually be used to deliver as a delivery method for larger, more capable rovers to Mars or the moons of the gas giants?
Could it send a payload to the gas giants? Yes, absolutely.
To the moons of the gas giants.
Sorry, yes, to the moons of the gas giants.
Yeah.
Larger, more capable rovers to Mars, I mean, they're going to need that for crewed missions. You're going to eventually need large pressurized rovers. To the gas giants, yes, it definitely could take some payloads to the gas giants. You'll need a good amount of refueling, but you really can't get much payload on Starship, if any, out past Saturn. That's because Starship has a very, very high dry mass on its upper stage, and when you want to get further out in the solar system or even escape the solar system altogether, dry mass of your stage counts immensely. That's why stages like Centaur are super, super good at sending probes like New Horizons or the Voyager probes out of the solar system because they're so light. Starship at 120 tons is immense, and it really begins to drop off in its performance once you get past Jupiter. But for anywhere within the Jupiter or Saturn areas of the solar system, absolutely, you can get some really decent payload out there.
Yeah.
I think it's also going to be super important for things like larger telescopes and things that might go to, say, either a higher Earth orbit or a Lagrange point. I think that's where it's really going to shine in terms of those larger payloads.
Yeah, it's the good old relationship to the natural log of the wet mass over dry mass. So, as Ian was saying, you really want a light stage for these interplanetary missions. So, I'm sure at some point SpaceX will have some kick stage for interplanetary missions on Starship that is more efficient. Let's see. William Hoke with a $5 super chat. Thank you for your support. Lenny James, how long will Booster 9 be positioned over the OLM, and how's your summer going? Sawyer, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, again, it's, as you've seen, it was getting the position over the OLM, making sure it was aligned, and then lowering it down. You may see it pause a little bit, again, because we have that kind of swaying side to side. Let that dampen a little bit before it then continues downward, so that it goes down and lines up with all of the mounts and pins and everything that are on the orbital launch mount. So I think it's, again, just taking it slow and steady at this point, getting rid of that sideways momentum, and then continuing to lower it down. And my summer's going great, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, there's a drone flying around.
They have multiple drones out right now. It's like it's being surrounded by bugs.
And if your battery dies, that's an easy way to put another drone up instead of having to wait for it to recharge.
Yep. Oh, booster's coming back down. Looks like it tilted a little bit too on the way down.
Oh yeah, slowly but surely it's coming down.
I gotta say, I really like those string lights there on the bottom left hanging from the scaffolding. I know they are absolutely work lights, but they really give me the vibe of, like, you know, the back patio on a nice restaurant in the city. Anyone know what I'm talking about here? Like hanging from the gazebo and stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. But while we have this view, we have a super chat from Happy Cappy saying, Jack is awesome, huge part of NSF's success. Jack is in the trenches, sometimes literally. So yes, Jack, know you're appreciated. And thank you again for this amazing view.
No problem. I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, and then another comment from Josh saying, Jack is absolutely rocking that camera angle. Excellent work. Let's see. Then, okay, here's another one for you, Sawyer. Yayo Ramos asks, do we know how many Raptor engines will ignite for the booster to be caught?
I don't know if we've heard a fully updated number. Again, it's still working on the idea of getting this to launch first before dealing with the catch, but am I wrong in hearing that it was originally the 3 center engines at one point, the center ring?
I believe that's what I remember hearing, that what I think was all 13 for boost back, and then the inner 3 for landing.
I believe so, yeah.
Let's see. Then we have a gifted Red Team membership from Ryan. So Ryan, thank you for the support, and if you receive that, make sure to thank him in chat. And boosters continuing to lower. It looks like we're right about where we'll start losing view of the engines behind all of the scaffolding. So Ian, could you once again just walk us through what we'll see in the next few minutes while the booster gets mounted to the pad?
Yeah, so over the next few minutes, we're going to see periodic stops and starts of the lift. Actually, I think it looks like it's slowed down a bit there. But we're definitely going to see the lift slow down. There's going to be periods where it pauses, reorients itself, either rotates or tilts a little bit, because you got to get perfect alignment to slot it into the orbital launch mount. So this kind of gets into the slower, more delicate and detailed parts of the lift. But we're going to see it slowly make its way down and kind of shimmy its way into place inside the orbital launch mount over the next few minutes.
Yeah, SpaceX has their hands full with everything that they need to do. Wow, 5 more gifted Red Team memberships from Bud Holtfort. So thank you very much for your support. Really means a lot to us. Okay, here's the age-old question that we get asked a lot. Can the booster make it to low Earth orbit without a payload to be used as a large tanker vehicle? So in other words, can the booster SSTO?
Oh, that's the age-old question for any rocket first stage.
I don't think so. Again, I mean, a lot of it they've got planned for major upmass for actual payloads, but even if you didn't, it's more of the up and down as opposed to the horizontal velocity that you would need to actually enter an orbit. So I would think no, especially if they're planning on landing it anywhere for that matter and landing it back. I don't see how that could be an SSTO.
Yeah.
Although I know some people would say not with that attitude, but we can will Starship into an SSTO maybe.
Yeah. And we should all say goodbye to these Raptor engines, as shortly we will no longer have a view of them. Good luck in testing, engines.
There's a very decent chance we will not see this engine shielding again until the vehicle lifts off from the pad. That's kind of strange to think about.
Again, sorry to be the pessimist of the team, but I think that you still don't have the hot staging equipment on it yet, and we haven't tested all 33 engines with the steel plate. So I think that we may see it removed once more and then come back. So I don't think it's going to be like 6 or 7 mounts and unmounts that we've seen. I think maybe just one more. So hopefully we get to see these puppies fly first, if not, one more time.
Yeah. And one comment from Lauren real quick that made me smile and I thought I would share. They say, the NSF community is so generous, helps us all when you all support NSF. And yes, that's an important point. It's you guys that make all of this possible, which allows us to have Jack down there getting these views, allows us to have Starbase Live, Space Coast Live, McGregor Live, and everything. So really, thank you guys for everything, and thank you for those who are in the community.
And if you didn't know we had all of those extra ones, you can always go to nsf.live, and that links to all of our 24/7 live cameras.
Indeed. So here's another question that we've had several times today, but for the new viewers, Roden is asking, is there a set design for the hot stage ring, or is the design still being worked on? Ian, do we have anything on that?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't really have any insight on the hot stage program other than the fact that it's a thing. We've seen a few potential prototypes, maybe even the actual flight pieces of the hot stage system, but there have been no definitive proof either way. They could have been test pieces for a whole nother program for all we know. But it seems like it's still being worked on right now, as we don't have any definitive proof that we've seen any pieces so far. And again, they're not really needed right now. You can test the booster's engines, you can cryo test it, pressure test it without the hot stage equipment on. That can be put on later. Like Sawyer was saying, they could bring it back and put it on.
Yeah. Here's a quick question from Aaron Drone Services. Does SpaceX use ton as in 2,000 pounds or 2,200 pounds? So ton, TON, is the US ton, which is 2,000 pounds, I believe. And then the TONNE is a metric ton, which is 1,000 kilograms, which I believe translates to 2,200 pounds. So it's the spelling that will give away which
I believe these are metric tons from what
Yeah.
we've seen.
SpaceX uses metric tons.
Yep.
Let's see. MFFL Brian asks, will they test the water deluge system again, but at full thrust and B9 at the same time? What are you guys' thoughts on that? We'll start with Ian and then go to Sawyer.
I think the water deluge system again, but at full thrust and booster 9. I think they would begin testing the deluge system with only a few engine static fire, maybe only a single engine static fire. It might be kind of a big step to go all the way to 33 engines with the deluge system. I think we're going to kind of see a step-by-step incremental approach to that, and then eventually, if they're confident enough in their system, move it all the way up to 33 engines. Because the last thing you want is to destroy your brand new flame diverter because, say, you misinstalled a bolt or your calculations were slightly off here. You want to work step-by-step on this, on something this big.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Sawyer, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we will see it at some point. It may start with a Raptor engine or 7 or 14 when we see it with the full steel plate as well. But at some point, they're going to have to test it with all 33 engines, even if, say, the engines aren't at full thrust, like we saw with Booster 7, even though it turns out that data didn't really help much in terms of saving the concrete. But I think we would see it that way. So, yeah, I think it'll happen, just not the first test.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see when they decide to do that, and especially with the static fire campaign.
Hey, Sorry, real quick.
Yes,
this is interesting. The drone is now shining its light at the chopsticks carriage. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it looks to be checking out one of the skates. I did hear a weird noise, but noises happen. It's probably fine.
Yeah, I mean, we saw something fall off earlier, and that hasn't stopped them at this point from lifting, so...
I mean, this kind of gives me a throwback to, I believe it was Booster 4 or maybe one of Booster 7's initial lifts, where the rotating mechanism of the chopsticks just died because it popped a hydraulic line and spilled all the hydraulic fluid over the pad.
That was 7.
Yeah, that was. I think we were on that stream together, Sawyer. That was an interesting one, because we're like, what was that?
I don't know if it was, but...
Yeah, but I was like,
That was
something
the one
just
with
fell off
the
the
literal
tower.
dumpster fire.
That one too, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what they're looking at up there, particularly on that right side, it looks like. It doesn't seem like this is the only side they've been on, Jack, right? They haven't swung around to the other side as well?
I could have missed it. I'm doing like 3 things at once out here, but so I don't feel comfortable saying strongly one way or the other.
You just said strongly one way or the other, though.
Oh my gosh.
I said you were an S-tier crew member, and I stick by that.
Thank you. I thought you were going to demote me a second. I'm like, you're my S-tier too, but yeah.
We love you, Sawyer. Don't let Jack get to you.
Sawyer, do you know the main reason why you're an S-tier crew member?
Morale?
Because, Sawyer, your name starts with S.
Oh my gosh.
I thought we were out of pun tokens for today.
No, I've seen a few people, I've had a few in my back pocket. I had 2 left. That was 2.
I think we need like a loan from the pun token fund.
Not paying any interest. Because apparently
the interest rates are down.
There's no interest in my puns anyway, so it's fine.
Wow. I would say good one, but that's kind of sad.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's see. Jack, question for you from James. Are you getting eaten alive by mosquitoes?
No, I haven't felt a single mosquito all night. It's the heat, I think.
How hot is it down there, Jack? Is it humid or just dry heat?
It's obscenely humid.
Oh, no.
By the way, it looks like the drone has moved downward again. I don't see the spotlight on the chopsticks as bright anymore.
See, keeping an eye on the booster. I don't see it moving just yet, but you can see the drone light kind of shining towards the right side there. Again, probably just making sure the clearance is okay, all the equipment on the booster looks okay, nothing fell off, so on.
Indeed. So yeah, so Ian, how much further does the booster have left to go down?
Yeah, it's got about 2 to 3 meters, if I had to guess. That's a very, very rough approximation, but I'd say around 3 meters down. And for the US folks, about 10 feet. Right now, like I said, we're getting into kind of the slower part of the lift where they need to align it, make sure nothing is going to impact the orbital launch mount, and making sure it's aligned correctly to actually land directly on the hold down points. So there's kind of a lot of like gymnastics here with multiple parts playing. You have the orbital launch mount needs to be, the hold down points need to be extended, the booster needs to be aligned, the chopsticks need to align the booster. It's a bit of a process here. Oh, and the booster is going back down now, again, very slowly and carefully.
Yep. Yeah, I was about to say it. I realized I was muted when I said it, so I'm glad you mentioned it. Thank you.
And the engine nozzles are about to disappear under the surface of the OLM. Again, we have all that scaffolding there because there's been so much work going on the orbital launch mount here. A lot of refurb and upgrades, and there's still going to be some work going on for sure over the next few days and weeks.
The year is 2028, and work on the orbital launch mount continues.
Which one? Because by that point, there'll probably be like 5.
Yes.
OLM Vandenberg to make Jack happy.
OLM Vandenberg.
That's
Let's see.
6.
Yeah, again, you can see it continuing to lower down a bit further still. The swaying is also a lot less, so we maybe see another pause or so, but it's looking pretty good at this point.
Sawyer, just for you, Echo Dio says, "Help! I'm trapped in the pun token factory."
Oh my gosh, we should. I have to admit, I'm stealing this one from someone in chat, but we should start a GoPun for him then to get him out.
Oh no!
I've had to deal with this all day, Ian.
Almost 9 hours of it.
All right, let's try this. If we get to 6,000 likes on this live stream, hit the like button. Sawyer gets 5 more pun tokens.
Ooh, please.
I think that's fair. I like this live stream. Did you guys?
Yeah. Well, hopefully Sawyer gets 5 more then. Alright, we have another super chat from Pepper Jack Shack. What's Elon's Mars flag look like, and when can we expect the Mars flag to fly from the tower? Thanks for the all-day coverage. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and answer that. I do not think SpaceX has even started considering about that, or thinking about that. I think for now, they just want to get a Starship into orbit. Let's see.
There's probably been a few, joking designs thrown around, but definitely nothing official. And also, at the same time, when SpaceX lands, it's an American venture. They're going to plant the American flag, maybe a SpaceX flag underneath it, but it's an American company, launching, I gotta say, it's American rocket with American astronauts from American soil by an American company. So, there's going to be the American flag on the side of the ship and probably planted on Mars as well.
For those who know Community, I think it's going to be the Greendale flag. But yeah, you can see actually a great shot in this view here of one of the connectors on the orbital launch mount there. So you see that box that's pretty much right in the center of your screen there. That is going to be connecting to part of the booster. You see that little, pretty much dead above it, the X-type shape. I know I'm not explaining it very well, but that's the OLM pins and where they will connect to the booster.
So it looks like we're about a half meter or so, maybe a little bit more than a half meter about a half meter from touching down on the orbital launch mount. Again, this is the very precise time where they have to make sure everything fits correctly. So you can see the drone, the reflection of the drone light up on the top of the booster there, very closely inspecting all of this.
Indeed. Oh, here's another bad one from Lee Cracker. There's no way they launch anytime soon. You guys are delusional.
Ah, I like that one.
Wow.
These are
all
too
right,
good.
For a pun token update, we're at 5.6 thousand likes on the live stream, so we're getting there. I see people want to cause some chaos.
Oh gosh, send them to the penitentiary.
Oh hey, you want some chaos? We're just gonna skate right past that. You want some chaos?
Uh-oh.
Thanks, Jack.
Mary weighed in on the aluminium debate, and
Oh,
she
no.
says it's aluminium. So I think we might have to officially adopt that as the channel.
Absolutely not. I will not stand for this.
No, I love and respect Mary, but no. Aluminum. We're not bringing this back. We had, what was it, like 3,000 votes already? It was 60-40 for aluminium. We don't need the scales tipped anymore.
If we want some more chaos, I could say, is there a U in color or no? Because there absolutely is not a U in color. Anyway,
woke up and chose violence.
You can't spell awesome without me. No, okay, never mind.
What?
Can you tell we've been live for a long time?
I was about to say, welcome to the chill NSF streams where we've lost all of our sanity.
Yeah, guess
Max
the two people
in
who
our
have been
back
on
channel.
for 8+ hours and who's been on for an hour and a half.
Max in our back channel with the atrocious idea of imagine the RVAC with a stubby nozzle.
Oh, no.
Oh. That hurts my soul.
Wow, okay, I think that takes the cake for the worst thing I've read all year.
Yeah.
Jack, I thought we were bros in all caps.
There are
All
fights happening actively in the back channel. Let's move right along.
Yeah, let's continue with Starship for a bit here.
Yeah, so back to what we're actually doing. Hunter Lynch is asking, why are they not using the booster stabilization pins on the OLM? Do either of you know the reason for that?
That's because there are none. Exactly why is honestly a good question. I feel like it comes down to the OLM having a bit more clearance on the sides compared to the transport mounts. The transport mounts seem to be much more, condensed and narrow, while the orbital launch mount's a bit wider because they need to have clearance when the vehicle lifts off. You can't have those stabilizer arms lifting off with the vehicle. That wouldn't work. So I think they have, they need to have clearance built in there. So I think that's why they really don't need them here. The stabilization from the chopsticks themselves is enough to get it aligned.
Yep, and then you have the pins on the OLM, very similar to the ones on the transport stand that will basically secure it in place.
Very, very cool. Let's see, we have from Millennium saying it's pronounced aluminum. I probably mispronounced one of those words after hearing aluminium versus aluminum all day, but...
Thank you, Millennium.
And then a super chat from Max saying...
Can I just add something in here real quick?
Sure.
I had people come up to me out here, find me, and say, hey, are you Jack? And I'm like, yeah. Like, man, this stream is great. I can't believe how much they're talking about aluminum, though.
Yeah, especially because we're talking a lot about steel, mostly with Starship, and yeah, throw in a little... All because someone asked about aluminum chines.
Oh yeah, that was how it started. Wow, that was way too long ago.
That was about 5 hours ago, yeah.
Yeah. Alex in the back channel. This is a steal. Oh wow, we have a 50... Oh, hold on. Back to Max's super chat. He says, RVAC stubby for the win. Max, no. Just no. Then we have a $50 super chat from Nicholas. Sorry if I mispronounced that. 50 pun tokens. So Sawyer, you better have some good ones for us.
Holy cow, Nicholas, thank you very much for the support and for the pun tokens. Trust me, they will go to waste, which is the whole point of a pun, so I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, wow. It's pun-believable, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, 49, I'll take it.
And I guess if you get another 200, then you'll be up to 54.
154?
Well, yeah. That would be 104.
Wait. Oh. Yeah.
It's 50 pun token. Oh, I guess now it's add one more since I just used one. But yeah.
Math is hard.
Anyway, don't forget that we will be following everything going on with Starship, not just puns, but everything going on with Starship. And for any of these major events, lifts, spin primes, static fires, rolling of equipment, we will do dedicated live streams right here. So make sure if you haven't, you hit subscribe to the channel. It also helps support us by telling other people, hey, you might like this too. We are almost at 800,000 subs. And of course, we also have our 3 24/7 live channels of Space Coast, Starbase, and McGregor Live. So I think for a free sub, you get a lot out of it, I do believe. More than you get from a Subway sub, no offense.
Ooh. Let's see. Frog is asking, where are the COPV, the COPVs store gas on Starship? Where are the COPVs located? And thank you for all you guys do. No, thank you for the support. It means a lot. So, where are those located?
Yeah, so on Super Heavy, those are actually located inside the chines. That's why the chines exist. It's basically just a long string of COPVs inside those chines, and SpaceX engineers decided, hey, let's make these double purpose and put aerodynamic coverings around there to act as like small wings.
I'm hearing some interesting noises. I have no idea what they are, but it's like a rack and pinion kind of sound.
We did also see them flash the lights 3 times on the drone there.
Very interesting. Is that Morse code for...
We did ask them earlier to flash the lights if they're watching.
That is true.
I doubt it's that, but yeah, interesting the noises and the visuals we're getting at the moment. That's likely, I would think, pins starting to align or move.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like the booster has been stationary for a few minutes, I believe. Let's do an A/B check.
For those who don't know, AB is literally rewinding the stream about 2 minutes and then going back to real time to see if it moved.
It's a very scientific measurement.
It seems stationary to me, so I am not sure. I think this is about as low as the booster goes, so they're probably starting to align pins and start alignment checks and all that.
And shout out to the drone operator for another flash.
Let's see.
By the way, I wonder, can we get to 800,000 subs tonight? We're close.
We're very close.
790. Well, I see what, little less than 9,000. We've got 5,700 people.
Everyone's
tell your friends. Tell your family.
Let's see. FFC T-Hawk says this stream turned into a 3-hour tour. I think it's more like
3-hour tour.
Oh, it's a reference. Okay, I didn't
Yes,
get
it
the
is.
reference.
Yeah, you're all stranded on Pun Island instead of Gilligan's Island.
No, I was gonna say I think it's more like a 7-hour tour, not realizing that this was. Oh wait, we're past 8 hours now, almost at 9. Okay.
Yeah, we're close to 9 at this point.
Then a super chat from Lenny James saying aluminum with a lemon emoji.
A lemonum.
A lemonum.
Very, very nice.
Yeah. Wow, we've had too much of this conversation today. My brain is hurting from it.
I feel like an eighth of this stream has just been talking about aluminum or aluminium.
Yeah. Jeff Rowe with 5 more gifted Red Team memberships. This is, I'm pretty sure, like the 3rd or 4th time tonight he's gifted them, so thank you, Jeff. And if you got one of those, make sure you thank him in chat. Then Ben Newberry says, thank you guys for everything and the hard work. I'm very optimistic about the second launch when it comes to OLM damage and their upgrades and repairs. I'm thinking late August and early September for the second integrated flight test. So let's just go down real quick. Ian, when do you think the flight will be? And then we'll go to Jack, and then Sawyer, and then myself.
For the past few months, I've been pretty firm on late September, early October. I know right now SpaceX is targeting, I think mid-August was the last we heard. It might be kind of out of the loop there. But, you know, I foresee, you know, delays here. They, like you said, they have to install the hot staging hardware, which has not really even been spotted as far as we're aware. So it's going to be a bit of time, I think, until we're flight ready. There's definitely going to be a lot of testing coming up. But I think even then the testing is going to be a while away because of the remaining pad work. But what do you think, Sawyer?
I think that's probably a safe bet would be September. Again, I'll keep talking about 9/25, which would be September 25th using the American date system. I think that's probably a safe bet. We're obviously going to target earlier, and if it goes earlier, even better. But that would be my speculation, is kind of like they had 420 for the first one to go 9/25 for Ship 9 booster, or Booster 9 Ship 25.
Yeah, Jack, what do you think?
By the way, can I interrupt you really quick? It's just they're doing the final adjustments and alignments, it appears right now. So that's the movements that you're seeing.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Do we have Jack?
I think he's editing a fantastic photo that hopefully we'll be able to get before the end of the stream.
Okay. Yeah, so my personal guess on
What's the question?
when do you think next launch is?
August.
When launch? August. Wow, we have an optimist here. I'm going to be the opposite of Jack. I am saying launch is somewhere between October 21st and November 12th.
Is that when you're going to be there?
No.
Ah.
Let's see. Then another super chat from Robert Little. Thanks for all you do. It is our honor. When we're here for 9 hours, it's people like you that make it worth it. So, thank you very much. Then another super chat from Pepper Jack Shack. Given gift membership, thank you. Thank you for thanking that person. It really means a lot, and thank you for your support. Hopefully you enjoy your gifted membership. Hunter Lynch with another super chat. I love the channel, you are all awesome. One more question. Do you all notice the flight termination system? It looks like it starts on top of the booster and goes all the way down to the bottom. They aren't playing around this time. So Ian, do you want to take us through what the flight termination system is now?
Yeah, so first off, I'd like to say, unfortunately, I'm not a flight termination system engineer, so I don't know exactly the mechanism that they're working with now. Previously on Booster 7 and the Starships themselves, we actually saw them install 2 explosive charges. I think they're literally C4 right on the common bulkhead, on the outside of the common bulkhead, I should say. And those were designed to, in case the booster went off course, like what happened during the first integrated flight test, those charges would explode, break the common bulkhead on the booster and or the ship, mixing the propellants, causing a leak and causing them to explode eventually. We saw that didn't really work. It took about 40 seconds during the first integrated flight test for from flight termination system activation to vehicle destruction. That is obviously a major, major problem. Imagine if the vehicle was heading towards a populated area, which thankfully it wasn't, but imagine if it was. That is an extreme amount of delay. So SpaceX decided to, just absolutely throw everything at the wall. It seems that they've installed a det cord all the way along the length of the booster. Now,
I do just want to clarify, that is, that's the raceway. The actual flight termination system has been bulked up. You're right. If you see it on the left side of your screen there, those boxes, you got kind of the one on the top near the middle, and then it runs down, you can see the other portion of it. So it's been bulked up a bunch, and it's probably the length of about a ring and a half, about a ring and a half, maybe a little more.
Way, way, way larger than B7's was.
Yeah, that box in the top middle is new.
Thank you for the correction there. Yes, so that is the raceway to connect to the flight termination system charges. They've been beefed up a lot. We actually saw them doing some testing on, I believe it was like Booster 6.1 or one of the Booster 6 test articles, or it might have been literally just Booster 6. We saw them do destructive testing on that at Massey's, and it seemed to work. It seemed that their fixes there worked. So they've implemented much larger charges here to hopefully quickly and effectively destroy the vehicles should it go off course again in the future.
Yeah. Alex is posting photos in the back channel about the comparison. I'm not sure if Kevin is able to bring those up. But
we just took a picture full, but it's basically what I was trying to narrate and explain that was on screen.
Yeah, Alex also has some of B7s though. What I was alluding to.
Nope, it's basically what they're saying is the old system that was on B7 is still there.
Yeah, I
That was the
got
two
you.
boxes
Okay.
on the lower part. The new box, the third one, would be on the top.
Yes. Okay, cool. Let's see, we have a super chat from Luke Saw. Why doesn't SpaceX fly stage 1 straight up, then use stage 2 to reach orbital velocity with no resistance from the atmosphere? Does the rocket body add free lift as they're pushing through the atmosphere?
So, you could in theory do that, but that's not as efficient. You're right that you would have a lot less aerodynamic forces on the vehicle, and that would, that's a very noticeable lack of aerodynamic drag. But if you launch your vehicle and begin pitching over initially, it's much, much more efficient. The exact principle behind that is kind of left me right now. It's been about a year since I took an orbital mechanics class. But it is more efficient and quicker to reach orbit if you begin to pitch over right after liftoff and slowly transition over to horizontal rather than rapidly going horizontal. It also helps reduce, it helps to reduce the time, increase the time that it would take for you to fall back to the planet. Because if you launch straight back up, like if you're thinking of Blue Origin's flights, you have 3 minutes really to begin pushing yourself horizontal. You're not in space for very long if you launch just straight up. I'm sorry if I'm not explaining that very well. The exact mechanisms kind of left my brain right now.
Well, part of it is also the fact that the Earth is spinning. So with the Earth spinning west to east, you typically will see launches go west to east because then you get a free speed boost. You're not starting from zero. You get that momentum basically from the swing of the Earth. So that's part of why you do it as well. That's why you see the very interesting trajectories and longer burns for more of these polar launches. And that's also why you have a launch site in Cape Canaveral, Florida, and in Starbase, Texas, both of which are a lot closer to the equator. And the closer you are to the equator, the more you benefit from that momentum boost from the Earth.
Yeah, I think you would still get the momentum boost even if you're flying straight up, but I suspect, like Ian was saying, you would just have a lot of losses along the way, but I would have to think about more exactly where the inefficiencies come from. That's a really interesting question.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I think
So you're saying the real friends we made are the gravity losses along? I butchered it.
Good
Sorry.
try.
Let's see. Nicholas gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for your support. And if you got one of those, make sure to thank Nicholas in chat. Let's see. Then Ben Newberry with a $10 super chat. With the shower head, I'm 90% sure the van will survive. Really excited for the upcoming static fire campaign. So yeah, do you guys think that the van will be able to survive during the next launch or get less damaged?
Well, the van is kind of rest in peace. Or rest in pieces, sorry, I should correct myself.
There you go.
So, yeah, unless we want to convert it to an Elon Camino, like DOS suggested, I don't think we're really going to see the van back in action anytime soon. I could be wrong, though. I was about to say maybe Jack should park his car there, but no, that's too mean.
I was just going to bring up Jack just released an absolutely gorgeous photo on his Twitter. I will link this in chat.
Also, stay tuned here. There's a good chance we may be able to show it on stream. It may take a few minutes, but worth sticking around for.
Gorgeous shot there.
Yep, there. Thomas and I are spamming the link in chat, so make sure you go show Jack some love, and then hopefully, momentarily, we can bring it up on stream.
Yeah, and to continue along with that question, if there is such thing as a van 2.0, I think it has a better shot of surviving. The fact that it just happened to hit directly into the back and captured on camera is quite a fluke. But yeah, hopefully that fares better if there is such thing as a van 2.0. And there's the picture.
Jack nailed that one. That is so cool.
Absolutely.
Wow.
But wait, there's more!
If you haven't followed Jack on Twitter, you absolutely, first off, you're missing out, but second off, you need to correct that and follow Jack on Twitter, because he's been down in Boca Chica for a few weeks now. He had a little break there about a week and a half ago, but he's been down there for a while taking some amazing photographs, amazing videos that go up on the channel. So definitely be sure to give him a follow and stay up to date on all the pictures he's coming out with, because he's an excellent photographer.
The detail, the background lighting, just perfect.
Yes.
We have a super chat from Billy Day. Been watching spaceflight since late Mercury and enjoying it more than ever. That was a long time ago, and I'm glad you're still interested in supporting us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was 1961, if I recall correctly, was the first crewed Mercury flight. So with Alan Shepard going suborbital.
So he was
On
pretty
that note-
sophisticated, Sawyer.
On that note, Dr. Doak has another good point, that today is the 54th anniversary of humanity's first giant leap. Remembering the roads behind and looking toward the horizons ahead. Godspeed to all of those who sail among the stars, and bacon bars. Don't forget the space bacon. So thank you for your support.
Wow, that is a $50 tip. Thank you very
tips
much for the generosity.
That means so much.
Spaceflight.com. So yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, what an awesome day that 54 years ago humanity was on another like gravitational body influence. Like, wow.
I was saying this earlier in the stream, and I think it's still poignant, the fact that as we are on that 54th anniversary of the Apollo 11 lunar landing, here we are looking at a vehicle being lifted and set on the launch pad. And remember, this is the vehicle that will launch the lander, the next lander that will land on the moon. We haven't done it since 1972, which is kind of sad, but this booster, or not this particular booster, but this launch system, Starship, will get humanity back to the moon. So it's quite fitting that this is going on tonight, and thank you again for the impressive support.
And not only, well, also, if you look towards the center bottom of the screen, you see Starship's future target, the moon, right there in frame. It's kind of a little blown out right now, but it's setting.
Moon.
But yeah, and also another thing, I mean, as a Saturn V fanboy myself, I will admit it, it's crazy to see that this is the first and only vehicle to surpass the Saturn V in payload capacity to orbit. And as sad as it is for it to lose that record, it's been a long time coming, and I'm glad that we are finally here, especially, you know, to have something like this, you know, the next vehicle lifted on the pad on the eve of Apollo, or on the anniversary of Apollo 11's landing, is just incredible. And I'm so glad to see us finally moving forward again, back out beyond low Earth orbit.
The amount of people that are out here that are excited about Starship, it makes me so happy, because I just think about back in the Apollo era, how much of a thing that was. And then, of course, I think about the tail end of the shuttle era, which, don't get me wrong, shuttle good. Crispy, please don't fire me. But public interest really did wane for a variety of reasons. It wasn't the shuttle's fault necessarily, but just to see sort of a resurgence of people caring, seeing people bring their families out to look at this moment in time is fleeting. Let's be real. Like, let's really consider the fact that this is this very special and unique moment in time. And just, I'll shut up now, but thank you so much to everybody. I mean, thank you guys for holding down the stream. Thank you to all our members for helping us do this. And
our members are truly amazing.
This is like a crowdfunding. I mean, I don't like the term crowdfunding, but really, we are a news organization, and the way that we pay the bills is thanks to our members and YouTube and whatnot. And it's really humbling. It's really awesome. Thank you, everybody, for the support, even if it's not monetary. It's just, we're the luckiest people to get to do this, and it's just so fun to help get others excited about what's happening, because if they didn't know about it, they wouldn't be able to get excited. So.
And speaking
of virtuous
support,
cycle.
like you said, it doesn't have to be monetary. Just liking and watching helps. And speaking of that, we reached 6,000 likes. So
Yes.
Sawyer, you got 5 more? Did Ian say?
5 more pun tokens, yeah.
And unfortunately, Ian, you said you have to get up early and have to leave us. But thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight.
I do a big day tomorrow, but it's been, a fun bit of the evening, kind of collectively losing our minds and having some fun. And as always, I look forward to the next live stream with all y'all.
All right, thanks, Ian. Have a good night.
Looking forward to it. And while Ian may be leaving, there's also some metal prints that will be leaving shortly from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. But don't worry, because we've got some new ones, including even ones from today. Again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've got some fantastic metal prints, even just from today, of Booster 9 on its way out to the pad as we now see it, basically on the OLM there. Gorgeous shots, once again, by Jack, another common Jack W there. He's killing it today in the best way possible. This one's still my personal favorite, the full speed ahead, where you get the streaks from other vehicles and lights and things passing by with this longer exposure shot. Absolutely stunning. So be sure to check those out at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And as I did mention, there is a section of last chance prints. These are prints that will only be here for a very short amount of time. So if you're interested in them, grab them while you can. Like this one, I still love the water around that shot. These are still gorgeous prints, but I would say if you like them, get them while you can, because for all you know, they may not be there tomorrow.
Yeah, we don't have a good date of when they're leaving us, and Adrian is not up to tell us, but if you want one, I would get it soon. And then hopefully also, I'm sure the photo that Jack took tonight will be up as a print, if I had to guess. Because it's so good. Here we have a comment and question from Maddie.Sierra. Dear reader, the lift looked gorgeous out there tonight. It's been quite enchanted to watch us all. It's so timeless. Do you think IFT-2 will be sweeter than fiction and reach orbit? What do you think, Sawyer? And also, very nice job with the references in there.
Sweeter than fiction. That's a very fancy wording. I think that we will definitely see much more success with the second integrated flight test. I don't know if it will be absolutely perfect. I don't know if we will see it all the way to where the booster lands in Hawaii, but I think we will absolutely get much farther than we did on the first flight test. I think we will see engines performing much longer, less need to activate the flight termination system. If I had to put money on it, I think we will absolutely get to stage separation on this one properly, and potentially the planned suborbital trajectory. So, potentially, optimistically, I would say yes. Realistically, I would say it's gonna be close.
All right. Let's see. We have a few more pieces of support. First from Julian with the super chat. Going back to the aluminium debate, as an Englishman, this hurts. That's a name I'm not going to try to pronounce. Said it was aluminum. However, the U in color stays. Thank you for all you do. Thank you very much for your support, Julian. It means a lot and allows us to
Orsted,
do
I
what we do.
believe.
How is it pronounced?
I believe it's HC Orsted, and it's also worth pointing out that I'm okay with the U's because it doesn't change the pronunciation like aluminium changes versus aluminum.
Yeah, that's true. Pepper Jack Shack with a question we've had several times today. Sorry for the crazy question, but are there plans to strap multiple super heavies together to make a massive super heavy rocket? Do you have any plans?
No, I don't think there is. That would be absolutely ridiculous to see the super heavy, super heavy, super duper heavy. That would be 99 engines. I think it would be more plausible and more efficient to just widen the booster a bit and add more engines. That's just my thought on that, but I don't see them ever doing a massive super heavy, especially considering the slightly lower cadence we already have of Falcon Heavy.
Hear me out. Turbo Heavy.
Oh gosh.
Well, as much as
by the way,
as much as we groan at that, Jack, I mean, you have had some more amazing pictures, including a new one, I believe, that was just posted to Twitter, which you can see on your screen. Golly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jack,
now I see why you said
such a good
take
job.
me off the screen.
Yeah, it's like I had to expose for a couple seconds because it's so dark, and I didn't think I was going to get anything usable. And like, holy cow! The fact that they paused the booster a few times. Each time they paused it, I fired off like 5 or 6 exposures trying to get something that wasn't blurry. So it's not perfect, but I'll take it.
Happily, and as you put in your very eloquently worded caption, more engines.
More engines indeed. So yeah, we have 2 more quick people to thank. The first, I'm gonna butcher this, I'm sorry already. Surjod's Pandy with a super chat. Thank you very much for your support. And then finally, Cole became a Padrad member. Thank you for your support, and I hope you enjoy your member perks. And with that, I think we are done for tonight after almost 10 hours, I guess just over 9 hours.
I think we've been done, but now the lift is finally done.
Yeah, so SpaceX today has successfully rolled out Booster 9 and put it on the orbital launch mount. I've been your host today. I'm Trevor Sesnick, writer here at NSF. With me has been Sawyer. Sawyer, it's been an honor. Thank you for all the puns. Thank you for everything.
I couldn't think of a better group of people to spend 9 hours with, which, by the way, keep in mind, this is about how long our entire launch stream for ships, for Booster 7 and Ship 24 was, but it was great, and thank you everyone who stayed tuned through all of it.
For sure. Then we also had Jack in the field. Jack, thanks again for the views, for the images, for everything.
Absolutely. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to everybody who supports what we do. Y'all are the real heroes. I'm gonna go not drink a lot of scotch and go to sleep.
Yeah. And then 2 more people to thank. Kevin produced today's stream. Everyone thanks Kevin. And then also Alex in the back channel with helping us out. And then briefly today on stream, we had Ian Atkinson, writer and reporter for NSF, and then Ryan was with us earlier. So thank you, everyone. Have a great night, and see you again soon. Bye.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?